So good morning and welcome to day 2 of the European Youth Touch Championships here at the University of Warwick, just outside of Coventry. Day 2 is a crucial day in how this tournament is shaping up. A lot of teams will be deciding their places going into the back-to-back finals that we've got coming for you tomorrow. We start with the mixed 15s, England versus Scotland. Team Scotland behind us, waiting for their teams to come and enter. And England over on the far side. The vibe is immaculate, the conditions are going to be perfect. Myself and Kit will be taking you through the first 4 games here on pitch 1. Kit, it's set up to be an exciting day.
It is, Joe. I'm really excited to see how the teams have progressed. I'm expecting big things after yesterday, and honestly, I'm not expecting these kids to grow.
This tournament has exceeded our expectations as Team Scotland come running through. First tap-off will be with you in just a few minutes' time. Cool. So good morning and welcome. Scotland versus England, mixed 15s, our first game of day 2. Scotland with the tap, England in defence. Joe Wright and Kit Sorgo taking you through the first 4 games live here on pitch 1. Early turnover in favour of England, celebrated by that defensive line. Kit, this is how it's been an interesting game, isn't it?
It is, Joe. Good morning to you and to everyone else. It's set up to be a big rivalry between the 2 home nations. I'm excited to see what it brings.
Yeah, 2 home nations, early doors, couple turnovers. This is the mixed 15s category. It's understandable that at 8:30 in the morning there's a couple errors, but the standards that these teams have set themselves so far, it's a little bit surprising that there's been a few turnovers early.
Yeah, completely. After yesterday, some of the fantastic quality seen at the 15s level, especially at a new category, I'm just really happy, and I don't know what standards to hold anymore.
Yeah, it is. It feels like a terrifying prospect as we see number 8, Talia Dean, moving through the field. There's Tommy Batchelor, wearing 10, working in the mids. There's Talia Dean. Batchelor wanting that 32 short. Just has to take the settler. There's Toby Rollo, wearing 13 as well. Batchelor platforming, Rollo driving, Rollo looking to score. Good Scottish defence celebrated by quite a lot of Scottish support down to our right-hand side. They've brought loads of supporters over. There's Dean. Batchelor feeding Rollo on the sweeper. Rollo accelerating, Rollo diving, and Rollo opens the scoring. And Tommy Batchelor with a lovely bit of feed. Toby Rollo with the pace to burn Scotland. Only took 90 seconds, but there's your opening score on day 2.
Just some pure acceleration from Rollo there. Just getting past his man and inside the gap. It's just a lovely bit of play.
And sometimes it's the simple stuff that can do the damage, especially early doors. You don't want to overexert yourself or potentially, fall foul of some unforced errors. England sort of went back to quite simple strike structure, and that did the damage. Scotland's turn to try and reply. Rhys Allen, wearing 16, the most recent drive. Nice pick-up from half. That's a good bit of pace on display. Nice pass. It's well marshalled over on this near side by Daniel Gray and Olivia Upton. And Kit, I'm not sure, have you seen any of this mixed 15s category yet? Have you seen Scotland's mixed 15s before?
I haven't seen the Scottish mixed 15s before, but I did get the chance to watch Belgium yesterday along with Wales, and there were a few strong games.
Well, I'm gonna put you on to a little bit of insider knowledge. Number 9 for Scotland, Freddie Fox. He had 5 try assists in their opening game against China yesterday. And I made a very brave call on commentary and said, if this boy is not a fly half, I'll be mightily upset. And then at the end, he confirmed, yes, he's a very talented fly half. So keep an eye out for number 9, Freddie Fox. If he gets going, he's a hard player to stop.
Thank you for that knowledge there, Joe. I'm excited to see what Freddie has to offer.
Yeah, he's a class little player, and especially at this age, it's unreal to see players operating at such a high level. Nice first touch here from Scotland, trying to play through the English press. It's good work by Coldine. Scotland do a really good job at cutting out that transition defence. That's that 4th touch taken on the 10-metre line after 3rd was taken deep in their own half. 5th touch, right foot step, driving, 3-on-2. Lovely bit of footwork. And it's well defended by England. Scotland just stuttering a little bit in that transition, didn't they, Kit?
They were, but I think that was mainly due to the English defence. The press on the Scottish team was really impressive. The English shooters just getting up on their face. But I wonder if Scotland's going to check around them if they just continue to send the individuals.
I think that's the read, isn't it? Especially on that 4th touch. So Scotland trying to play around them. Here's Tommy Batchelor for England, accelerating. Stopping on a dime. Lovely extra pass to Dean. 5th touch. Batchelor driving over towards the short side. Dean couldn't quite take that one in stride. It's good defensive work from Scotland, able to see off that most recent English attack, an all home nations affair to get us underway. And Scotland are probably feeling possibly the brighter here. They had the earlier finish. They also had an early start yesterday. This is the same time slot as their opening game yesterday. So these conditions probably feel a little bit more familiar to Scotland. It'll be interesting to see if that comes into account as we go through the latter stages of the game. And this English press is causing Scotland all sorts of problems as of right now. And Scotland able to play around it effectively. 5th touch taken in a much better area. Long ball over to that far side wing. It was a marauding run coming from Ailís Hobson. Well turned over. England's transition defence looks pretty good so far.
They're looking strong, and if they keep it up, and they're definitely just going to have the pressure on Scotland there.
Yeah, I think they're looking to force some early turnovers and give themselves nice field position. Much better. That one is quite plainly forward, but referee's not quite seeing that one. We play through. The left foot, right foot step. And still the players alive. 2-on-1 over on the far side, coming back against the grain. It feels like the right decision was eventually made because England may be benefiting from some more early morning sleep in the eyes because, yeah, that one was a little bit forward.
It's one of those classic instances as well where they had the 4-on-3 overlap on the right-hand side, but they just didn't have the space to execute.
Yeah, some good crowding defence from Scotland. 2-on-1 opportunity for the Scottish transition, not quite taken. There's Isabel Gare.
Failed intercept there from number 12, England, but it was a good opportunity.
And you've got to go for these opportunities. I had the pleasure of doing a little interview with Rob Emery, the boys 15s coach from England, and he was saying that one of the things that he tries to do, especially for players at this age, is just encourage these mistakes and you know, be in the right position, make good decisions. If the execution isn't there, that's fine because we can train that. And it's for Freddie Fox accelerating through, showing the dummy, trying to create scoring opportunities. He was matched stride for stride by Frankie Wheeler. There's a good defensive work from the number 11. Well, there's your first real opportunity to see what Freddie Fox has on offer in line attack. Dangerous player. When he starts to find his groove, he unpicks the Chinese defence at will yesterday on live stream. A much better transition. Lovely fly option as well. 2-on-1, ball back on the inside. Extra pass wanted to go, but that's 4th touch, 5th coming. Plenty of touches left in the chamber for Gray and co. As McDade platforming, lovely sweeping. Oh, lovely ball. And what a brilliant score that is. Made so much more impressive. A sweeping play coming round. Fionn Wheatley picking lovely options. I mean, if you've watched any of the NTS, you've seen Fionn Wheatley absolutely pick teams apart playing for Wigan Warriors. And, I mean, she's showing up out here at the European
Scotland will definitely want to strike back here, going 2-0 down. And they've got some passionate fans in the corner, and I'm sure they got the rally behind them.
Yeah, well, it was a nice atmosphere, wasn't it, when we were doing our little intro to camera, as we see Scotland flying around, 2-on-1 opportunity, stepping back against the grain, diving at the line. It was a low dive, and he goes over. And that's the reply that Ewan Lewis wanted to deliver for his country. Scotland cut the deficit back down to 1. That was a lovely score from Lewis.
No, great dive, and honestly, the confidence to step back against the grain and go inside. It was a lovely play from the young man.
Yeah, absolutely was. As he comes over, that's a familiar rugby sight. You have to forgive me and Kit giggling to ourselves. It's the number 8, Stuart Robinson, who's come over with an almighty nosebleed, and that's a familiar sight for us boys playing rugby all of our lives.
No, I love to see the heart of a young man just playing on with a smile on his face.
Absolutely. It's that moment where the magic sponge is doing God's work, and there's not a chance he'll be coming off the field, is it? Good turnover here for Scotland. England's first opportunity to reply goes begging. Scottish defence staying really tight and well marshalled. I've been really impressed with how Scotland weathered the early storm from England. 7 minutes in, England really had it all, whereas Scotland have just problem solved well. And here's Freddie Fox finding himself in a little bit of space. Late check around the back to Rhys Allen. Allen driving, escaping through the initial press, dummying, stepping. What lovely yards on offer from Allen. Here's Fox. Now working with Cartledge. Calls from the Scottish sub-box to go forward. Freddie Fox with the right foot step. Cartledge, Allen, not quite taken. It was a little stumble from Cartledge. There was a 3-on-2 over on that far side. Didn't quite have the space to execute, but the Scottish fans are happy with it.
No, it was a great drive and a lovely hard touch to get that ball back. That is the effort you want to see from the young man, just putting in the miles.
And then forcing the turnover as well. Scottish ball. Freddie Fox, Cartledge. Here is Fox. This is his bread and butter stuff, Freddie Fox. Line attack sets, bang on the 7-metre line. What can the young man create? Open side quickie for Freddie Fox. Right foot step, QB option, looking to play phase. Freddie Fox ripping long, connecting with the wing. And that is Freddie Fox doing what Freddie Fox does best. Pulling defences left and right, carving holes, delivering pills. Ailís Hobson with a finish in the corner. There's a lot to like about that Freddie Fox interplay.
Oh, I absolutely love the short play. Just had it on the ground and picked it up straight away. All the confidence in the world to send it straight to the wing. That was a lovely play from Scotland there.
How ridiculous that under 15s are playing quickie phase play close to the line 3 metres in. It's ridiculous. This Scottish team really blew me away. Exceeded all my expectations yesterday in their game against China, running double doggies tap-off moves. And it seems day 2 is being played in a similar vein. Sweeper platform here for England. Batchelor opting not to feed the sweeper, checking back open side towards Toby Rollo. Rollo now in motion. Batchelor feeding Rollo with the right foot step, looking to feed back towards Batchelor. Scottish defence stays tight, and the volume level has crept up, isn't it? We're right next to the Scottish sub-box, and those 2 scores without reply for Scotland have really kicked everyone into life below us.
No, it's obviously always unlucky there as the half gets caught out and England have another opportunity. But if those Scottish fans stay loud, I have no doubt that the Scottish team are going to rally behind them.
Yeah, it makes such a difference, doesn't it, when you've got a good bit of atmosphere coming behind you. Batchelor, Braden, Rollo, driving, Rollo, diving. It feels like the exact same score that got us underway 90 seconds into this game. It's 11.5 minutes into this one. 3-2, Toby Rollo has a brace. He's rapid, isn't he?
He is quick. I just love the short setup as well. He doesn't hesitate at all, goes straight for the gap, knows his man's offside. It's just good heads-up play from him.
It absolutely is, and it feels like Toby Rollo and Freddie Fox are just going, bar for bar with each other at the moment. Anything you can do, I can do better. The 2 young boys out here playing great touch, executing when they need to for their country. There's a nice disguise sweeper set up, exposing potential 2-on-1 opportunities.
Great touch from the link there.
England's defence staying still. That was Magnus Ferguson wearing 13. Here is Magnus Ferguson. Doggies play here for Scotland, diving at the line, well defended. That's the industry that Scotland want to strike with. They're going to create scoring opportunities left, right and centre. It's a brilliant drive from Fionn Wheatley. England just slowing the play down ever so slightly. And the referee's just seen an illegal play of the ball as well, not putting his foot over the ball. So turnover there for Scotland. The sting of that English transition just didn't quite land, did it? It was a little bit stop-start. It didn't really give them anything going into that fifth touch platform.
No, when the players came on, they just lost all momentum by the look of it. So they didn't really lose much opportunity from that loss of ball.
There's Freddie Fox. Nice drive there from Reece Allen, getting over onto the outside edge. There's Cartledge. Cartledge platforming here for Freddie Fox to scoop. Scoop with the left-hand pill into the link channel. Not a lot doing. Scotland just using their full set of six effectively, putting the ball in a dangerous area for England's transition. They'll try to put on the nudge and force a turnover.
No, it's good knowledge for Scotland to kill it in the corner there. Just trying to push England as far away from their box as they physically could.
And now this English transition just comes to a bit of a standstill for a moment. There's fifth touch here. Batchelor driving. Tommy Batchelor accelerating. Took the ball into one arm. Shows the dummy. Then connects with Rollo. Rollo's got a first half hat trick. Tommy Batchelor with a try assist. And Tommy Batchelor just shifted through the gears. Probably only hit gear number 3. That's all he needed. Connected with Rollo. Good score for England. It's the best transition yet.
No, the pace of Rollo and Batchelor giving Scotland problems early doors, but it's just crazy rapid from the young boys.
It is, isn't it? I mean, I've played with Tommy Batchelor down at Horsham. So if you're wondering why I said he's only really gotten into gear 3 there, it's because I don't think I've ever seen him run at full tilt, because he's never needed to outrun any of us at Horsham. A very talented player showing out for his country here on live stream. Sweeper set up here for Scotland. Step back option. We're going to use the left-hand pass. 2-on-1 opportunities. Finds the wing, feeding back onto the inside. Nice recycling. That's fifth touch. Just losing track of the touch count for Scotland. Scooping play. He's killing the ball in a good area again. It's mature work from Scotland, but they just need to find a way to really create some more consistent scoring opportunities. Ooh, we hope that that's nothing too serious. That seems to be a really painful one for Ollie McDade. Holding his right hip. Early doors on day 2. That's the last thing that anyone wants to see, whether you're watching from an English perspective or a Scottish perspective. These are children. They're playing careers in the future are the most important thing, and that's a real shame for Ollie McDade as Fionn Wheatley puts the right foot step on, beats one of the Scottish middles and almost beat the second English transition, just spluttering them for a moment as they find themselves isolated in the middle of the field. A good platform here on 5th. There's Wheeler.
Oh, lovely footwork from number 11. He's made his way through.
Yeah, lovely draw and pass. Frankie Wheeler connecting with Olivia Upton. Easy money.
It was a bit of something from nothing there. It was individual brilliance by Frankie Wheeler and just did very well to beat his man there.
Absolutely. Upton hugging the width, making sure there were scoring opportunities. 5-2 now for England. A game that certainly felt quite close to begin with has kind of run away from Scotland at the back end of this first half. England have found ways to create scoring opportunities more often than not. I think Scotland have just got a little bit of problem solving to do, haven't they?
They do, and the biggest thing for me is the transition in the midfield. Scotland have been given a gift of their talent being able to run around the outside, but they need to drive up the pitch with more intensity, otherwise they're going to struggle against this hard English press.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that punch up, that go forward. It's the traditional player who just the workhorse, is the grinder in the midfield, just keeps going through his work, looking to move forward. I think England have found a good balance of that so far in this first half. Nice bit of orchestrating coming through. Cole Dean scooping, accelerating, left-hand ball into the wing channel. Right option, just needed an extra yard on the pass. Imogen Arringstall couldn't quite pick that one up off the bootlaces, but it's good work from Cole Dean.
Just a bit of an interruption from the Scottish fans there, but no, it was lovely from Cole. He chose the right option, just unlucky with that execution.
Nice 2-on-1. Again, Scotland just need to find a little bit more momentum. There's Fox lingering in the midfield. Freddie Fox with the inside check. And it's fifth touch now. Fox has a lot of work to do from deep in his own half. Bounces away from one, but it was a good flick touch that got the shirt. Good midfield defence from Jasper Hesselwood. Turnover here from England. 2.5 minutes left in this first half. How are we seeing this one, Kit? I know the scoreline probably flatters England a little bit. I feel like Scotland have been more in the game than the scoreline would suggest, but England's still deserving of the victory. There's a few little things that Scotland can do to just get back in this game, isn't there?
Yeah, completely. For me, as I said before, it's just the Scottish injecting pace onto the ball, I think, would be the biggest difference. But that's what England have done. We've seen them run through and sprint onto the ball. They've obviously got the passion, but just putting the pace onto it is what I want to see.
Yeah, that pace and direction.
Nice.
It's nice interplay, moving laterally, looking for the outside wrap. Trying to bounce around the English link, who gets up expertly to make good touches. Fifth touch. Scoring opportunities, right footstep, left footstep, there's a right footstep as well, and then there's a ball into the wing channel. I couldn't quite get over for the finish. But I think that subset really emphasises your point there. There was, you can see the stress that Scotland are causing England even when they're scooping on the English 10-metre line. So if they can get that strike up closer to the 7, then England are chasing shadows and they're really scrambling defensively.
No, exactly. And you can see England do it here when they come on, just spreading the ball, trying to check around that one man. It's just ball movement and running onto it. That's what Scotland are lacking. But when they start doing it, I'm sure it's going to be really threatening.
There's Rolo into play. Driving forward, fifth touch platform. Rolo open side quickie, feeding left foot step, 2-on-1. Extra ball goes into the wing. It was a great covering touch. Isabel Gare with a try-saving touch. It was really nice interplay for England, but it's a touch that's worth just as much of a score from Isabel Gare. 30 seconds left to go in this first half. Again, Scotland just being caught behind the gain line. Toby Rolo getting up, making dominant defensive touches. Scotland, with seconds left on the clock, will be looking to at least threaten the English line once more before the half-time hooter. Lovely dummy, this fourth touch, fifth coming now. Much better place for Scotland to scoop from. There's the final hooter. 2-on-1 opportunities. And then just taking the 6 and change. That brings up half-time. England 5, Scotland 2. Kit, if I ask you to take your commentary hat on and put your coach's hat on, from a Scottish perspective, is there a few little things that what do you think this sub-box conversation is going to look like at half-time?
I think there'll be a lot of praises because they have played really well. For me, it'd just be switching to the latch on the sub-on, just getting that goal, driving up hard in the middle. That's the biggest thing for me, just trying to change a few tactics there, probably.
Extra yards, touches 2 and 3, I think, is the recipe for success. And for England, it'll be a case of more of the same at the half. England 5, Scotland 2 in our opening game in the mixed 15s category.
So just in case anybody's listening out there in social media land, Scotland have got England exactly where they want them. Second half is Scotland's. Let's go.
Morning, we well?
officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your first and second warning. Feel ready to go. Ladies and officials, stand by.
And welcome back, second half underway. England with the tap, Batchelor and Rollo, the two players who've really done a lot of damage to this Scottish defensive line. With ball in hand, Scotland with a fair bit of work to do in this second half, I think it's fair to say, but it's also work that they're more than capable of completing. 32 short for Toby Rollo.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication there as the link 22 looked to go for a sweep before going and picking up at half.
Batchelor, Rollo throwing the extra pass, that's 6 more. Brand new set of touches in the chamber.
No, this is the danger pod as well, isn't it, Joe? We've seen the pace of these two boys already.
Yeah, this is Pom squad. Hammer play here for Tommy Batchelor. Batchelor accelerates around the outside, diving at the line. Good defensive touch. Freddie Fox finds himself in defence. He'll be working alongside Rhys Allen and Douglas Cartledge. I think it was Cartledge making a good touch there. There's Batchelor platforming. 32 short for Rollo. Instead coming over onto the short side for Batchelor. Just taking a settler for a moment. Talia Dean driving. Hammer play for Talia Dean. Going hard at the line. Good defensive touch. In fact, ball down and turnover. Freddie Fox and co doing enough defensively to see out the English on that line attack set. And opening 90 seconds in this second half, they'll take a lot of confidence, won't they? But we were talking at the half-time break, and it's this transition that has been a problem area, and we think we know why.
Yeah, completely. Just unlucky there. Scotland have run out on the play, but in the first half, Scotland was sending their far link and far middle on first and feeding the ball on the second touch instead of sending it to that classic latch we're used to. So that just allowed England on the heavy press to really cut out the momentum they had. I was hoping to see them put it on the latch and just drive a bit more direct in the subbing on platter.
You almost want to just see them condition England being really tight in defence as well. I think if you send on the far link and mid early, you show your hand a little bit, and England can go man on man because you've only got 4 players on the pitch at that stage from a Scottish perspective. So, the coaching staff here and chairman of Scottish Touch will be problem solving that one. Open side quickie for England. Offside call, really well listened, well executed as well. Cole Dean. It's a young family affair, isn't it, with the Dean family? Cole and Talia showing out here in the mixed 15s. Cole Dean with the score. Great heads-up play. Look at that roll, bang on the 7. Killer.
Just mental footwork from the young man. And the whole family seems to be blessed with those kind of genetics. I'm sure Talia, when she gets older, is going to be just as quick and dangerous, but she's still a threat now at this level.
I mean, he's ridiculous, isn't he? Nottingham Touch being such a hub for talent and siblings as well. It's, terrifying stuff, but enough said about the Simons. They've had enough airtime for 1 year. Scotland looking to drive through. Noah Johnson was conditioning this defence. The referee wasn't happy with the onside line. It's a big pod here. Alex Little, Johnson, and Magnus Ferguson, which is very hotly contested for my favourite name of the day. There is Ferguson, platforming, sweeper set up. Flick touch was only just made. I think the actual loss of footing from Noah Johnson might have squirreled his way over.
I like the platform in Scotland to run the doggy. Was it a doggies play?
Yeah, it was kind of in the middle of the Lincoln mid, kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Bit of a skew whiff sweeper platform. There's a more textbook sweeper platform. Left foot step for Johnson.
I think that final pass before the sweeper to the ball was just a bit too far. The half's getting there too slow for Scotland.
I think as well you'd like that sweeper runner to be a little bit more square to the try line, wouldn't you, when he's receiving that ball? That's a better option. Lovely check back. The exact right thing to do. Magnus Ferguson had found himself in acres of space, and the far side wing was lingering in a dangerous area as well. Isabel Guett. Again, right read, right endeavour. Maybe if this game's played 2 hours later in the day, those passes connect, but it's positive work from Scotland.
No, it's great work and great conditioning as well. Sending the sweeper the same way twice and picking up from half. It was definitely the right play, but you know, it's always in those first games the silly mistakes are made.
It is. There's some dew on the floor, that's for certain. I mean, believe it or not, we had a bit of rain last night, which has made these pitches look just a little bit greener in our eyes. So there was a little bit of dew on the floor this morning. There was probably sleep in the eyes as well. It's a very hot, very humid temperature. So you'll be forgiven for a couple early mistakes on day 2 here. Freddie Fox working with Cartledge and Allen. There is Cartledge platforming for Freddie Fox, trying to go around the outside of Tommy Batchelor, although that's easier said than done. Almost escaping her way through was Layla Melville. Good defensive work, and actually a crossing penalty being given. That's the second of the tournament that I've seen being given, and probably the second of the year as well. One of the more rarer calls that you see on a touch pitch.
No, our referees hold the players to the highest standards here, but it was a right call and unlucky from England, and Scotland get another chance at the line.
If Scotland can, punish here and really start to get scores on the board and assert some dominance, then it's dangerous opportunities. Maybe fortunate to avoid a 7 on or a 4 boys on penalty there, but the referee's happy just to let this one go.
No, lucky there from Scotland. That would have been an unfortunate mistake, but here they are pushing the line. I think they'll probably go for the sweeper platform again.
Yeah, I'd like to see them go. In fact, I would like to see them just go back to this hammer play that they've got.
Yeah, completely.
Oh, lovely fire up option, accelerating. There's offside links. There's a fizz pass into the hands of the wing. Great hands-on off there by Eilish Hobson. England doing enough.
Yes.
No touches remaining. 6 and change. Good defence from England. I think Scotland might rue sort of subbing in that set. You're using 3 of the 5 touches to get the fresh legs on the field. It's a tricky one, and maybe they'll look back on that as a missed opportunity.
Yeah, but on the other, you just have to see that if you don't sub, you have those tired legs on, and it's not just this game. When we're not in the knockout stages, sometimes just conserving your fitness is the most important thing. But they've got to back themselves at the end of the day.
Yeah, tournament management, isn't it? Making sure that no injuries, you let players.
Great Scottish midfield defence there, stopping the England 6 within their own 10. That's exactly what the coaches would have wanted to see after the pace England put in the ball in the first half. Scotland as well, just improving their subbing transition. Just the checks from the link to the wing, 1 to 12, were really good, and that's just what I wanted to see, because England have only been sending that individual shooter. And if they're not coming up as a team, Scotland are well within their rights to just pass around them.
Absolutely, it's a good read, and a scooping opportunity, 2-on-1 in this outside edge, feeding over towards the wing. There's a lot of encouragement coming from the box side, but at the moment they're not quite able to carve through this English defence as consistently as we saw them do in the first half. I think defensively, England in this second have just become they're a much more tighter outfit.
Good call there from the referee to see over the mark, and just a few back-to-back errors on the drives have let Scotland really hit at England, and here they want to capitalise on those. But Scotland again are looking for the subbing pod. 13's just looked to the sideline, and I wonder if you were right earlier and they're just going to waste their touches on the line.
Yeah, I'd love to see. It's a really tricky moment. There was a diving attempt to reel that ball in. Reece Allen couldn't quite do it. Yeah, sometimes I think, you know, just providing a different picture as well to the defensive line is important. If you decide to do a direct set and you know, not sub in that transition there, you know, it makes the defensive line for England just question themselves, and you know, they can't then go to the default, which is this transition defense. So here, I'd love to see this pod just go direct and not sub, which I think they are going to do. And it's the man with dynamite in his boots and gold dust on the fingertips, Freddie Fox, operating in the midfield channel this time with Cartledge. Cartledge on the open side, quickie here for Fox. Back to Cartledge. Phase play for Freddie Fox.
He's done it again.
Left hand rip, looking to hit the wing. Sinker into the wing channel. What a lovely finish. And that is try time. And the only thing better than the sinker into the wing channel was the finish from Isabelle Guerre. Freddie Fox goes direct, gets his reward, and the Scottish sub-box erupts.
Freddie just looked too pumped there to send it left to right. 3 on 2 to the wing. The young man did very well to get that pass off, and the finish was unbelievable. What footwork.
It is unreal. And just to, you know, your comment about tournament management earlier has prompted me to do a little bit of a deep dive and bring up some information that we've got for you. So currently the standings in this pool at the round robin stage of the mixed 15s competition, France are in the lead, played 3, won 3. The score difference is absolutely diabolical. That French mixed 15 seed looked amazing. Scotland are in second, played 3, won 3. England are in third, played 3, won 2, lost 1. So this game really holding quite a lot in terms of the overall standings going later on. Yeah, England's loss came against France. Scotland, I believe, are yet to play the French team as well. Scotland beating China 12-8, and then beating Belgium 13-5, and then beating Ireland 9-5. So with a win here for England, Scotland will be up against it when they play France, and then it provides a lot of opportunities in the latter stages for semi-final places. That 4th spot is yet to be decided. Currently in that 4th position, it's Wales, who again have played 3, won 2, lost 1. So, and Wales again have already played France, so it seems like France are just taking scalps left, right, and centre. This pool stage is the round robin stage of the mixed 15s is setting up to be really interesting going through today.
No, we had the pleasure of commentating France-Wales yesterday, and that was a really feisty game with a really good individual performance for Dan Brown. But this 15s category is turning out to be something special, Joe, honestly. And some lovely play from England there, but great Scottish defence from the try scorer, number 14.
Yeah, Isabelle Guerre she's had a wonderful performance so far.
Oh, and just the English press against Scotland, eating 2 touches within their own 7. It's just, well, and a well-deserved turnover as well.
Yeah, what a turnover that was. English pressure. And what's nice as well, England, there's not a thought of subbing. Cameron Barden, Tommy Batchelor. Here is Batchelor, 32 short, left foot step, diving at the line, good defensive touch.
No, after the first half, the Scottish middles would have wised up to Batchelor's diving threat.
Yeah, they would have to. Here's Tommy Batchelor, platforming here, sweeper setup, Fionn Wheatley in motion, dummying, getting into the in-goal area. That was lovely endeavour, brilliantly carved through, was Cole Dean. Unfortunately, the pass might have just been fizzed a little bit too much. Didn't need to be as, as direct as that, but potentially due on the ball. Again, right read, the execution just not quite there on this occasion. Scotland get away with 1.
Yeah, and here we'll see what we were talking about at the beginning of the first half. Scotland just giving it to the far Lincoln mid, and in that circumstance, getting some lovely arcing run on it, but it definitely opens up the pitch, but that's if they can get around that England shooter. Yeah,
now Freddie Fox has a fair bit of work to do. Skip pass over to the wing, looking to try and finish again. Zaylis Hobson not quite doing. I know, I completely agree with your observation where, feeding that far Lincoln mid, it does open up the pitch, but then Freddie Fox has got a scoop from 30 metres out. However, that turnover, I want to see the boys go direct here. back the fitness, back the ability. Use the full set of 6.
Maybe that's why they've been looking to sub off, because they've just used all their gas on that run, trying to outbeat that middle.
There's Freddie Fox fitting back into Cartledge. Cartledge playing very close to the line. Sinker into the wing again. And that is a much more simple finish this time for Isabel Gare.
Stop it,
rinse and
Freddie.
repeat. It's Freddie's world. We're all just living in it at this point. You know what's coming. You see it a mile off. You can't stop it. Freddie Fox, my word. What a player this young man is.
This man knows his lefts and rights for sure. He's got it off both hands on a dime. Well done, Freddie. What a performance.
What's awesome as well is you see him load that ball onto the back hip, and you know a sinker's coming, and yet you can't stop it. You just cannot stop it. That combination between Cartledge and Fox is just ridiculous. And single-handedly, they've dragged themselves back into this game. It's now 4-6, still in favour of England, but the scoring from England has stopped, and the scoring from Scotland has ramped up markedly.
No, momentum.
Well, I'll tell you what I will do. I'll mute my mic and go home, shall I? The scoring from England hasn't stopped. They extend their lead back out to 3 scores. What a lovely delay pass this is.
I'm happy you're the one speaking, because I was going to say the same thing. But a lovely no-look check off to number 15, and great hands straight through to the try line.
Yeah, Zara Thompson with the finish, running a good hole too. That into-out line, just fading away from the covering defence. 7-4 now in favour of England. There's good hands, left foot step, 2-on-1 over on this outside edge. It's shovel pass into the wing channel. Really good defensive touch. Alyssa Close.
No, Scotland needs to be careful not to get complacent on the momentum. It swung back in their favour, but England have shown that, hey, we want our lead and we're going to do everything we can to keep it.
Yeah, sweeper set up here, stepping back against the grain. Acceleration here for Magnus Ferguson. Ferguson driving at the line. Ferguson scoring. Sweeper variations. We like that one a lot, Kit.
Yeah, they tried to run that earlier on in the game and just a drop ball, but this time no drops, no mistakes, just pure pace from Ferguson to get on the outside.
You see the stride leg. He sees the space in front of him, hairs away into the corner. Magnus Ferguson again brings this back to a 2-score game, and this is getting very interesting going into the latter stages. This mixed 15s competition has delivered some absolute classics, and yeah, this Scottish team is fast becoming one of my favourites to watch. However, they've got a fair bit of defensive work to do now. Lovely super setup, Toby Rolo feeding back to Dean. Great defensive touch. However, offside penalty, fresh set of 6 coming. I believe it was Freddie Fox that hadn't hit the line.
No one's perfect, and Freddie's had a game so far, but good defensive touch from him there. Just slowing it down from England. They didn't get both mids up, so they wouldn't be happy with that shape.
Again, sweeper set up here. Lovely feed, Talia Dean on this occasion. The door is shut.
No, Freddie Fox is working really hard defensively, and he's just not letting his other middle come up.
Yeah, it's really impressive work, isn't it? We knew that one was coming. You could hear the referees.
No, as much as Freddie's up and pressing, he doesn't want to compromise and shift over. I don't think the Scottish middles are running that switch play in defence.
No, I think they're just backing Freddie Fox to do a fair bit of work, and then Fox is asking his supporting cast to help him out. However, there's your 3-on-2 execution. Lovely dish into the link channel, and then the dummy to fix the wing and finish.
Dean won't be denied this time. Some fancy footwork from the young man off the platform, and just beats Freddie Fox, who I think was maybe working too hard that last set.
Yeah, Toby Rolo was lingering in a dangerous area, and it's telling, isn't it, of a stressed-out defence when Link and Mid both crash in on the same player. It's difficult things. 3 tries, the deficit now. 3 minutes to go.
And 4 tries for Toby Rolo, I think, now.
Indeed, you would be absolutely correct. Yeah, 4 tries for Toby Rolo, 4 try assists for Freddie Fox. I mean, again, just setting them up with the 2v2 quickie sets between the two of them. That'd be a very entertaining prospect, wouldn't it? Yeah, just do Cartledge and Fox versus Batchelor and Rolo, and we'll just do 2v2 quickie sets for the remaining minutes. So that would be a phenomenal sight. There's 4 boys playing way beyond their years.
Oh, unlucky then. Scotland will be looking for a quick try here. Their fans will be letting the players know that there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, and also if the game finishes as it is, England and Scotland will be level in terms of points. They would have had the same amount of losses, so then points difference comes into play as well with Wales hot on the heels. So try difference is really important, getting as many scores on the board as possible. Scotland have put themselves in a really good position going into the final day tomorrow. However, they'll still be needing more scores on the board. Open side fire up, sinking into the link channel. There's a hat trick now. Gare with a hattie in the opening game of day 2. And she deserves it because her defensive work in the first half was superb, and the attacking work in the second is it's just matched it, hasn't it?
No, we talked about the middles and the Freddie Foxes and the Cole Deans, but the unsung heroes are usually the wingers, just the safe hands and the ability just to be there under the pressure. Well done, Gare. You've had yourself a game.
It's really impressive as well, the width on offer. You know, it was uncompromising. She stood out there almost demanding that middle to do the perfect pass, because she will then just go and finish. And I think it just sets great expectations for the rest of the team. There's Talia Dean putting the brakes on, feeding back over towards Batchelor. Rolo working with Braden. Braden driving hard at the line, trying to get around the link. Great defensive touch. Been really impressed with the defensive work of the female links for Scotland. It was Lola Orr on this occasion. There's Toby Rolo, Tommy Batchelor looking to rip long. There's a right-hand sinker into the wing channel. Just requires a fair bit of finishing. With Gare with a defensive touch. 40 seconds left on the clock. The result of this one will be a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, there's not enough time for Scotland to mount an almighty comeback, although they will do their absolute best to try and do so. There's a lot to like from the Scottish performance, but the English performance has probably just been a little bit more put together in the first game of day 2.
No, exactly. I think Scotland suffered from a classic just first half blues in the first game. They definitely knocked into the second gear here and just showed what they really had to offer, but they just couldn't quite claw back that first half performance.
And then bringing the try difference nice and close as well might play a really important factor going into the overall standings. No one really wants to play France in that semi-final draw. It's Tommy Batchelor looking for another score. Is there caught by Magnus Ferguson, and our first game of the day has delivered a wonderful classic in the mixed 15s category. England 8, Scotland 6. Individual plaudits: Isabel Gare, Freddie Fox, Cole Dean and Toby Rolo had phenomenal games, and Fionn Wheatley as well with the footwork. The future is bright for both of these nations if this is what the mixed 15 category looks like. Kit, what a way to start the day.
No, just an unbelievable game, and some crazy comments from us just talking about the structure and the shape of the defence. I just want to reiterate, these players are only 15. It's just, yeah, absolutely outstanding what they've done.
Outstanding is right, but coming up for you next, we're still in the 15s category, this time in the boys 15s. In about 5 minutes time, it'll be China, and they'll be taking on Portugal.
Whereas now we're doing third or fourth. Yeah, that's what I mean. I know,
Next round of games, tap off at 9:20. Group 1, we've got boys 15, China versus Portugal. Group 2, the boys 15s versus men's 20s, France versus Wales. Group 3, mixed 20s, England versus Scotland. Group 5, mixed 15s, Wales versus China. Group 6, Wales 18, France versus Ireland. And Group 7, boys 18s, men's 20, England versus Portugal. That's the 9:20 tap off. Reminder, we have scores tonight. Matches with the line of so, really big bell from the outside. There'll be getting themselves set up. And of course, we've got box coffees. If you want yourself a first in the morning, whether it's a hot coffee, a nice coffee, cup of tea.
So welcome back. Second game of the day. Another one in the 15s category. This time the boys, China versus Portugal. Two teams on their early stages of that developmental track that we've been speaking about oh so often throughout this Youth European Championships. China coming over, honing their skills against the European nations. Invitational side looking to spoil the party in this boys 15s division. Then we'll get some staunch opposition, France and England specifically, having phenomenal games of it so far. Early turnovers for both sides. But how good is it for these teams to play against their peers at such a young age, and you know, two teams that are probably at similar stages on that developmental track? It's important moments for the development of the nations, isn't it, Kit?
Oh yeah, completely, especially for two nations who don't, I think, usually play each other, China and Portugal. I don't think I've ever seen a game in any sport where they play each other. So it's fantastic that these two teams can just get on the pitch and help develop each other.
Yeah, and put a really good account of themselves out there. There's Carvalho looking to pick up, but that's a 6 and change. And pleasure of watching this boys 15s team yesterday. For Portugal, two of the people that I was really impressed with was Gonçalo Pereira and Pedro Bello, two diminutive figures stood in front of us. They're probably the smallest players out there, but their influence is mighty on this Portuguese side. As China go through their subset, Yifan Shi. A good drive, Shi once more. Open side quickie, really big touch coming in. And then 3-on-2 opportunities for China. Unfortunately, coming back against the grain was Yifan Shi. And a nice bit of footballing skills on display from Carvalho with a couple keepy-ups. And then, unfortunately, the ball just drops to the ground instead. And turnover here for China.
Sadly, the World Cup ended a few weeks ago, but I'd love to see that bit of skill on display.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely bit of football on display. Wrong ball shape, though. 32 short, Yifan Shi. We're going to go hard at the line, matched by his counterpart wearing number 1 for Portugal, Salvador Quintea.
I like the setup that the Chinese team are running, but I want to see them try and bring up the middles more. It will be the stark contrast between these developing nations and the established ones like England, just the line experience and just the amount of time they've played touch.
Tyler Marr looking to get the ball down, a hard touch given away from Carvalho. I think it's just the full extension of the arms as well. Can't quite do that. You can flick touch, you can keep your arms straight, but you can't go full extension. Yifan Shi checking open side. Out towards Sheng, though that ball just finding the floor. Jinsi Chi couldn't quite get that one in hand. The other thing to notice as well is the disparity between the two playing squads. Portugal with 16 players on their sheet, China only with 12. That's a tricky thing to manage in terms of fitness levels. However, this Chinese side, as with their mixed sides as well, not shying away from a good bit of competitiveness in terms of fitness, but early turnovers here. Both teams just feeling themselves into the game, aren't they?
Yeah, it's still the first game of the day for the two teams, but they'll be looking to really improve as it goes on, and especially as all the other teams will be doing as the tournament progresses. I'm sure both will be getting just heaps better.
Yeah, lots of opportunities for learning, making sure that these nations develop, get lots of reps in as well, find yourself in familiar positions. Yifan Shi with a couple of really good touches. Portuguese player going back for his hat, style over substance for Augustin Boyce. And Boyce checking away towards Campos. Campos platforming, Boyce driving, looking for the 21 short down that wing channel. It was marked up well by Liu. 4 minutes in, both teams establishing themselves in this game, neither really finding that cutting edge as of yet.
No, not yet, but there's a few early mistakes in the beginning of the game. I'm wondering if they'll iron them out, and I'm sure that we'll see something special later on.
Absolutely. We just need a little bit more go forward from the Chinese outfit. A nice shape on the pass out towards the wing, not quite taken. There's a little bit of frustration early for both sides. Early turnovers here. Great hands from the number 7, Rebelo Pereira. And nice hands out towards Raminos as well.
The 12 here for Portugal, just absolutely generaling the attack.
That's what he's done all day. Lovely shape on the pass as well. There's Gonçalo Pereira wearing number 12 again. His stature might be small, but his influence is rather large.
No, you can see him here, just the experience of the young man, just talking to the outside, getting his other middle up and ready before the play.
Hitch kick step, fizz pass over into that left-hand channel. Not quite happening though. And for Gonzalo Pereira, I think it's there's a moment there where he had a really good opportunity to just drive through the Chinese defensive line and opted to pass a little bit early, potentially a little bit more sort of rugby union coded. As he plays more touch, he'll understand he can drive through into the in-goal area. He's certainly a player with bags of potential in the touch game, and it's good opportunities for him to just get loads of reps in, play against nations that he certainly would have never played against before. And unfortunately in touch you can't deliver a grubber kick. It's a turn over there as Martin Carvalho couldn't quite take that one in stride.
No, but the young lad is definitely a promising young footballer after the skills we've seen.
Yeah, the only thing he really needs to do now is around the world, and we really will be singing his praises.
There's some good physicality seen for the Portugal team. I know they gave over that one hard touch, but they're not letting this China team have any leeway in the touches.
No, they are really trying to impose their dominance. A really good chat from the refs there, fifth touch. And what about the role of the refs here as well? I just noticed that the emphasis on hand signals is really important. You got a Chinese side, a Portuguese side, and then a few English-speaking refs as well. And the role of the referees in this game is going to be really important. And you've seen it here already. I've just been really observing the sideline refs and the on-pitch refs. The hand signals are probably the most clear and like the cleanest line of dialogue between the referees and the teams at this stage. And I think the teams are benefiting from it.
Yeah, completely. It might be obvious to say, but I have to say it. In an international tournament, English obviously isn't the home language of all the teams, because there's only England and then a few other English-speaking countries. But obviously, when we're playing nationals and national league, we just assume everyone plays when it's just English teams. When you come to this setting, the hand signals are so important from the referees, because otherwise players have no idea what's going on. Yeah,
and it's great chat as well. You see there on-pitch ref just being really clear with those hand signals, with the communication. It is it's a much harder job than the one that we've got, Kit. We get to stand up on a scaffold and talk about the sport that we play and love. The role of the referee is so important. China driving at the line, lovely late pass away. Carvalho with a great touch. He's a big figure in this Portuguese defensive unit and is proving his worth as Ouyang. Nice platform as well, but Carvalho again up in the line. Great line speed from the Portuguese, really taking the time away from China.
Yeah, it's really promising from both teams here, because China are getting into their structure and their shape they want to play. It's just that experience of the line and hole hitting of the outside players, but it's really promising from a developing nation.
What I'd really like to see as well from Portugal is just this go back to playing really heads-up rugby and back the hands, throw the ball around. I mean, look at this subset from Portugal. That's an absolute textbook touch subset. Brilliant stuff. But I'd love to see them just back the hands a little bit more, play a bit jouet. Portugal find the ball on the outside edge. Inside pass was potentially the route to success. But Rougewan Liu over on that far side wing with a great covering touch. 9 minutes into this game, where the deadlock is yet to be broken. Defence is coming out on top.
No, it's exactly like you just said. Commentator's gift, I guess. But the Portuguese did just look to play more to their strengths, which I think is their ball skills and ability. It's a tough transition, because I'm assuming a lot of these boys have come from rugby union. It's that awkward stage where you played more union than touch. You're better off falling to your ball skills, but they're doing the right thing here for their development, which is playing to the structure.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to see a little bit of that Portuguese flair that we've seen already. Nice 2-on-1 opportunity. Hands to the wing is good, and there is the opening score for Portugal. Manuel Maria Cortechão with a brilliant score. The Portuguese love it below us. What a finish, what a score. Textbook hands.
No one was happier than Manuel there. Had a nice scream into the microphone, as I'm sure you heard. But yeah, commentators curse for China, but well worked by the Portuguese and well executed hands for a finish in the corner.
Yeah, and it's moments like this that are so important for players so early in this developmental track, very young, very excited. There's a lot of exuberance coming through. It's an important moment for all involved. Francisco Mercado was celebrating. It was a brilliant finish. And Portugal take a lot of confidence going into the latter stages of this half. We're at halfway now, 10 minutes gone, 10 minutes remaining in the first half. Splitter play for China, just steadying the ship for a moment. A little bit more depth is needed. Yang wearing 11, getting in an acting half. Sweeping round was Key. Key, unfortunately, couldn't take the ball with him. And you can see China looking to go back to this structure, but the athleticism from Portugal is just causing China all sorts of issues.
It is, but I'm really liking the discipline of this China pod on the attacking line. They're slowing it down. They're getting their structure set. I'm sure that as this game carries on, as the tournament carries on, it's gonna start clicking for them.
Is his fifth touch now, nothing remaining. Good pace injected. Right hand pass over onto this short side. However, that one's going to be given late, I believe. Touch and pass given. Again, really clear hand signals from the referees.
Clear hand signals, but maybe not clear ball placement.
Yeah, I think China just wanted to get going. They did not want to hang around, although they did themselves out of a 10-metre advantage. Good chat from there from the referees, and Portugal subbing wings in defence, taking the opportunity to do so while the ball's over on the far side. 11.5 minutes gone. China needs to find just a little bit more momentum. It's a physical touch, just knocking the Chinese defender, the Chinese attacker off balance for a moment. China, late pass option. Carvalho, he's been very impressive in defence actually. Martin Carvalho sort of set good expectations for his pod and the rest of his team, living up to the hype really.
No, completely. He's just been a wall in defence. He's had a really good game so far. And look at him driving hard here. That's exactly what you want from someone subbing off the pitch and just gaining his team extra metres.
Oh, great roll ball as well from Martin Carvalho. Second touch being taken almost on halfway. Portugal just slowing down for a moment. Third touch forthcoming. More touches left in the chamber. There is the fourth touch. Fifth coming now. Looking for a platform potentially for Bello.
Oh, is it wing scoop up here? 21 on the wing, playing through.
6 in change. I think Portugal were just asking questions at the offside line. Referees were happy. Wing scoop, absolutely love it. That's right at the Harry Richards playbook, isn't it?
That man has been influencing teams across this tournament.
I mean, we saw it at Vichy. If you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, England men's open winger Harry Richards, when he was playing against Spain, went through wing scooping sets where he'd come off his wing and scoop and rip open side off the right hand. And that is not something you see all too often in a touch game. Portugal trying to replicate the playbook a little bit.
It helps when you run 100 metres in about 6 seconds.
Yeah, he's terrifyingly fast, isn't he? Furious foot speed. There's a few players out here today that we've seen already that kind of remind. I think Freddie Fox actually is probably the closest likeness to a Harry Richards style player, although Gonçalo Pereira is certainly making a good case for that as well. And here comes Pereira onto the field now. Pereira wearing 12, really good subset, subbing off bang on the 7-metre line of China. Dominance touch. Pereira, fizz pass out into the link channel, link to wing. It was well gathered, took a little bit of a juggle. Did Rebeo Pereira. Now Pereira on a jinking run on the inside, 2-on-1 over on the outside edge. And driving hard, looking for the wrap, diving.
Lovely touch from the China middle. It's unfortunate for the number 10 not to score.
Yeah, Isaac Nascimento almost getting over.
First dive we've seen of the game as well, I think. But,
lovely footwork into outstep. Then there's a right footstep, almost skating his way through the Chinese defensive line, who almost sort of switched off, waiting for that transition to come. That's good impetus driving up from Yafan Ki. However, turnover play. It's Gonçalo Pereira with the tap restart. All right, just a roll ball. Again, great hand signals from the referees. They've done so well imparting their needs and wants onto this game in a way that's translatable. Lovely sweeper, switch play, Gonçalo Pereira, ball to the wing. Step back on the inside. Nascimento, Pereira shows the dummy. Lovely endeavour from the Portuguese. It's Pereira. Now checking open side, Rahmaloto. Gonçalo Pereira, 21 short, Pereira, left foot step, diving on the line.
think maybe just a bit too much from Portugal. They switched out of their advantage and back into the numbers. But like you said, I'm happy to see the flair from the team.
Yeah, I want to see them just play with ball in hand, play with confidence. Open side quickie here. Gonzalo Pereira wants this ball. Left-hand sinker into the far wing channel. Couldn't quite get taken, unfortunately, for Ribeiro Pereira. But again, Portugal really finding their feet in line attack. And you know, we're right above this Portuguese sub-box. And the excitement whenever they get onto the 7-metre line is like palpable. I can feel it in my chest when they get there. This sub-box is desperate for more scores.
No, the sub-box and the fans of the Portuguese are absolutely loving it. It's a great atmosphere to see.
China. Really, you know, this is the area of the pitch in which I think the most amount of problem solving could come from. Just a little bit more go forward. I think that's fourth touch, fifth coming. Couple bites of the cherry. That'll be given turnover for a loss of control. Portugal will have an opportunity to go through their subset. 4 minutes left to go in the half. I've been impressed by the Portuguese performance, more so their line defence actually. I know China are struggling with their momentum, maybe struggling with fitness levels as this competition progresses. Only 12 players in the boys 15s category. That's a really tough ask, but the Portuguese transition in defence has been brilliant.
No, they've been really good. The structure they've shown as well has improved throughout the game. Just their speed coming on and their ability to get to the 7 is just really impressive. They just need to be more clinical when at the line.
Carvalho offside. Portuguese defenders driving into the in-goal area, connecting. There's the second score of the day. His play through. Martin Carvalho with a massive vamos back to the sub-box. Portuguese double their lead. Ecstatic moments for the young boys from the Algarve, and they fully deserve this 2-try lead.
You absolutely love to see the passion, and the young man is beside himself with joy as he has a lovely try in the corner. A bit of the dark arts there with a little shoulder bump, but you know what? Nothing illegal about it, and absolutely play on from the Portuguese.
I actually love it as well. You know, if you've got an offside defender standing in your way and you don't change your line, I mean, you can't disappear, can you? Salvador Quintella with a lovely scoop got through the offside defence. Martin Carvalho found himself in space. 3 minutes left to go in the first half. Portugal with a 2-try lead over China. And I imagine if Portugal end up coming away with a victory here, we might have to put some earplugs in because this sub-box is going to erupt into rapturous noise.
No, they are definitely letting us know it as they score. But just, I'd like to see from China here, they're really well disciplined in their structure. Just a bit more intensity, but it's a hard thing to ask from a team who's only got 12 players.
Yeah, it is really tricky. I've been in this situation as well when you're playing a 2 or 3 day tournament. You're light on numbers. It's all heart at this point, and China certainly won't stop running until the final whistle. They'll do as much as they possibly can, but as things stand, the tide is going against them. Zhongwen Ouyang wearing 11, diminutive figure, but certainly with a nice ball playing ability. Yifan Qi as well. There is Key getting in an acting half, picking up against the grain, left-handed ball into the link channel. One more wanted to go. It's picked up by Portugal, and he almost didn't know what to do with himself. He didn't expect the ball to nestle in the hands. There's giggles from the sub-box, there's giggles from the referees. He sort of caught it and went, oh, I've got the ball. Ribeiro Pereira with an intercept. That was touch 0, so this is touch 2 coming now. Ribeiro Pereira going through a fair bit of work. There's try scorer Martin Carvalho setting the goose loose, driving through contact. That pass just dying short of the supporting cast. 90 seconds left to go in this half. If China get a score here, it really does throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but they need to find a little bit more momentum. And also, one of the things that I'm noticing about this Chinese pattern of play, not subbing all too often. This pod's been on the pitch for, I think, 3. This will be their 4th set now. If they don't score, they'll have 5 consecutive sets on the field, and that is lung-burning stuff. 32 short. Ouyang in, another intercept from Portuguese wing. And he tries to shift through the gears, extends the stride length. Does he have the pace to get there? The touch is made eventually. Really good covering touch from Zheru Li.
Lovely touch there, and just the heart of the China team. Just to show they haven't subbed in a while and to still haul it down the field.
Martin Carvalho, Ribeiro Pereira finds himself in quite a lot of space over on this near side. Portugal going from wing to wing. 2 consecutive interceptions. I'll tell you what, if they get a 3rd try before half-time, I have got to take this headset off as fast as possible. That pitch mic is in a dangerous area for the screams and celebrations from Portugal. Torn one on the outside edge. Unfortunately for Francisco Maiquedo, he couldn't take it in stride. The far wing was in acres of space. Martin Carvalho identified the threat, couldn't quite take it in stride. Seconds remaining, and that will be half-time. Portugal take a 2-try lead into the break. And it might be a low-scoring affair, but it's an entertaining game to watch because Portugal celebrating everything like a score.
No, it's just the passion shown from both teams is exactly what you want from an international game. And yeah, being treated to one here, Joe.
Absolutely, and it'll be a magical moment for this young Portuguese side if they can get their first win on the board. At the half, China 0, Portugal 2. So welcome back. Second half underway. And actually quite surprising in that half-time break, the Portuguese sub-box was the most composed I've seen them ever, I think. You know, there was a lot of very calm conversations. They were in a huddle, all taking some very deep breaths, and they know that this game is there for the taking. They got a draw yesterday against the Island boys 15s as well, which was a brilliant result for Portugal. A win here really does put them in a good position going into the latter stage of the day.
No, all composure to the coach. I think he's the man leading that huddle there, because I'm sure those boys would have been loud. But they'll be looking to extend their lead slightly, I'm sure. But a little... Oh, never mind. It was a offside penalty called for China, so Portugal have another set of 6, and they'll be pushing the China line, hoping for an early score in the second half.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing here is this Portuguese side, if they're able to put together a couple good performances today, are within a shout to sneak into the bronze medal playoff tomorrow. This division is really there, and I fear for the eardrums of anyone in close capacity if
in Warwick.
If Portugal get their bronze medal playoff position that they would want oh so much. There's nice open side play, 2-on-1 opportunities. Instead they come down for a scooping platform. Bello accelerates around the outside. It's all a little bit skew-whiff, and Bello just goes, give me the ball. There's opportunities over here. The sideline ref is having a conversation, waving through, and is an outrageous score. I think it caught the Chinese defense completely unawares. It was a 2-on-1 opportunity. Rather than just giving the pass, Raminos takes the touch, lovely half play, and Bello
Sweeps around the outside.
wing sweep play. How good!
What is this phase player we are seeing today, Joe? We've been blessed with a lot.
What is this wizardry?
Scotland gave us the early gift, and then Portugal just continuing on the trend. But love to see the heads-up play. I would have loved to see the 2-on-1 finish, but I can't complain when the try is scored. And unfortunate for China there, they wouldn't have wanted to drop the ball.
Yeah, and Portugal are certainly playing with much more confidence. I think the Portuguese coach, just judging from some body language, was saying to Raminos, just give the pass next time. So it was a 2-on-1 opportunity on the far side, which was quite entertaining. And also we've got to give them a shout out. They came over to us on the gantry just a moment ago. The Portuguese fans down the bottom end, the loudest fans of all. They've probably got one of the smallest contingents, and yet they're giving France a run for their money with the loudest fans. Carvalho platforming, taking a stumble for a moment, back to Martin Carvalho, skip pass over into the wing, right foot step, beats one, can't quite get over, 6 touch and change. Good defence there from China. Nice long ball from Martin Carvalho.
No, it just shows the skills of the young man. The left to right, just pinpoint. So Portugal definitely having the skills, and when they get their structure with their jouet, hate to say, they're going to be a team to watch, and they can push that bronze medal match.
I want to know what the Portuguese is for if there's a Portuguese term for jouet.
I'm sure we'll be told in a few seconds.
Yeah, we'll figure out. Maybe if the supporters come back around, we can start talking about jouet from a Portuguese perspective, because the way they play touch is a really interesting blend of structure. I mean, the most structure that they've got is in their subset, which looks straight out of a team that's played touch all their life, and then they get into their line attack, and it's all just playing what you see, and looking for space, backing the hands. Testament to the coaches for giving them all this confidence to go and make things happen off the cuff.
For me, the one thing the Portuguese could improve on in the spacing is it's hard when you transition from contact to see space, because it's a different kind of space. In touch, a fingertip is a touch. So if these Portuguese boys can just realise their spacing and hold their depth and maybe run at pace a little bit more, they would get a world of difference, because at the moment they've got a 4-on-3, but they're not in the field position they'd want to use.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. Just how different those spaces are when you've gone from one code of rugby to another, whether it's union to touch or even union to league. Those spaces look completely different. And there's Portugal going through their 5th touch setup, accelerating through, finding some space, needs to connect with a supporting player, dummying, keeping a hold of the ball, does connect. And there's a diving finish. There's conversations about if the touch was made. The referees are having a conversation. The Portuguese fans at the bottom think that it should be given a score. We wait with bated breath to see what the referees will give.
Right,
and it will be the score. The Portuguese team Absolutely love it. What about the scoop coming down the link channel? It was brilliant work from the number 3 from Portugal, Mateus Campos, and then the NFL pass diving finish to Augustin Boyce. And Portugal with another score. How good is this? How good is it to see a team with so much passion, celebrating every score like a world beater in front of their fans, away from home, playing against a nation they never would have played against before, and they're having it all their own way at the moment.
Oh no, completely. I mean, they're playing for their country and they're letting us know they're having the time of their life in this game. And it's early morning for some, but for Portugal, it is the best day ever.
It absolutely is. And it is the two diminutive maestros of Bello and Gonzalo Pereira. There's Bello accelerating, late switch back in towards Gonzalo Pereira. 2-on-1, dummy! Gonzalo Pereira couldn't quite get through.
The China fatigue is showing slightly here. I think the lack of players is just really starting to hit them in the later stages of this game.
Oh, a 3-day tournament with 12 players is impossible as Gonzalo Pereira shows the dummy switch and then double pump, 3 pumps diesel. Easy score from Gonzalo Pereira.
No, lovely, lovely try there. I think we're blessed that they were slightly away from the microphone, but the show and go from the young man, as you can see here. Oh, just a pop dummy. The ball leaves his hands as he goes. And we were just saying the fatigue of the China players. They have been playing unbelievable, but it's a tough, tough game to play. Hard touch from Portugal there, but China pushing through and really looking to get to the Portuguese line and be threatening. They do deserve a try because their structure on the line has been unbelievable, but so far they've been unlucky and haven't been able to capitalize on their structure.
It's just struggling with the momentum, isn't it? You know, it's managing the tournament a little bit. It's you know, touch is a momentum game. We had a nice conversation yesterday in the last stages. There's a lovely drive and dive. Really good defensive touch. Yifan Ki was trying to get over, unable to on that occasion. One of these players that is really impressive for this Chinese boys 15 side.
Running a sweeper here. Let's see if they give it. And unlucky, just forgot this touch count there. But it's promising moves from the China team. They're running the right structures, but that injection of pace needs to be a bit faster. It's a hard thing to ask from a team of 12 players.
It really is, and you know, it's been really tricky work for China. They're playing against a side that transitions so well. I've been really impressed with the Portuguese subset. They've done a really good job of getting fresh legs onto the field consistently. There's just going to be a foot in the ruck penalty there for Portugal. So a fresh set of 6 here to work with, just inside their own half. And honestly, I've been so impressed at the development that Portugal have been able to go through, and the way in which they've problem solved a few tricky moments on day one. They've navigated the mentality really well. They've got the game plan right. They're backing structure. They're backing fresh legs, and they're playing what they see in front of them. It's a really impressive stuff from such a young side. That would be, you know, so early on that developmental track. I imagine that this team have not really had many opportunities to train together. You see Pedro Pello coming in and acting half. 3-on-2 opportunities, dummying, stepping, then fizzing. Lovely shape on the pass, extra hands go, and it's ball down in the corner. And it's another score for Portugal. It's number 5. They're really enjoying their time now.
No, they're running away with it now, but just acres of space on the left-hand side. I think China being so used to the ball threat that Portugal have in their role players, just being guilty of maybe squeezing in a bit too much. But it's a hard thing to ask. But it's still lovely, lovely execution on 3-on-2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about these micro moments from a Portuguese perspective. The draw and pass. I thought the time on the release from Augustin Boyce was really important as well. He was just waiting for the Chinese link to square his hips and, you know, deal with the threat of Boyce, and a nice pass and simple hands in the corner. It's a symptom of the stress and strain that this Portuguese side has been able to impart onto China. Is that the Chinese defence looks quite leggy. That, you know, their ability to get fresh legs onto the field after that score was a little bit slow, and it looked quite lethargic. I think Portugal they've got their game plan right, and it's really coming to the forefront now.
Let's see what China can do here as they're setting up for 32 short. Oh no, sweeper, sorry. Let's It's a good pace of the ball, hold their wit slightly, and just unlucky there. But it's promising stuff, and I just want to say how nice that China kit is, especially the red cap. So honestly, fanboying over every little bit.
Is that an attempt to get a little bit of China stash? I mean,
Yes.
I've secured myself a little bit of stash from the Irish team, which is I'm absolutely buzzing with. So thank you, Team Ireland. You are coming up next on live stream, and you've almost guaranteed yourself perfect comms from me. You can do no wrong in my eyes. Another player who's done very little wrong today, Martin Carvalho for Portugal, the big number 8. Probably his position in contact as well. It's a big figure in this Portuguese defensive line. He's set really good expectations. He's ball played well. He's got his score. I don't know if he's the captain of this side, but again, it's one of these like leadership performances that you see. Someone who's always going to move forward, set really good standards for the rest of the team, and expects his team to follow, and they've done exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. And the passion he's playing with as well has been really nice to see. I mean, the whole Portuguese team is passionate, but you have those 2 or 3 players who just raise the level a little bit for the rest of the boys.
Here is Martin Carvalho. Checking over into the link channel. There is Carvalho as well, straightening. Look at the yards on display. And his ability to just eat up the yards in front of him, it's so impressive.
All down to the goosey, I think.
Yeah, setting the goose loose. Boyce, left foot step, escaping into the in-goal area, needs to find some support, connects with Bello, and it's 6, and Portugal are running riot here. It's a green and red flood through the Chinese defence, and it's very impressive from Portugal.
No, just a lovely bit of individual play. Mid-gap there, just a bit too wide for China, and just what can we say about this Portuguese team that we haven't said already? The flair they have is astronomical.
And I mean, I feel like a stuck record at the moment, actually, because I keep saying I'm so impressed with the way that they're able to blend touch structure with the way that they want to play rugby generally. It's a really nice blend, and I think probably a style, and maybe something that we've not touched on yet that we should do. You know, Portugal and China, 2 nations that never would have played each other in a touch circuit before, especially at this age group. Stylistically, as polar opposite as humanly possible. And I wonder if China are struggling to deal with the lack of structure from Portugal, and they're so used to defending quite rigid structure that actually this Portuguese style of play is just catching them unawares and you're completely off guard.
No, it's a really good point you make, Joe, because as I came up to the age of playing, and you have lots of teams who are really structured and focus on the structure early doors, they seem to lack a bit compared to those who just focus on not flair but those ball skills and those fundamental skills as a rugby player that you get from playing rugby. And I think it just goes to show that these Portuguese boys have benefited just from the experience of running hard, of the hands, and the ability to just play heads up.
And there's a brilliant example there. This transition is purring now. Martin Carvalho with a really good roll ball. That's unfortunate, and a little bit of frustration creeping in for Salvador Quintea. Another player who's really stood out in this game, wanted to go for that link scoop. That's a big touch from Quintea. I think the referees are somewhat happy with the physicality level. It's one of the things about junior rugby, whatever code, that everyone develops at different stages physically. And you've got Salvador Quintea, who's probably 6 foot at 12 years old, coming up against some of the Chinese players that are yet to really hit the latter stages of their physical development, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and to be fair to the China players, they look like touch players compared to this Portuguese team, who I think a few of them do play rugby, so it is just the difference. Here we have a nice well-worked move to... I want to see them... Oh, unlucky not to get the ball away there. But, they go for the right options.
We were saying earlier, and it might be a little bit crass, but I think it's also fair to say that the Portuguese side, if this was a sevens tournament, would probably have an absolute field day, because there's a lot of union-coded behaviours out there on display, and I think we're seeing it quite plainly that their ability to then transition that into a touch perspective is really impressive and a quite hard thing to do.
Oh, you can tell through the footwork and the way that they run at the defenders trying to square the hips. It's a subconscious thing, just trying to offer your defence and just get them thinking in 2 lines, as we see there. Just a perfect example of that, and a lovely touch, I think, made in the corner.
I was having a noisy conversation with you this morning about what my degree looked like, and you know, peripheral decision makings, and you know, these subconscious moments that, you know, small micro decisions that you make that don't really come with any sort of cognitive load, that are second nature to you. And I think what you're seeing, and the player that from Portugal that really encapsulates it is Martin Carvalho. There's this innate desire to run at people, not spaces. And in touch, it's actually a really valuable thing. You need players who are just going to get their head down and provide the onside line and bring the rest of his players in. And that's what we're seeing from Portugal.
No, exactly. And I think Martin running at people is really just going to benefit him in the later stages of his touch career, because you need those, I mean, links chopping the hole, because if you don't have those people running at people, you're not going to have people running into the open spaces. So it's just something the young man's going to benefit from. I'm
stealing that, by the way. I'm absolutely thieving that. If you hear me bring that up in NTS next year, you're not getting cited as a source, by the way.
Hopefully I'll be playing, but I don't mind.
That's a great bit of chat, actually. You can't have people running at people, you can't have people running at spaces. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's getting plagiarised.
No, please do. Hopefully I'll be the one running the people.
I will save it for one of the Nottingham games, and we can see. I mean, we saw you show out in the men's final, 2 disgusting ball playing assists from yourself. I mean, if you're wondering who Kit Sorgo actually is, he's a magic man with a ball in hand, and for someone as big, and there's really no right to have the offloads that you possess. So, you know, our chat about ball playing and manipulating space, yeah, it's not coming from me, because I didn't have the ability. It's coming from someone to my right hand side who certainly does.
Joe's being humble, but I think he just likes talking too much to play.
Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. I like the sound of my own voice too much.
I mean, you're paid to do it, so people obviously like it as well, mate. But just showing their ball playing here, but again, I can only see this team getting better strength to strength, because they have the structure. I do think the structure is the hardest thing to learn, and the ball playing just comes from repetition. So over the next few tournaments, next few years, I think they're just going to grow from strength to strength, as I'm sure there's a lot of development and a lot of people out in Asia who would love to see this team grow.
Absolutely, and I've just done a count of the team sheet. China, in fact, only having 11 players here. 11 players for a 3-day tournament is an incredibly tall task, and you can't help but feel like if this China side had a squad of 16, these games look completely different.
Oh yeah, completely. One of the, not criticisms, but one of the comments was the pace of on the ball, but hey, we're standing in the corporate box talking about pace of these players. It's a really easy thing for us to say.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's also a symptom of the standard of this division as well. You know, historically, the 15s division is an opportunity for people to hone their craft and sort of go through quite simple structures in terms of, you know, touch-coded skills. You're focusing on things like 32 shorts and 2-man quickie plays, and whereas what we've seen this year has absolutely blown us away with the ability of these young boys. And actually, you know, the really what feels quite nitpicky is just the standard that's been set out here at this youth European competition, and it's a testament to everyone out here representing their countries, because yeah, I mean, you should have seen my face when I saw the first game of the day yesterday, Scotland versus China in the mixed 15s. I could not believe what I was seeing from a mixed 15s category. Scotland having players as young as 12, you know, playing at the peak of their age range against their peers. Yeah, if you think we're being harsh, well, I mean, these boys are spectacular, and that's why we're doing it.
Yeah, it sounds harsh sometimes, but it is purely just the respect we have for these players. And thinking on it now, we talked about this in the break, but maybe the structure that China have comes from the experience they would have gained in the last week at that tri-sports camp.
Yeah, absolutely.
Learning from the likes of, I hate to say it, the Simons, Sam Dixon, and obviously Dom Tripp and the Opens players.
Mr. Touch himself.
Mr. Touch himself. So I think that definitely would have helped this team here. And honestly, it has shown just with the structure they've played that we've talked so far. But no, I'm very impressed with this team and with the overall level of the 15s category.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think is really impressive, especially from this China perspective, is the roll ball skills are really good. You know, getting that ball stopping on a dime. There's been only a few roll ball errors, which are going to happen over a 40-minute game. You know, Australia Men's Open make roll ball errors in a 40-minute game, so it's only natural that it's going to happen. But the actual core skills on display from both sides of the ball from China have been really impressive. I do just think they're just lacking a little bit of legs, aren't they? A deeper squad allows more rest, allows more momentum, more speed, and more intensity. So yeah, in another world where China have come with 16 players rather than 11, these games look completely different for them.
Yeah, completely. But then, I mean, it's a hard ask sending 16 players from China to Warwick, Coventry for an invitational tournament. So, you know, I think in the next few years there's something we can maybe ask for them, but it's a tough ask today.
Absolutely, and Portugal celebrate their first win in this under-15s category at a European competition. Portugal with 7 scores against China, but I imagine the thing that they will be most proud of is restricting China to no scores. That is certainly no mean feat. Our second game of the day is a special one for the Portuguese team, the players, the coaches, and the support at the bottom of the pitch. But coming up for you next, in just a couple minutes' time, we shift focus into the mixed 18s division, where it'll be Ireland, and they'll be taking on the Cayman Islands. They'll be with you in just a couple minutes' time.
So we're all on site again today. If you want to get yourself something to eat. Some are doing breakfast, and they'll mac cheese on Friday to do the breakfast. Most of you want something to eat for breakfast. So take that photo of yourself sitting there next to the merchants, and you want to kind of particularly yesterday, and you want to copy whether it's a team, whether it's a solo. If you want to get over there and have your finger collection of picture that you had taken yesterday, you can go and collect it, pay for it. You'll take that photo next to the merchandise tent. Talking about the merchandise tent, if you want to get it from the merchandise tent, we sold out yesterday, and there are some more to sell out today. If you haven't got your merchandise and you want some, obviously first come, first served. If you want some, you'll have to get over there and collect it. Just an announcement for the Wales players room, Wales to score over the Chargers because the pavilion. I believe she is a Welsh player. This game is 10:10 this morning in first tap off mixed 18s. Ireland versus Cayman Islands on field 1. Field 2 first 15 Wales versus France. Field 3 mixed 18s Lebanon versus Scotland. Field 4 first 15 France versus Wales. Field 5 boys 18 men's 20 England versus Italy versus France men's 20. And field 7 mixed 20s England Lions versus Ireland. That's the next tap off. Where's the officials? This is your 2-minute warning. Where's the officials? Your 2-minute warning. As we're going through the day, I will be giving you less announcements so that you get up to today and enjoy the experience here at the European Championship 2036 at the University of Warwick in Coventry.
So welcome back. First half underway in our mixed 18s category. Ireland versus the Cayman Islands, and you've got to keep an eye out for a few of these Cayman Islands players. I mean, namely number 1, Louis Shakespeare, who was representing the Cayman Islands in the mixed open at Vichy just a couple weeks ago. Magnificent player when he gets going. Unfortunately, that pass delivered behind the back of Louis Shakespeare. Ireland with an opportunity to get fresh legs onto the field and have a crack at the line. And if you know anything about this Irish side, they are going to run at an uncompromising pace from minute 1.
You mentioned Louis Shakespeare just then, but actually Maya Major and Stella Dean were just at Vichy as well, playing for the Caymans Mixed Open, all 3 of them. Yeah,
it's a very talented team, and I'm very excited to see what this matchup has to offer, as we see a bit of chaos behind us, but all good. Cayman Islands rolling forward. There is Louis Shakespeare cruising through the initial press of 1, and then a second, getting that second touch all the way up over the halfway mark. Lovely drive on offer as well from Maya Major. This is good momentum. Philippe Allard following in suit. There is Allard platforming, dishing off, scoring opportunities. Really good covering touch coming over from Harrison Reeves, made on Ben Coke.
Although, bit of a discussion here. I think ref was asking in the middle if he actually made the touch, but touches it on his board, and I believe that he got that.
Yeah, it's a touch built on honesty, isn't it? There's a nice sweeper set up here. Step back option, 2-on-1, accelerating towards the line, diving. Brilliant defensive touch made. Niamh Purtill with a brilliant try-saver of a touch.
No, exactly what you'd want from your link in that situation. And Ireland have shot the Caymans early out.
Ireland driving, third touch taken up over the 10-metre line. Not quite where they'd like to be. 4 touches in a much better area of the pitch. There's really nice pace injected onto the pay. Rangatawa. Here is Rangatawa. No more touches available. Big calls coming from the sub-box. Driving and accelerating, almost ghosting over was Rudin Leonard. But the Rangatawa brothers, Elijah Jean and Tamati, look to be exciting customers when they get going.
No, this is building up to be a great game between the 2 teams. I'm really excited to see where we go.
And there's Tamati Rangatawa getting up, making good touches. Cayman Islands accelerating around the outside, looking to back some pace, having to come back to the mark. Just a moment was Donardo Henry. Henry lingering in his link channel, not quite taken. Late switches on offer, instead going to the outside edge. It's good endeavour by Jaden Hulse-Bailey, not quite able to unpick the Irish lock as of yet. The deadlock yet to be broken. 3 minutes in, 0-0. Ireland, though, picking off. Rangatawa with a really nice drive through the middle, followed in suit by Leonard. Really great momentum coming onto the field. Doyle wearing 6, scooping, accelerating, trying to get through into the Cayman Islands in goal area. Lovely late pass and finish. Doyle gets through the Cayman Islands defence, connects with his support, opens the scoring for Ireland.
Yeah, no, a great passage of play in some ridiculous pace just against the grain. Beats his man and just really elusive with the link there to lose her person and get in the end zone.
Yeah, Kiva Mooney with a great finish, finding lots of space, clear calls. Doyle was able to isolate and then execute. Great work from Ireland mixed 18s.
Yeah, the Cayman will definitely be looking to equalise it up here. They want to keep it a close game.
Yeah. Reese and Shakespeare, open side quickie here for Louis Shakespeare, driving left foot step, now coming back onto the right, using some nice footwork. 4th touch, 5th coming. Louis Shakespeare working with Theodore Shakespeare. Now feeding over Louis Shakespeare, scooping against the grain, trail line, back into Louis Shakespeare, who just was resting on his heels, wasn't alive to the play. There was lots of space in front of him. I'm sure if that opportunity arises again, Louis Shakespeare will make no mistake.
It's one of those high-level plays that when you're in that situation, you sometimes just forget it's the option, but it was great heads-up play from the 10, because that was the right option, but I don't blame Shakespeare.
Oh, Rangatawa with a phenomenal platform here. It's Keeley driving, connecting, and then a brilliant score in the corner for Leonard. But what about that platform from Tamati Rangatawa? Side through the Cayman Islands midfield press. left them chasing shadows. This is absolutely diabolical for a platform. And then the sinker into the corner, lovely connections. I thought that was probably my favourite score of the day so far.
Was that a bit of a screen line as well?
Oh, don't get me started on screens, mate. I love a good screen, me. I was actually talking to Wolf Kelmsley's over on Pitch 2 at the moment, doing the live commentary there, and I was saying if you get the Irish Mixed 20s, you've got to go Dynamite Pod, Nonchalant Pod, and Screen Pod, as we were coining them yesterday. And he's very certainly said, well, I like the look of Nonchalant Pod, but I'm not sure if I'll use the other one, so that might be on us, Kit.
No, we definitely made some good names there, but they're all down to the players. And I'm just really liking the Irish mixed 18s and 20s at the moment. They definitely train together well, and these 18s would have benefited from playing those older and experienced players.
Yeah, just, you know, it's remarkable what 2 years more development can do to a person, whether it's physically or psychologically or even just, you know, building, you know, good habits and behaviours on a pitch. And I think, you know, a lot of these nations have had the benefit of playing with one another and making sure that they're establishing themselves and honing their craft. You know, steel sharpens steel is the old adage. I think this Irish mixed 18s have, I mean, it would not surprise me if we then got told, well, yeah, they play against the mixed 20s a lot, because there's a lot of similarities between the two teams.
No, I completely agree. And as we get to the Cayman attack here, I'd like to see them move away from trying to punish the goal link side, because the Irish defence has that number completely. I'd like to see them move to the left-hand side and maybe go for an open play or fire up instead. Yeah,
and I mean, Niamh Purtill has not put a foot wrong in defence. So, yeah, although the Cayman Islands coming back over towards this corner, diving at the line. Again, Purtill comes up with a defensive touch. I think Cayman Islands have got to start recognising what's in front of them, because Niamh Purtill is a brick wall in defence.
No, she's played absolutely unbelievable in the game so far, and I think the Caymans just need to... Ireland are conditioned at the moment to that play. They need to open it up, as I was saying.
And there's Rangitawa again. Tamati Rangitawa shifting through gears. Brilliant defensive touch made by Lily Bunce to bring that one to a grinding halt, but Tamati Rangitawa is causing all sorts of problems. Rangitawa working in the middle this time with Keeley. Keeley and Rangitawa trying to create scoring opportunities, not quite happening there. But he is fast becoming one of my favourite players at the moment. Tamati Rangitawa, he's got a fair bit about him and is probably as touch-coded as a player as we've seen so far.
No, and he's obviously got pace for days. There's an unfortunate error from the Caymans there, just giving Ireland another shot at the line.
I'd love to see them go direct here as well.
The confidence of these boys, I don't see them subbing.
There is Tamati Rangitawa working with the number 5, Keeley. Rangitawa to Keeley. Keeley with a left foot step. They're going to connect back with Rangitawa. Not quite happening. That pass just dying short of the try scorer, Rory Leonard.
Could I ask as well, is that a bit of the inexperience pushing through, just trying to go too far on phase one? They had the touches to burn, but you know, it is a confident and good Irish squad. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think also it's probably a symptom of the early success that pod found. You know, trying to throw the sinker into that right-hand channel, expose scoring opportunities on that far side. You know, maybe a bit of white line fever creeping in for the young players out there representing the Emerald Isle. For Ireland, they won't be worried about it too much as long as the scoreline stays the same. There's Louis Shakespeare. Open side quickie for Shakespeare. Just taking the settler. There is Shakespeare. Step back option. Lovely dummy. Ripping long.
Lovely
connecting
ball
into the corner. It's going to take a little bit of finishing and it's intercepted. Touch was made on the 7-metre line from a Cayman Islands perspective. That pass, unfortunately, just behind the wing, delivered by Matthew Rees. There was really good opportunities there for the Cayman Island, but that pass just needed to be in front of the winger.
No, a bit of a hesitation in the pass as well. Just let the Irish defence drift out, but you know, it is a long 4-on-3 ball to give.
It's a nice drive, good acceleration. Louis Shakespeare with a diving touch to bring that one to a grinding halt. Very well worked. Cayman Islands working incredibly hard to create scoring opportunities and try and pen Ireland in. However, they've exposed an opportunity for Rhys Tanner to fly through, and Tanner accelerates all the way.
Coach killer from Louis Shakespeare there, Sally, but great awareness from the young Irish bloke to get through and not put the ball down.
Rhys Tanner just accelerating through, as you said. It looked dominant, and then no touch made. Louis Shakespeare tried to force that turnover, and Rhys Tanner They said, no thank you, sir. Not buying that one. Skating through for the third score.
Shakespeare there just trying to lean on the experience he got from playing mixed open. He'll be a confident young man here, but you know, he's got to give the respect to the Irish team as well.
Yeah, it was a great drive in there from Cosabella Windsor. Cayman Islands again coming back to this short side opportunity. 32 short, picking up against the grain, scooping into the in-goal area, needing to connect. Windsor was trying to shake free of her player.
Lovely try there.
Instead, it goes straight to the wing, and a great finish. We'll have a look at this one on the replay. It's great work from Allard, who escapes into the in-goal area. And then I believe it was Lily Bunce or Reagan Jacques over in that far corner. In fact, it is Lily Bunce with the finish, wearing number 15.
Oh, a lovely little touch on the back there from the Caymans to get the over the mark call. That's always a tough one. You've got a defender in front of you.
Yeah, it's a really crucial play as well, because this Irish pod has had a lot of success with Shay Delaney making things happen offensively for Ireland. There's a nice check back on the inside from Cosabella Windsor. There's Shakespeare. We'll be looking to rectify his unfortunate error that allowed Ireland to go 3 to the good. Shakespeare, again, open side quickie, stepping back against the grain, now left foot. Once again, Death taxes and Niamh Purtill shutting out short side quickies.
Purtill just has the keys to the left-hand side Irish defence. They need to go the other way because that's where they had success early doors. And what was I saying there? They got to play the open side because Ireland are just locking down the link, the girl link.
It might be a game plan from the Cayman Islands to condition this short side defence to be really narrow and then rip open side. There's a brace in the corner now for Lily Bunce. Great finish from the Cayman Islands winger, taking us to 3 scores to 2. The scoring from Ireland has slowed down ever so slightly, but then they bring on the bomb squad. Tamati Rangitawa wearing 10, getting involved, open side quickie. There is Tamati Rangitawa, but that pass just falling to the floor, unfortunately, coming off the back of Finn Keeley.
Shakespeare there with a good strong dump and a nice drive from the Caymans here as they get the Irish defence rolling, and this is the tempo they would want for their subs coming on.
That pass was well taken up in the area, asked a lot of the number 8 for the Cayman Islands, Jaden Hulse-Bailey. There's Hulse-Bailey scooping, trying to get through Keeley. Keeley eating up the ground. He's absolutely rapid, but Hulse-Bailey had another opportunity to run quick on phase, but that left-handed pass was a tricky one to deliver for Hulse-Bailey. Ireland go through their subset, good touch, and forces the off-the-mark turnover. Great work by Donardo Henry.
There's a few notable athletes from this Cayman team, but along with touch rugby, they also have a track and field athlete in Donardo Henry, the 100 meters, and Reagan Jacques in the high jump.
Yeah, well, do you know what? If you would have put Donardo Henry in front of me and said, what sport does this guy play? I would have gone, he's track and field. He's track and field. That is a sprinter from what I see. And we've also got football, roller hockey from Cami Allard. This is again, it feels really good because we were talking earlier about late specification and early diversification. Cayman Islands taking that to the absolute T. 6 touch and change here for Ireland. They need to get out of dodge. It's a really good foot speed. Half just a little bit slow, allowing the Cayman Islands to get up early, but that's a really nice roll ball on offer then as well from Kiva Mooney. Oh, sneaky Redlands play, lovely feet on offer. There's Niamh Purtill trying to create scoring opportunities back down the short side. Really like this sneaky Redlands play from Harrison Reeves, sneaking on up the box side. It was well marshalled by try scorer Lily Bunce. That's unfortunate. Fresh set of 6 here for Ireland.
No, I mean, it's the danger of just trying to go to the box too quick. That's why some teams favour to strike up in the middle. It lets you set your runner just a bit easier without that pressure pushing on for the Irish defence.
Open side quickie, try time, what a dive that was. Charlie Mosley Scoggins with a brilliant dive, brushes off the elbows, open side quickie from the middle of the pitch. Great dive, gets underneath the covering defence. There's a lot to like about this Irish performance.
That was a lovely dive, and it's just, he gets the benefit there because Caymans have their links high, but they just failed to drop on that setback, and it just exposed that hole there. But it's lovely, lovely awareness from the man.
Absolutely, it was. Cayman Islands now looking to get another scoring opportunity. There's Philippe Allard. Allard can't quite take that one in stride, and I wonder if the coaches from the Cayman Islands will be saying, look, we're unintentionally making the pitch quite small by attacking down this short side consistently. I think if they want to attack down the short side, you've got to do something over on the open side in your setup, so you drag the defence one way, come back the other. But what's happening at the moment is Ireland are feeling a bit comfortable in their line defence, so they're just stacking the short side really early. I think it'd be a nice and very interesting read for the Cayman Islands to make if they start engaging that far middle first and then coming back to the short side.
Yeah, completely. And you brought up a great point that they could be conditioning this short side here, but they did get their 2 tries from just punishing a pick up and give to wing, and a pick up and a scoop through. So I would like to see the Caymans, like you said, just utilising that a little bit more. And unlucky there with a ball to ground. And Ireland have a good opportunity here to push up the pitch.
Yeah, Donaldo Henry just was asked to pick that ball up off the boost laces. Purcell with a really good roll ball. Unfortunately, it's slightly off the mark. There was also a tumble. I've been really impressed with the work of Niamh Purcell, who just has furious foot speed, is super athletic, defensively has been superb so far. I think the referees were calling offsides. That's first touch there. However, that ball just falling to floor. It's a tricky one for Maya Major, who sets herself some really high standards. We'll be looking to rectify that small error that just crept in as the car alarm joins us.
The Irish team deciding to go back on another set. I mean, they're going to be confident to score here, because otherwise it's going to be a tough defence and commentators curse.
Yeah, you've had too many good moments, Kit, actually. You were talking about going open side, and Cayman Islands did exactly that, so I'm glad you've been brought down a peg. The commentators curse, humbling everyone left, right and centre.
No, when they do something right, we call it. It's just them being good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the job, mate. That's the job. It gets everyone. You can't be up here with the microphone in your hand and not fall foul of the curse. Shakespeare. It's a brother connection at Lincoln mid for the Shakespeares is Louis.
Just the confidence of the mixed open player here, just allowing the Irish defence to come up. But another one.
Unfortunately couldn't quite connect with Shakespeare. Again, I would really like to see just a little bit of variation coming into the play from Cayman Islands. They've certainly got the players to do so. That fresh set of 6 will give them an opportunity to do this. What I'd love to see is you're seeing already Ireland stacking this short side. You know, Tangati Rangitawa has now positioned himself literally bang in the middle of the pitch, but closer to this right-hand side. I'd love to see the Shakespeares just fizz this into that far link channel and just make this defence move laterally a little bit more. I think it's a little bit too straightforward. Coke platforming, Louis Shakespeare coming back against the grain, just losing his footing, unfortunately, and Tamati Rangitawa wasting no time to get over. But Lois Lau, the on-field ref, says, come on, boys, that's way off the mark. Come back.
No, Shakespeare unlucky to get short-footed there. I mean, the pitches are in great condition, but slightly dry. We haven't had rain in a while, but Ireland are just steaming up this short side here.
My word, I'll tell you what, the future of Island Touch looks pretty good with the finish with the Finnan brothers and Tamati Rangitawa. He is some player, just cruises through the gears. His open side quickie, late switches. That is diabolical from Ireland. What a finish from Rhys Tanner. That's right out of the top drawer from Ireland. What a score.
I was honestly thinking, like, 5th touch. They know it's 5th. They look like they're going to go down, and just, lovely late switch. Gap is as big as the eye, which is very well done by the Irish players there.
Yeah, that is stunning work. And a mark of a team playing with confidence. When 5th touch is brought up, you've got nothing remaining, and you pull something out of the top drawer to carve through the defence. 3 tries to the good now for Ireland, 5-2. Against the Cayman Islands. The scoring had slowed down for a moment. We were firmly in the grind, and then that subset, spearheaded by Tamati Rangitawa, gave Ireland all of the momentum to go and make something happen.
Just the space on the left-hand side of the pitch. There's a good 15 metres between the Irish Lincoln wing. I just would have liked to see the Cayman try and utilise that with a different play.
Yeah, do you know what I would really love to see? Yeah, the Cayman Islands have got really talented female links. I would love for them to send some of the female links on a link punish over on the far side, just condition that width a little bit. You know, Maya Major is the one who sticks out for me just because I saw her at Vichy and she was brilliant at Vichy. Send her on a link punish, condition the width, get the Irish team moving a little bit more laterally, spaces open up.
Completely agree with you. Completely agree. I think the female links, when they're this talented, it is not even a shame. It is it's a crime not to use them because they're some of your best players on the pitch.
Absolutely, and Maya Major's been showing out for the Cayman Islands all summer. Half time though in this mixed 18s competition. Cayman Islands with a little bit of problem solving to do, but for Ireland it is jubilation at the half. It's 5-2 in favour of the team in green. Second half underway, problem solving, hopefully done for the Cayman Islands. Left a lot of scoring opportunities out there, such as the high standards that this team has. But for Ireland, I mean, this was a very chill sub box at half time. Open side quickie, and using a little bit more of the space available to them, trying to skate his way through was Philippe Allard, not quite happening on that occasion.
For me, they're just a little bit wider on the left, on the right link, and then chopping into the hole instead of just trying to run into it. But you know, good play from the Caymans, and it's looking up to use all areas of the pitch, as we were commenting, because they were really on the link side in the last half.
Yeah, I think it's a oh, that's a really big contact coming in. And she walks it off like it was absolutely nothing. That is it's a touch that I absolutely love to see. Cosabella Windsor was trying to put a red touch in to just steady the flow of the transition, unfortunately giving away the penalty. But they won't really mind that all too much. It's quite a good one to give away on one. It's also really nice sportsmanship from Doyle to go over and say, no worries, Windsor. However, Ireland wasting no time and punishing. There's Leonard getting over once more, skating his way around the outside. 6-2 now. What a start for Ireland.
Yeah, I didn't even see that try as it was so electric, but I'm waiting for it here on the replay, and I'm expecting something special because from absolutely nothing, they've just scored in the corner.
Yeah, Leonard, I think this is just speed to burn, flew around the outside. Recognise that Cayman Islands probably setting up for a traditional transition defence, trying to stack this side, and they forget that Leonard has got dynamite in the boots and exploded through the foot speed. And in fact, we're just waiting for a moment because Cosabella Windsor has been, I think, pulled over by the Cayman Islands physio to just, I mean, the physio was touching the top of her head, so I think just making sure that she's all okay. I mean, we were having plenty of discussions yesterday off mic about concussions and head injuries. Again, player protection is the most important thing here, so the physio is taking a good moment to intervene and make sure that Windsor is still fighting fit.
Yeah, completely. And Cosabella Windsor, I got here Coco. She's actually one of the most experienced players on the pitch, as she played with the mixed open team for the World Cup in Nottingham in 2024. So, you know, that is a big touch from a big player.
My maths isn't math. Does that mean Cosabella Windsor is 17 and was playing in the World Cup at 14 years old?
Yes.
My word, the future is bright in the Cayman Islands. That is some feat. I'll do some research. Maybe one of the youngest players to ever represent their country at the World Cup, Cosabella Windsor. What an amazing thing that is. We'll do some problem solving. We'll bring that proper info to you later on in the day. Ireland, we're done. Platforming, carving. There's a little bit of a nudge coming in. I think Lois Lau is Johnny on the spot just to say it's okay. Let's take that fifth touch platform. I mean, Ireland will be looking to put the pressure on and create more scoring opportunities off fifth. Right foot step, hitch kick, accelerating, diving, scoring. You don't need a fresh set of six when you've got Oscar Dunn with dynamite in his right boot stepping through the Cayman Islands defence.
Oh, just a bit of a coach killer from the Caymans there. Sick. You know you need to be connected, and just the jagged D, just allowing that silky footwork. And the young man did very well, but just slightly given by the Caymans.
That is unreal. Ireland 7-2 to the good now. Two quick scores have put themselves firmly in the driver's seat. Again, two-man plays in the middle for the Cayman Islands. Just being caught behind the gain line for a moment was Hulse Bailey. Hulse Bailey with nice interplay between him and Phelp. Phelp now picking up, feeding over to Donaldo, stepping back against the grain, trying to accelerate through. Lovely footwork, beating one, feeding the ball away. And that one, I think, has just gone forward, but you can see the threat of Donaldo Henry when he gets going. I mean, he couldn't keep up with his own footwork, neither could Ireland. They had no chance.
Yeah, completely. Just a bit unfortunate to be turning into man on there, but great play from the Caymans, and using more of the pitch than we've seen them use in the first half, so I'm happy to see them expanding their playbook.
Absolutely, and I think when you've got people with pace like Donaldo Henry, you've got to give him fresh space to work within. And they tried to do exactly that. That's a roll ball infringement that will come in, that will stop Shea Delaney from skating over. This Irish mixed 18 side has been oh so impressive so far in this game, and 5 minutes into the second half, they're certainly not disappointing.
No, they're playing really well. I just want to see the Caymans just step up the next gear like the Irish have here. I'd love to see them get a score on the board and just really drive into the Irish half and get to the 7. Nice pick up here. Want to have a good structure for fifth touch. I think they have one to play with.
Penalty ball, unfortunately, but gives good opportunities for the Cayman Islands to get another score on the board, get their third on, bring this back to a 4-try game.
And heavy pressure from the Irish D on the line, really sending that one middle up aggressively. You can see what they want to do here, just have absolute separation between their middles and Ds. So just really shooting one, and the other just waltzes up, so he's set nice and early for that.
Oh, lovely fire-up option. But again, I mean, I can't stop singing her praises. Niamh Purtill with a defensive intervention. She was one-on-one with Ethan Cancel, who has loads of pace, and Purtill just shut it out with ease in the end. Oh, lovely interplay between the two boys as well. There's nice work from Mosley Scoggins.
It's good D here from the Caymans.
Yeah, certainly trying to put the press on. Nice dummy. Opportunities to get a dominant platform in here. Instead wanted to give the extra pass. But this Irish mixed 18 side is currently sitting pretty in second in this round robin stage. Played 3, won 2, lost 1. That only loss coming, I mean, against England, and the England mixed 18s team is, it's a very dominant outfit. Sort of already shaping that Ireland-England in the final. Probably be a safe bet. Is a nice fizz pass into the link channel, but again, these female links from Ireland, they're just not letting anything in this time. It's Kiva Mooney. The defensive spacing perfect, although great footwork and a great finish.
Unbecoming of the Irish female links. They've had excellent defence all day, and this is the first time they've been wrong-footed.
Absolutely. Possibly need more support needed from Mooney, but Cosabella Windsor gets over for her score.
And it's good to see the young, experienced player back on the pitch after that, interesting collision earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I could not agree more. However, Cayman Islands have got a pretty tall task in front of them. You've got to stop Tamati Rangitawa just from scything through your defensive line. Finn Keeley getting involved as well. There's Keeley and Rangitawa. Open side quickie for Tamati Rangitawa, looking for the left foot step. Instead, diving at the line, conditioning the defence. That's 4th touch. 5th coming. Keeley. Rangitawa back to Keeley. Nice interplay between the two. Check back in towards Rangitawa. Flick touch brings up the 5th. There is Keeley looking for the late switches with Tamati Rangitawa, escaping into the in-goal area, connecting with the support, and a diving finish. It is extraordinary from this Irish mixed 18 side, playing with bags of confidence. They know that points difference might be important, but Keeley with a left foot step escapes into the in-goal area, connecting, diving finish. Stunning work from Leonard, who's got a couple to his name now. How unreal is that pod?
Shovel pass, casual as you like, nonchalant. Well, I mean, unbelievable. It's just the silky play from the young man. They're just oozing confidence. No pressure at all on the 5th touch. As we see the Caymans trying to sneak past here again on the goal link side. I would absolutely love to see them just go to the right and use the space, because the Irish are well conditioned to that.
Yeah, and Niamh Purtill has not let anything through her channel throughout the entire game. We are approaching 30 minutes in, and for half an hour, Purtill has had arguably the most perfect defensive game of anyone on the pitch.
Completely. She has been a brick wall for Ireland. And it's not like the Caymans haven't been shooting balls at that ball. She has just stopped every single one.
I also think if you're an opposing team watching this Irish team, you've probably picked up on what we're putting down, which is, if you are wise, you look at that link channel, and if Niamh Purtill is stood in it, you go the other end. you stay as far away from Niamh Purtill's defensive line as humanly possible, because she is not letting anything through.
And you've got to see as well, against this Irish team, you have to send more than one, because they have the flair and the ability to just check around your shooter. You can't let boys like this, you can't let players like this just get away with one defender, because they will take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the really interesting ball playing has come from Kiva Mooney, who's currently in this link channel. It's nice. It's 32 short, diving at the line. The referee's happy with the onside. And Cayman Islands currently finding themselves sat in fourth spot. Losses against Lebanon, victories against Scotland put them in a very good position coming into the day 2.
Unlucky with a forward off the ground there, but it was a lovely piece of play. And for me, the big difference on the line between the two teams is Ireland's maturity to get the middles up, because the Irish defence are just shooting their middle straight away, getting that separation, and the Caymans just aren't benefiting from the separation early on, so it's just letting the rest of the defence be more relaxed on the Irish side.
What did we say yesterday? Fast is only fast with slow. If it's fast all the time, it's just normal.
godfather of touch.
Yeah, Peter Bell, eat your heart out. Ireland playing with a really nice tempo about them. Just ebbing and flowing, lovely. Naidu with a great carry is Tamati Rangitawa. Rangitawa feeding over towards Keeley. Tamati Rangitawa getting acting half, feeding back to Keeley. Left foot step, trying to hop over the diving defender. Nothing doing. Fifth touch. I mean, Cayman Islands can't switch off because 3 of the Irish scores have come from fifth. Rangitawa, Keeley. Flick pass over the top to Leonard. Leonard driving, inside check potentially. Instead, Leonard just skates his way through. There's a handful now for Leonard. He has been a superb link, sort of stitching together Rangitawa and Keeley wonderfully. That pod of 4 with Naidu, Rangitawa, Keeley and Leonard. Their skill sets complement each other wonderfully. And it must be a pleasure to play in that pod.
Oh, it must be just such good fun. They look like good friends as well. But I have to say, the Caymans, if I was their coach, I'd be looking at on 5th, just staying connected in a line, because you can't give a team this explosive that jagged structure, because you're just letting them have their space to run into.
Shock horror, Niamh Purtill making good defensive touches. Again, coming over towards this female link side, Niamh Purtill with wonderful post touch and a diving touch to bring that one to a close. I am really marvelling at the work of Niamh Purtill defensively. Absolutely superb. And now the Cayman Islands do the wise thing and come away from Purtill's channel. 32 short, just falling to the floor, unfortunately. Not quite happening for them on that occasion. And Ireland wasting no time but getting going again.
No, it's I'd like to see the variation, but they get another chance on the line, and I would love to see them get out of Niamh Purtill's channel and onto the right-hand side of this pitch.
I think this Cayman Islands pod are probably very thankful that Niamh Purtill has taken a sub, because some of these will be waking up in cold sweat seeing an Irish number 11 blocking their path. As Shakespeare flies through. Shakespeare trying to get the ball down.
Lovely touch from the number 9 of Ireland, I think.
There's number 8, Oscar Dunn, who just never let up. Matt Shakespeare stride for stride. Again, Shakespeare coming into this link channel, trying to get on the link punish, but again, Ireland defending it well. Fast turnover, Shakespeare letting the ball go loose, and Dunn wasting no time, setting off to the races. Ireland trucking up this short side again. Cosabella wins there with a really good touch to try and bring that one to a close. Naidu getting up over halfway. Rangitawa, Leonard coming over into that wing channel. There is Tamati Rangitawa. There's Keeley. Keeley platforming. Rangitawa feeding. Finn Keeley with a 3-on-2 potential, but it will be an offside penalty. I think number 10, Matthew Rees, never hit that 7-metre line and was always stood in the passing lane. Easy decision. And this feels ominous for the Cayman Islands, because this pod is absolute money.
Yeah, a bit of frustration creeping through on the Cayman Islands side as well, because it's tough going from that opens level to the juniors when not all of your teammates are as experienced, and you just gotta push through. But I think the wrong mark there probably, but Ireland will be able to take that back.
Yeah, I think there was a no-touch claimed, but Cayman Islands got to be careful, because if you claim a no-touch in your 7-metre line, you'll give a penalty away for dropping early. However, Tamati Rangitawa feeding Leonard on the out. Leonard diving, Leonard scoring. My word, I mean, you can't keep a hold of Leonard at the moment. He is finding ways of getting through this Cayman Islands defence. Whichever which way, he's gone outside, he's gone inside, he's dived, he's quickied, he's been on the receiving ends of long balls. It's almost like Cayman Islands have marked up Keeley and Rangitawa, and they've forgotten about the big man in the link channel. He's
reminding me a little bit of Sam Dixon, the way he's playing at the moment, to be honest, from the men's opening.
That's a really good likeness, actually. Similar stature, similar ability.
Similar cap.
Similar cap, yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully Leonard's shoulder's a little bit healthier than Sam Dixon's. That ball just dropping to the floor, but penalty ball available.
I'd like to see the Cayman Islands do exactly what the Irish did just then with the fire up, and just try to use the space a bit more. They're obviously very confident in their diving ability, going for quickies and shorts, but I think the play here would just be to expand this Irish defence and get the middles up.
Yeah, fire up options I think are certainly the recipe for success for Cayman Islands. If you want to go to the link punish platform and try and stay, try and condense the defence, you've then at some point got to go open. Nice sweeper setup, wrapping around the outside, driving. But again, really good defensive touch from Irish number 2, Harrison Reeves.
better here of the Caymans to get both middles up, but again, I think they need to run. If they're going to run that short, they need to look at the quick release open. And I've eaten my words completely.
Offside call, great score. Number 8, Hulse Bailey. Very good score for the Cayman Islands. Well recognised that, unfortunately, Reeves had never quite hit that onside line. And I think the referee pointed at Niamh Purtill and said, "Did you make the touch?" Probably almost on instinct, because she's not missed a single one. And I think Purtill just said, "No, sir, I didn't." Great honesty from the young link. And we roll through. Cayman Islands with their 4th score on the board, 5 the difference, 4 minutes left to go in this game. Open side quickie here for Ireland. Right foot step, trying to dive through Shakespeare. Shakespeare with a great diving touch. It's good combinations between Oscar Dunn and Killian Doyle. Here is Doyle.
Ireland getting... Cayman Islands falling into a saver shape here with one middle hanging back and the link coming high. It's an interesting shape, but it's obviously worked for them because they're just wary of the Irish diving threat.
Absolutely, but then if Ireland make that read and start to visit open side and try and get through the compressed defence, then things look a little bit different. That's a nice swipe touch coming in there from Oscar Dunn.
Bit of miscommunication there, slowed down the momentum, but Shakespeare's got to get rid of that ball. Unfortunate there for just a drop ball, but gives the Irish another chance in the halfway.
It absolutely does. I wonder if this team is going to go direct. I think there's calls of subs, and they are. And they'll try and save as many touches, probably only go through 2. That feels like the shooter went slightly early, although the referee's happy with the intensity. There is Rangitawa, Leonard. Back in towards Tamati Rangitawa, who just seems to manufacture extra yards of space for himself and avoiding swipe touches. Rangitawa, Keeley, back to Leonard. Leonard with the extra pass. No, Leonard diving, Leonard scoring. I actually think that's 6 scores now for Leonard, which is ridiculous.
Last time I hold him, he's got a nice big kick to the sideline, but I saw him hold up his 5. You are right for the 6, and I was just thinking there, just trays, Dixon, back to the trays.
Yeah, it really does feel like it. I mean, you remember pods. There's some pods that just linger in the memory, and you've got the names down. And I'll tell you what, if we see this Irish mixed 18s team again, I won't need a team sheet. These names have been oh so impressive. That pod, I mean, Purtill as well. I mean, if it wasn't for the 6 scores for Leonard, Niamh Purtill would be getting my player of the match, and she'd be the one who I'm really singing the praises of. But if you score 6 on live stream, hats off to you, and Leonard has done exactly that. Cayman Islands will be looking for their 5th score now. Lovely. I mean, it was exactly what you said earlier, looking for that early release. The timing not quite there, but it's the right decisions, isn't it?
It's the right decisions, and the Cayman Islands, it's tough for them because they're up against a very good Irish team, but they have been playing extremely well, and they've been making the right decisions, but just a few things here and there they can touch up. But honestly, throughout the tournament, I'm expecting them to grow strength to strength.
Absolutely, and they will, and they'll keep working. There's Rhys Tanner. Tanner just taking a bit of a tumble. I think referee's happy with the contact of the touch, just takes him back for the roll ball. There's Dunn. Oscar Dunn. Oh, lovely scoop and acceleration, but he's matched stride for stride by Hulse Bailey.
A bit more facts about the Cayman Islands. There's 6 returning players to this mixed 18 team, and 8 that have actually moved up together from the mixed 15s. With 2 rookies playing in their first ever touch tournament, that is.
My
Ethan
word.
Cancel and Theo Shakespeare.
Theo Shakespeare's played really well as well. It's an impressive feat, and again, just the youth of this team. There's Louis Shakespeare with a right foot step, accelerating, does it not once but twice, and then stops on a dime and avoids the covering touch of the Irish wing. There's really good defensive positioning from Killian Doyle, who's just stood in the passing lanes, saying no thank you. Open side quickie, dummy, fire up option for Shakespeare. Shakespeare diving at the line, and there we go. That's the variation that was needed.
Not quite sure what's happened there, but the Irish winger looks to be in a bit of discomfort, so hopefully she's all right.
Yeah, I think it was just contact, unfortunately. It will be play through and try time, and that will be all she wrote. It is wrapped up nice and neatly. 5 tries the difference. Ireland in the mixed 18s division with an absolutely wonderful performance. Shout out to Leonard with his 6 tries. Also, Niamh Purtill, defensively astute, and Tamati Rangitawa with some of the best platforming I've seen in a juniors category for a long old time. That's our 3rd game of the day, wrapped up nice and neatly. Coming up for you in just a few moments' time, we're back in the 15s division. This time it's the girls, and it's an all-home nations affair as England will be taking on Wales. Welcome back, fourth game of the day. Girls 15s category, England versus the Wales Dragons. The Wales sending two teams in this category. England have already played three in their round-robin stage on day one, won all three. Very comprehensive team, spearheaded by the coaching staff of Matt Chapman and co. Very much blooding through the next generation of female touch players, and it's a very exciting time to be part of any junior setup. I'm talking about Andy Sharples, and we were just talking about how impressive the standard is generally here.
Do you know what, Joe? I watched on YouTube yesterday because I couldn't get down. I thought, my word, look at the standard that's coming through off these young players. The future of touch is so exciting across all the NTOs as well, you know, so this is a really exciting time.
It is, and you'd be surprised at the amount of messages I've received saying, my word, these are handy players, aren't they? And the sort of running joke that's been happening throughout quite a lot of our conversations on and off field is that there's probably a lot of Opens players a little bit nervous because the next generation, you give them 2 years and yeah, they'll be coming for those spots.
Yeah, but what does that mean for the future, Joe? I mean, this is
so
going to
good.
make it so competitive, and quite rightly so, really. Okay, so Wales are working their way towards their sub box. A little bit of a drive. Okay, good up, and there's a good cover defence there as well from England number 5, which is good.
Yeah, and what's really nice as well is in this division, specifically benefiting a lot from the work of Trisport UK, getting touch operating in schools at younger ages. The one that really stands out for me to emphasise this point is Trixie Alcazab, wearing number 12 in the middle position there for England. She first started to play touch at school, was at the Trisports tournament last year, where myself and Wilf and Dom Tripp were taking you through all of the action of the next generation of touch, and she was brilliant, and we were kept absolutely singing her praises, and now she's here representing her country at such a young age. It's a magical thing.
Which is absolutely superb. You can imagine the parents and guardians of these young people watching them playing and representing in an England shirt or their nation's shirt, and we've got Wales playing England, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. Brilliant for both nations. There's a nice shape on that pass delivered by Saren Pitt over onto the far side, but that's 6 and change here for England. First opportunity to have a look at their subset. Alcazab gets us underway. That's a really lovely drive as well from the number 11.
Okay, that's unlucky. The drive there was anticipating no touches and read the play a little bit. Okay, the referee's taken them back for a touch, but okay, some good promising signs here.
Yeah, England just need to inject a little bit of pace to go forward. That's nice. That's really nicely run. Good momentum as well up the box from Daisy Taylor. Taylor with a decent platform, looking to get the ball back. Lovely dummy. And then that pass just hooked ever so slightly. Ella Hallett saw the space, saw the overlap, just pulled that pass ever so slightly.
Yeah, but that bodes well for the future. There's in this game, there's some opportunities there on the outside channels. That was good work. Okay, drive to the sub box from Wales. Okay, good touch by number 14.
Yeah, it's really nice as well. You're seeing a lot of sort of the what I would deem the really mature touch skills. And Tilly Townsend, the really good example of a red touch is what we call when you're trying to just halt all attacking momentum and hold someone up in the touch ever so slightly. And it's a really complicated skill, really, because it's quite easy to give away penalties. Whereas Tilly Townsend was just tall in the touch, chest on chest, job done. Beautiful defensive touch.
Yeah, I like the way she read the profile of the attacker coming up the sideline there, and she made some really good strong touches there. But to your point, yeah, it's a fine margin, so the skill set there is making that judgment in the touch correctly, which Tilly did. Brilliant.
Lovely hands on display. Unfortunately, that one just
commentator's curse.
Oh, you can't do this job without falling foul of some commentators' curses left, right, and centre. It's happened all day already, and then unfortunately, there's not a phrase for when you say something and then it absolutely gets delivered. I think Wilf once told me it's just called being good at your job, and it doesn't really get the plaudits.
Oh, you've got to take them when they come along, Joe, right?
Yeah, they're like London buses. You await an age, and then you get 2 in one game, and you feel very good about yourself. Wales finding themselves in their line attack. Poppy Nelson wearing 14.
Okay, so they're figuring out what to do. They're talking to each other to see what's available.
32 short here. Nelson platforming. Nice drive as well, trying to go hard at the line. Lovely shape on the pass coming from Tilly Peel. Yeah. That one just falling short.
Good read from the England defence. Bit of channel work. Good work.
What's really lovely as well, I mean, we've been around the block a fair few times, haven't we? We've played a lot of touch, we've watched a lot of touch, and for these girls to be playing at an under-15s level, representing their nation at a youth juniors, and you are seeing, my word, absolute raw speed from Kimberly Phillips, just turns the gas on and leaves Wales chasing shadows. But to see the quality of touch at such a young age is it's unmatched. We've never really seen it before at this level.
It's just unbelievable. That was a great burst through. That was a good read of the play, saw the space, went for it, scored the try. Good work.
I mean, look at this replay. Just accelerates through the gas. And what's amazing is the ball's in two hands, so there's no arms involved in that run. It's pure leg speed, and that is terrifying. I mean, the 2 years of physical development, and she'll be burning anyone on the opens category.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And this is the thing as well, you know, these young people are really early in their developmental track. There's lots of learning and development yet to do, both physically and mentally, and you know, building good behaviours. It's a terrifying prospect. I had the pleasure of covering the Youth Atlantic Cup a couple of years ago, and that was, you know, played at a good standard, but this is night and day. The standard from every single nation here is just phenomenal. As Kimberly Phillips goes off on another marauding run. This time she's reeled in by Jemima Jayam. But yeah, Phillips is the gas man on the outside edge. She's got wheels to burn, and Wales have got to stay alive to the threat. Here is Trixie Alcazab, wearing 11, operating in the midfield with the number 5, Megan Wright. There's Alcazab, Wright, just steadying the ship for a moment.
Are they going sweeper? They're coming back.
Yeah, Alcazab wanting to get on this link punish. There is Trixie Alcazab driving at the line, diving, scoring.
Well, the referee's seen it. He's happy with it. We've got acknowledgement from the sideline ref as well. That's a great try. Good
Lovely
dive.
finish. Trixie Alcazab doubles England's lead. 2 scores on the board for the girls' 15s. And what's amazing as well, I'm watching Matt Chapman over on the far side, pointing towards the 10-metre line, saying, well, now go defend it. The expectations and standards are high for this girls' 15s team.
You know, it's good that they set the standards high at this stage, isn't it? Because then that sets a precedent for the future, which is not a bad thing.
I was also, you know, I had Mimi Taylor-Dean on co-commentary with me yesterday. Obviously, London Scorpions player, England Women's Opens player, just, you know, one of the best female players that the nation has to offer right now. And she was saying that there's a really interesting thing happening with the women's categories across all age groups, whether it's Open, seniors or juniors, where they're all training in the same way. The game plan is the same for the 15s, for the 18s, for the under 20s, for the Opens, and then some of the seniors. They're all trying to play the same way, so that when these 15s age out into the 18s, everything's really familiar, and they're having to learn new tactics and new styles of play. And I think you're seeing it here because the pace is ferocious.
Yeah, that's a very good point in terms of a strategy for that continuation in the pathways. As you know, Joe, I coach the more senior age end of the England setup.
Sorry to cut you off there, because Ella Hallett,
well done,
with a draw and pass, although I think the referees have spotted a forward pass involved there. But yeah, as you say, the genius way to just spot the space, go and execute. Instinctive. This is great heads-up touch rugby. And well done for the development of this. This is just superb. Yeah, but you know, I think from going back to your point about the coach's perspective, it's really interesting the shift in focus, isn't it? About, as you say, the continuation.
Yeah, so even in the Masters age group that myself and Clive, who's refereeing on today's pitch in front, is we've developed the strategy very much in the same way that the youth are doing. As players age into the next age group, they can continue with the strategy that's been developed in the lower age ranks. And that provides them that consistency in performance, we think. So, yeah, I'm chuffed that the youth are really taking that through and taking it on board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was made really evident as well at Vichy, where you had. I mean, he is here today. I've not called him yet, but I'm sure I will do at some point. Where, you know, Ethan Gallagher was probably my pick of the bunch in that men's Opens team. I thought he was unplayable at times. Again, coming through from the youth setup, you know, benefiting from playing at Nottingham, and again, there's this similar, you know, talent pathway, and people get to play the same style of touch no matter where they're playing, and it just means that transition is oh so easy, as we see another link punish coming through from England, but the hips aren't square.
Oh dear.
Elizabeth Hutchings almost getting on the outside edge, if not for the referee's whistle.
Yeah, that's a shame, really. It was a great pick-up by Ella Hallett there. Hallett, beg your pardon. So it's a shame that hips weren't squared on the dunk.
Yeah, it's a tricky skill, but I mean, I've been absolutely stunned by the quality and the expectations as well.
Great
just
touch.
the standards that are set. You know, hips not square. historically in the junior categories are something that wouldn't quite get called as consistently unless it was extremely obvious, whereas the refs are matching the standards set on the pitch, and those standards are world class.
Yeah, and Clive Williams pulled him back there for being offside, I think it was. Giving a new set of 6 for the Wales to attack.
Yeah,
Well, good done. Okay.
it's Roxy Smith, unfortunately, who was
lost control.
guilty, and then Seren Pitt, that pass was just over the head, couldn't quite reel that one in. 10 minutes into this game, 2-0 in favour of England. They started really bright, but Wales have showed up defensively, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they've switched on to the threats that are on the outside channels, and that they've really started to control a bit of the pace, if you like, around England's attack. So yeah, it's going to second half. I bet second half is going to be a real ding dong.
Absolutely. Trixie Alcazar platforming, lovely scooping opportunity here for England. Late pass away, but it's well dealt with. Good touch. Wales again, just closing those defensive spacing as you were saying.
Yeah, so they acknowledged that the break was there. They caught the half, so half court, turnover ball.
Yeah, now Wales want to go through their subset effectively. Lovely Pistons defence in the midfield from England. Wales trying to play around the outside of the...
Lost control in the dump there, so it's a turnover ball for England. Oh, hang on a sec. No, referee's seen something he didn't quite agree with there, so it's a penalty. And away we go. He's put in the ruck. He's called put in the ruck. So that was the signal.
It was indeed. There's a really good drive as well initially from Poppy Nelson. Moving forward, Nelson with the right footstep, trying to play through the initial English defence. Nelson was
unlucky.
Working really well initially with Millen West. Unfortunately on that occasion the pass just a bit too much for West to take in stride. I'd really like to see Wales just use a little bit more of the ball playing, very similar to what England are able to do, because they're just manipulating space in front of players extremely well.
Forward.
Yeah.
Okay, referee spot it.
Great midfield defence there from Wales, forcing turnovers. 7 minutes to go in this half. The score here for Wales really does, I start to ask questions of the English defence.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. Yeah, if they pull one back now in the last part of the second quarter of this first half, then away we go for a really exciting second half of the game.
Turnovers again. The sort of turnovers on offer from both sides of the ball. Lovely drive, great stride length and speed. Daisy Taylor just cruised through that initial press. Megan Wright following in suit. There's Imogen Webber. There's Wright. Coming over towards the number 8, Poppy Whelan. Whelan platforming, right, driving, 32 short, ball onto the wing is available.
Oh, it's there.
What a lovely score that is from this very talented girls 15 side. Poppy Wright engaging the wing, dishing out to her supporting cast. There's 3 now for England, and I'm sure that'll be the one that Matt Chapman in the sub box is the most happy with.
Yeah, he's pretty excited, isn't he? Well, now he's talking the subs off. Okay, that was a great play, great score. You know, that was a team effort. There's a good drive, and then there's good hands work, and then the score in the corner. Good work.
It's a great score in the corner. I'm just trying to catch the number of that far side winger. Just unfortunately missed it. We've not quite put the PSA out where if you score in the far corner, please turn to give your number to the camera. But we'll figure that one out as we go. Brilliant finish, well held on the width regardless. Link punish on offer here for Wales. Unfortunately having to come back to the mark was Ella Campbell. 5th touch now. Campbell looking to just kill the ball in the corner for Wales and force England to go the full length of the pitch.
Okay, so good movement now for England to get it across the field.
Oh, nice dummy.
Nice.
There's Alcazab accelerating. No, apologies, not Alcazab. Selvin Bruce wearing 12. Alcazab in 11. Selvin Bruce with a really nice drive initially, but Welsh pressure forcing the ball back into their hands.
Yeah, it's good pressure by Wales.
What's really nice here as well is it seems like they're going to go for a direct set rather than looking to sub, which I'm a really big fan of at such a young age. You know, giving these children, which is what they are, confidence to go and play and back up the ability that we know that they've got with scoring opportunities.
Yeah, learning under fatigue as well, right?
Yeah, is the most important part of it all. Nice dive at the line, not quite taken.
Right, ask the question.
And you've got to. And I think as well from Wales, we sort of saw it from the Cayman Islands earlier, potentially the recipe for success is trying to condense this defence as much as possible and then look to then put the ball through the hands open side. 5 minutes to go in this half, 3 scores down. They'd quite like to keep it there. And Selvin Bruce with a really nice drive and check away. Very impressed with the quality of this subset.
That was very good. It was flowing, that.
Great footwork on offer as well. Dangerous moments here for Wales as England look to purr through their attacking set. 5th touch platform here. Great scoop.
Oh, it's on it for there.
Hallett with a
dive.
beautiful ball.
Oh, that was good cover.
Ella Hallett was, again, she's got this ball on a string, is yet to find that perfect accuracy that we know that she possesses. But she's picking the right options all the time. Well, what about that for a pick-up off the bootlaces?
That's unreal. That's absolutely unreal.
If I did that, I'd pull a hamstring.
Oh, I couldn't do it. Yeah, so that covering defence from Amy, number 3 winger for Wales, that was well read, and that saved the score. So well done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's these micro moments, setting yourself these little targets, they make all the difference. They start to stop the tides going against you. You start to create opportunities for yourself. We were talking quite a lot yesterday about, chipping away at the aggregate and seeing where that leaves you going later on into the game. I think that might be the mentality of Wales right now. Use all your set of sixes, kill the ball in the right area, and just see what happens when the dust settles.
Yeah, I just like the way these guys are taking these opportunities to show what they can do, and that'll build into the confidence for the next game.
Oh, try time. Hallett gets over. Al-Kazab dishing off. Hallett scoring. 4 to the good now for England. Brilliant score.
I'm going to have to get into the habit of not talking when a try is imminent. Every time I start talking.
If you're watching from an English perspective, they're probably asking you to keep talking if that's how things are going to fall for you.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a great interplay between Hallett and Al-Kazab. Open side quickie. Again, what's really nice about this English performance is it's simple structure, ran with great accuracy. It's causing Wales quite a lot of problems because there's very little errors in those line attack setups. Those platforms are really good.
I like the way number 4 got really low in the ruck there. That's a Bridget Page. That was a very good rucking. She acknowledged that the defender was coming quite hard on her, so she got down nice and low. That was brilliant work.
6 touch and change. Bridget Page wanted that scooping platform. She's losing track of the touch count. Early turnover here. Very fast from England. Again, it's this, it's women's open-esque, isn't it? This demanding of fast turnovers and then playing around shooters expertly. That is play beyond their years. Some of these girls will be as young as 12 years old and they're playing around single shooters on an international stage representing their country.
Yeah.
It's just unreal. Selvin Bruce picking up, 5th touch, nothing else remaining. Lovely right foot step. Selvin Bruce looking to potentially throw long. Late switches on offer. Selvin Bruce almost escaping through. A great covering touch by Amy Leonard. In fact, it was Aisha Marie Bajang with a really good covering touch for Wales, stopping Selvin Bruce in their tracks.
And the referees pulled back England defence a further 10 metres. Rivers obviously was something he didn't like, and he's called the penalty.
I think the hand signal was throwing the ball away or not delivering it back to the mark. I know that's something that all the referees have been really hot on, especially this week. Again, building good habits, fostering good behaviours.
Oh, quite right.
It's the right way, and I've been singing the referees' praises all tournament. That's a lovely shape on the ball. They're scoring opportunities for a moment. Neil McFadden.
Oh, I thought she was away then, Joe.
I know, that lovely shape on the pass, skipping out the midfield press. There's scoring opportunities on that outside edge for Wales. It's good to see that they're identifying them.
Yep.
The execution probably end up coming in the second half. Again, it's reps, isn't it? It's all about reps. It's about being in these positions, making good decisions. And I'm sure Wales will problem solve these very small errors going into this second half as Al-Kazab drives. Hallett now in the midfield, working alongside the number 4 try scorer Kimberly Phillips. There's Al-Kazab back in towards Hallett. Al-Kazab picking up, feeding back over towards Hallett. Hallett driving at the line. Great defensive touch.
Do you know what, the bravery of these dives of these players is amazing. Absolutely, on the surfaces that we're playing against as well, there's no fear. Good on them.
Yeah, and it's about instilling confidence. And I was mentioned earlier, I had a conversation with Rob Emery, the head coach of the boys 15s, and he was saying, look, these boys have got the ability. It's just about giving them the confidence and you know, giving them the belief systems that they can go and do exactly what they want to do out there. And it seems that that's not only just the boys 15s ethos, that's the girls 15s ethos. There's going in at half time. It's a commanding lead for England, 4-0 over the Wales Dragons. However, plenty of opportunities for the Wales Dragons to get on the scoreline. We've got a 5-minute break, and we'll see if Wales will be able to break their own deadlock. At the half, England 4, Wales 0.
linha de corrida.
10 seconds, stand by.
So the second half underway. England 4, Welsh Dragons 0. England with firmly in the driving seat as of right now, finding lots of success in their line attack. Wales with a couple areas to do a little bit of problem solving, but so much to like about that first half Welsh performance.
I totally agree. I think the second half is going to be proper exciting. Let's get a couple of scores on the board from Wales, and away we go.
Yeah, and we were discussing how, historically touch was, they're dominated in the middle of the pitch, and now we're seeing a shift into those outside channels, and actually I think what's happening now is threatening in every area of the pitch and focusing on attacking space and not people, which I think is a really interesting change as we see England scoop through. Can she connect with the winger? She can indeed. What a wonderful bit of work from Hutchings to connect with Abby Kirkman. Brilliant finish in the corner.
That was a great breakthrough from Elizabeth Hutchins. That was a good read of the space that was in front of her, exploited it really well and got the pass away. Good try.
Great score indeed. Just saw that middle spacing a little bit too wide from a Welsh perspective and connects with the spare winger. Good score in the end. Now Wales looking to get on the board themselves. Fionn Jones accelerating, finding the outside edge, unfortunately just stepping out of the field of play. If you're picking up a little bit of chat, it's Team Portugal warming up for the game next here on live stream. It's the mixed 18s category. They're a big team. We saw their mixed 15s get their first ever victory in a European competition earlier on against China, which is, I think, stylistically caught China on the back foot a little bit. Portugal playing a very, free-flowing style of rugby, sort of more akin to the rugby union style of things, and that's the beauty of tournaments like this, isn't it? You get stylistic matchups, and Portugal and China are probably two nations that have never played each other at a youth setup before, and Portugal end up getting their first ever victory in the 15s category.
And this is what I liked about the sport, Joey. It's true. I tell you, every time I start talking, what did I say earlier?
Oh my word! What about that? That is a score to love. Ruby Smith with a beautiful sort of cheat line running up the side of the winger. Great heads-up play, pass on a dime from Tilly Townsend. Yeah, England have started fit and firing in this second half.
I'm going to stop talking and give Wales a chance here. Every time I talk. Yeah, we're saying about the number of different teams that are coming across into Europe to start playing. We saw that in Vichy with Chile and so on coming across, and that, I just love it when you see other NTOs coming in.
Yeah, and you got the Tang Lin Trust School as well coming here as the invitational team out of Singapore, representing their school and country, and coming really doing some very commendable work in that women's category.
Fair play.
Fifth touch now, not a lot of space afforded to Wales. The Welsh line attack is really quite potent, but the English line defence it's perfect.
Yeah, they've got a good drift policy going, haven't they? They can recognise that Wales are coming down the short side, so they're compressing over. It's a good read. Oh, we've got a breakaway, nice tip off. Down, dummy halves in. That's great work. Oh, we're through.
Oh, she's gone. Owen Bruce will go all the way.
Oh, there we go.
Selvan Bruce with a brilliant score, just spotting space and executing. This will be a really nice replay to have a look at. Picks it up on halfway, shows the dummy.
Shows and goes, yeah, very good.
And just extends the stride length.
Puts it down.
Saffron Selvan Bruce with a brilliant score.
Brilliant.
Right in front of those English supporters down that bottom end. And very quickly, 4 has turned into 7. 4 minutes into this game, England are establishing themselves in this category, aren't they?
Yeah, they've come back up, haven't they? They've really put the pressure back on. Come on, Wales. That's good. Oh, unlucky. Okay.
An extra couple yards on that pass, things start to look a little bit different, but England doing a good job at marshalling space. I'll tell you what, one of the aspects of this game I've been really impressed with is the work of Daisy Taylor in this transition. Just, sees the space, eats up the yards in front of her, no roll ball errors either, provides platform for the rest of her team. There's a lot to like about the performance.
That was good work. There was tip-offs around the advancing player and then chopped back in towards the dummy half, so the speed of the ball off the ground was quicker. Good work.
Yeah, good scoop on offer here as well from Webber. Webber connecting in the link channel, looking to go quickly, but the half isn't quite there. Webber holds, give him go.
One more.
Pass. Unfortunately, on this occasion, Ruby Smith couldn't quite get those hands free.
And the referee's called it up. Turned it over, penalty for the pass.
I tell you why they didn't score there, is because you weren't talking
Because
whilst they were in their line of
wasn't.
attack. We found the good luck charm for England.
Yeah, here we go.
Wales transition, that's really nice foot speed from Bojang.
Bad driving, touch and pass. Hang on. It's called the offside.
Fresh set of 6 here for Wales. It'd be great for them to get on the board. 6 minutes gone in this second half.
Yep.
Again, little things like, you know, it goes back just, you know, focusing on the aggregate, the controllable things that will start to turn the tide in your favour, using your set of 6, no roll ball errors, no hands errors, and just see where it leaves you, see what position you find yourself in. I think it's a really important aspect from a mental perspective for a lot of young players. Nice 32 short here, attacking down the short side, hands go into the wing and not quite taken cleanly.
I thought the opportunity was coming there, Joe.
Yeah, it was a really nice variation as well, you know, short side attack, you look to go 32, England retreating very square and straight back to the line, so there's certainly opportunities there.
Down. That's good work, a good tip off around there, Benson Pearl again. That's something that England girls have been doing quite well, spotting that there's a single shooter, tipping the ball on.
Playing with loads of confidence. Here's Trixie Alcazab. Lovely late release, and the extra hands go. It's well taken in the corner. Feeds back into the inside for Trixie Alcazab. Platforming here for touch. 5th coming now. There's Hallett and Alcazab. This middle pairing has been so dangerous all game. Positioning over for a 32 short. There is Hallett, in fact, on the long 2-on-1. Extra hands want to go. It's finished in the corner. Abby Kirkman has a brace. I think the sideline ref, though, is going to come and say that pass was forward, but an offside penalty first. So fresh set of 6 here.
Okay, so the offside was earlier on in the movement, and they brought the players back for a set of 6.
Yeah, Hallett, Alcazab, sweeper platform here, really well run. Late release back on the inside to Ella Hallett, but matched by a really good defensive touch from Millen West.
And fair play to the referee, he was right on point to spot the touch first. Fair play.
I wonder if they'll go back to this sweeper platform.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the 32 short for Alcazab. Kazab instead fades away on the outline. Lovely late release.
That's in. That's try.
Brilliant finish. Elizabeth Hutchings. I'm loving this sort of fading open line off the back of the 32 short. Trixie Alcazab gets on the outside edge. Hutchings in acres of space. Great score. Blown away by the structure from this team, honestly.
Patient build-up as well there, Joe, right? So the reset after that penalty brought them back to start again, and then he started all over and reset. Good work. Okay, come on, Wales. Let's drive this ball up the field. Let's get a point on the board.
Yeah. It'd be great to see Wales get a score on the board. I think it's an important moment, not only for this team's development, but also for the individuals. It's Tilly Peel wearing 16, who's obviously got loads of pace available. There is Peel. You just need a slight bit of go forward, and just losing control of the touch count ever so slightly. There's Peel.
And I'll bring it over to the... There you go, ball down. And realign.
A really good foot speed again into the roll ball. Daisy Taylor, although very rare error from Daisy Taylor, who's certainly set some extremely high standards for herself in this team. The role that she does in this transition. There's Ella Campbell for Wales. And Peel. Campbell, that ball just dropping to the floor, unfortunately, and England will get another chance to get off the field effectively and get these fresh legs on. There's Taylor, this time feeding away. There's the absolute gas merchant in Kimberly Phillips, who we've already seen cause all sorts of problems. There's Phillips again. Check away. It's a really nice cannonball. Unfortunately, just losing control of the ball.
Yep, that's correct.
10 minutes gone in this second half. The first 5 minutes was very much all England. They found loads of success in their line attack, but Wales have been able to pen England into their own half over the past 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've got to drive up the wing here now. Okay, we bring the subs on.
There's Peel.
Back into towards the dummy half, that was good. Let's move the ball.
Leah Phillips involved as well. There's Nelson. Poppy Nelson just straightening, positioning, wanting to get on a bit of a quickie, and moving very laterally over to that far side. Nice late check back on the inside. Good interplay. I think unfortunately it's going to be given as a 6 and change. It's good endeavour down that short side, but I think for me, just a little bit more depth. A little bit more depth. I think one of the things that England have done really well across all age groups this Youth Euros is the depth in which they operate. I think is a really important factor. I think Wales could just benefit from 2 or 3 yards more depth. That's a very simple thing, but hard to do when you're playing 40-minute games under the heat.
Very underestimated technique in terms of an attacking profile is depth, particularly in your link and wing channels. If you can get those into those habits, it'll open up more opportunities through the hands.
Yeah, completely agree. England, though, guilty of giving away penalty. Forward pass was spotted from the on-field referees. Wales, again, have certainly had the lion's share of possession in this second half, which, again, is part of this chipping away at the aggregate. I mean, what about the hands there from Aisha Marie Bojang, picking that one up off the bootlaces?
Yep. Good hard drive now, guys. Let's create opportunity. Here we go.
Fifth touch here for Tilly Peel, accelerating into a bit of space. Now coming back against the grain, looking for some support. They feed it over into the wing channel. 6 and change. Again, using all of the touches for Wales is an important thing. Small controllables to focus on, and the touch count is one of those. They're doing a good job of that in the past 5 minutes or so.
I agree, Joe. They're down towards the 7-metre line.
Oh, lovely skip pass over the top, and then the trail line on the inside, and it'll be another score for England. Elizabeth Hutchings has got a few now, and it comes from this heads-up interplay, passing over the top, and it's this confidence that they've got to just see space and then go and attack it.
And it was good support as well, Joe, right? As soon as the ball went off, the players didn't stop. They carried on running to give that option back for the tip-off if it was needed. And that was great heads-up touch rugby, that, Joe. Yeah,
and again, as you said earlier, it's an underrated skill. And something I've been really impressed with. I think it's probably fair to say that historically the England touch style of play was very rigid in structure, and you sort of had like set-piece design from touches 1 all the way through to 5. That was kind of the DNA for the past 5 or 6 years or so. Especially going into the last World Cup, that was kind of what was very prescriptive, and it feels like we've done a complete shift across all age groups, across all categories, where it's now play what you see, play with confidence, and it's great to see our youngest categories doing exactly that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think from a coaching point of view, you give your players the structure in terms of if this happens, try this. But I always particularly say, look, play what you see in front of you and play your rugby. You know the routines, you know how to set 32s, 33s and so on. That's your framework. From there, really, go for it.
Absolutely. It's a really nice drive, lovely dummy, getting up onto the midfield from Megan Wright, who I think has been brilliant. There's Phillips, who again, it's just been so good. And certainly one of the pick of the bunch so far has been Phillips. Opens like quickie. There's so many supporting players. How good. Roxy Smith with the score, taking England into double digits. 6 minutes to go in this one. 10 to the good of England, and they're enjoying themselves out there.
And that was good work. There's a creation there. You had 3-on-2s, 4-on-3s, all opening up on that far side. That was really good work. Near side.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And I think as well, one of the things that will probably be impressing the coaching staff over for that England 15s team on the far side will be the speed at which they score and then set in defence. They're all 6 players running back to their own 10-metre line to get set in defence. The desire of this team, I think, is so impressive.
That was a good drive. So number 2, Wales.
Aisha Marie Bojang Again, impressive player.
And there's 6. So they're getting down there, Joe. You just need to convert that percentage yardage into a try.
Absolutely, that's a really nice drive and roll ball skill. Ruby Smith with an absolute peach of a drive on first touch. The second, not quite over halfway. Third is taken up into Welsh territory. Fourth touch coming. Al-Kazab. There's fourth. Fifth coming now. Al-Kazab will be shaping for a scooping opportunity. Hallett platforming. Al-Kazab scooping, driving, getting into the in-goal area. Finding supporting cast. What about the composure from Trixie Al-Kazab, combining with Saffron Selvan-Bruce for the 11th score.
You called it early though there, Joe. You saw the shape up of the scoop, which is exactly what materialised. And then there was 2 options that the scooper could tip the ball off to. That was great play. Right, come on Wales, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, just a very quick moment. This pod that's just scored have positioned themselves in defence. Elizabeth Hutchings, Trixie Al-Kazab, Saffron Selvan-Bruce and Hallett. Do not be surprised in 4 or 5 years' time if you're seeing this pod line up in a Women's Opens team. These 4 have such amazing potential. They've got brilliant skills at such a young age, and then you give them, 4 years or so training together, playing together, honing their skills in the NTS, at nationals, at junior nationals, and every competition available to them. And that's an exciting time for the Women's Open in England. Oh, lovely hands over the top, and then check back on the inside. I think Clive has spotted the forward pass, hasn't he?
There he has.
He loves a good forward pass. He's one of his favourite calls, I think, when he sees that forward pass. Although it's a great drive from Tilly Peel. First touch.
That's better.
Wasting no time, eating up the yards available in front of her. Peel working alongside Bridget Page. Steadying the ship for a moment is Jaham, Peel, Page, operating in this midfield alongside Phillips. There's Leah Phillips coming in at half. You can hear the communication coming from the pitch. Unfortunately, just losing control of the roll ball, but probably the best attacking setup we've seen from Wales.
As I say, Joe, they're getting down there onto the 7, looking for opportunities to convert. They just need to hone those little bit of skills just to ensure those micro moments were critical moments.
Yes, with really nice hands. Phillips feeding over onto that far side to Tilly Townsend.
And there's
Ruby Smith. It's absolutely brilliant. It's like thunderous foot speed into the roll ball. What a brilliant platform that is. As we see England on 5th touch. Ruby Smith. England looking to maybe find scoring opportunities, playing a bit of jouet rugby. Unfortunately, Saffron Selvan-Bruce couldn't quite take that one off the bootlaces. But again, it's great endeavour, and England won't be too upset with where they've killed the ball in the area, because to play with such confidence to try and create scoring opportunities on 5th, it's what you want from young people.
I like to see it. I like to see the ball being moved around, even if it is the last touch, because you just never know what comes off the back of it. A little cheeky little switch in there, just create space. There's never give up, never die. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, fluid movement. There's nice hands there from Wales. Opportunities on the far side. It does get there. It was great covering pressure from Tilly Townsend. It was just lingering in the eye line of Nia McFadden.
Yeah, referee's called forward pass. That's a shame, because that was starting to develop really well.
Wasn't. About a minute left to go in this game.
That's gone quick.
It absolutely has. I mean, it's my first look at the England 15 girls, and I've got to say, I mean, as I have been with every single game, I have been blown away by the quality, the structure, the composure, the confidence. This is I mean, if you're watching touch for the first time, you've got to understand that what you're watching is just the next generation of players operating at such a high level, a level in which we've never seen before from a junior perspective.
So Matt, for the girls, England 15's head coach, he's did a bit of TM work in Vichy.
Oh,
here we go. I started talking again, didn't I?
Bruce getting up over halfway. Again, micro skills to complement that I think are important to mention. It's really easy when you make that line break to get white line fever, and you've got to come back to the mark and you've got to slow the play down. But Saffron, Selvin, Bruce knew exactly what was happening, stayed nice and composed, got the roll ball down cleanly, and England with such a comprehensive win. That will be a performance to remember for these young players. England 11, Wales 0. There was a lot to like about that, wasn't there?
I liked it. You know, I also liked the way that Wales never gave up and tried everything that they could to get down there and make a score. Listen, that was a great game. Joe, thanks for letting me share the platform with you. That was a real good game to watch.
Oh, anytime. Well, we're going to take a very quick break. And coming up for you next, we pivot into the boys 18s division, where it'll be Ireland versus Portugal.
Welcome back to the European Youth Touch Championships 2026. I'm joined by Jeremy here. We're watching Ireland versus Portugal at the men's 18s.
Good morning, followers at home. Great game set up for us to watch this morning.
Yeah, Portugal got the tap off. Striking with a nice early ball to the wing. Unfortunately, not in the hands of Thiago Vitoria. But it's a good early start, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, great to see some early attack. Really kind of move forward action is what we want to see from these boys today. Lots of energy, lots of structure.
Ireland striking up the middle with number 9, Ethan O'Neill, 5 even, Finn Maguire. It's a nice driving run from 16, Luke Purser. That's what you want from your latch coming on, isn't it?
100%. Get that pace, get the momentum, and defense on the back foot.
Nice mid work by, unlucky there by Matthew Darcy. But it's a nice little build up by Darcy and Max Corbett.
Yeah, I think some early game nerves maybe coming through here. The boys need to settle a little bit and just make sure they complete those sets.
Definitely winged by Thiago Vitoria, doing some good half work there.
Great to see some physicality here, all within the rules, of course.
Oh, lovely little spin by the 10, Eduardo Soto, and a bit of Portuguese flair coming out. They had it in the 15s. I'm wondering if the 18s have the same.
I'm pretty sure they do. Having seen the older age grades, I think it's something that absolutely runs through their veins.
No, it's the best part of touch for me, just the jouet, I hate to say it.
Oh, 100%. The Latin flair, mate, can be absolutely fantastic to watch. A little bit harder to defend.
Another good run there by Luke Purser. He seems to be a good driving link. A good drive again by Patrick Casey at 11. Dean Phillips.
Steady heads. Oh, okay.
Oh, unlucky. Just a few early mistakes creeping in by Ireland, but they do look punishing.
Yeah, I think look really solid. I think this game's going to be really interesting to see. Probably won by the team with the lowest error count, I think.
Right, definitely so. Salvador Mendes back in the hands of Salvador. Little body there. Work with Yao Baptiste. Yao again. Nice check off there. Unfortunately not caught by Thiago Ramal Hoto.
Yeah, as I said, those early game nerves are kind of really playing a place here. If they're not setting their position, staying deep enough, then it's going to be much harder to drive with speed into that transition.
Interesting, Ireland just slowing it down, not subbing off as well. The confidence of the young man, led at the moment by 13, Samuel Morhagen. Looks to be a good mid-pairing, Samuel and Henry Pratt.
Great little score there.
Yeah, great score by the man, Samuel Morgan. And I just think Irish showing just some good structure. There's a 32 short off there, and just the patience by the young boys. Yeah, it's a nice little work between the two mids. They seem to be comfortable together, might be working together at the junior levels in the clubs, and I think Portugal won't be too happy with themselves. They would look better than that, really.
Yeah, a little disconnected. I think some comms to pick up with the Portuguese, make sure they stay connected indeed there.
Thomas Bois at the moment. Sweeper play to Vascal Cardona.
Yep. Irish defence really strong there, holding position. Spaces, not faces, is always the winner.
Eduardo again. Good footwork there by Thomas Bois. Portugal, the hands are silky, but they seem to not have any set structure in that pod there. Or, sorry, not in that pod, in that set even.
Yeah, silky smooth makes it hard to grip the ball, I think. There's a few kind of handling errors slipping in.
Yeah, exactly. That's a nice saying, that. Strong run by Luke Purser. Patrick Carey picks up from half. Oh, lovely covering touch there by the number 6, Duarte Paiva from Portugal.
Yeah, 18 is such a great age grade to watch. You know, there's pace, there's a lot of talent, and also confidence often, just to show some really good performance, good skill. So I think we're in for a bit of a treat here.
Yeah, some of these boys will be playing in the men's open setup, or at least trying to be pushing through. But it's nice for them to play the age group where, you know, it's their peers and they can actually have that confidence shine through, where they wouldn't really have that striking opportunities, right?
100%. So, yeah.
Ooh. Not a big touch on that, but the referee says play on, nothing there. And Portugal is checking the ball around.
Yeah, certainly Ireland seem to have some more go-forward momentum at the moment. Portuguese have the ability, but they're getting held up midfield.
Nice strong run by Luke Purser again. It seems to be one of the driving players for Ireland. In the hands of Samuel Morgan, the try scorer. A lot of ball movement, but not enough go forward for my liking.
100%. It's all about moving forward, isn't it?
Yeah. Dean Phillips with the ball. Morgan. Pratt. Short setup again. I think he might have been.
Oh, great vision.
Great vision. To the sweeper off the 32 short. The number 7, Louis Chambers. Yeah, it was lovely play.
I think that's it. You know, actually, the Portuguese, I think they're not staying perhaps connected as well as they could be, and that's where you're going to see those little holes open up. Irish is taking advantage of that, and great outcome.
Completely right, but Portugal looking to strike back and get the deficit back down to 1 in the hands now of Vascal Contes into number 4, João Baptiste. Oh. That was number 3, I believe. Yeah, number 3, Francisco Sevivas. And I would have liked to see him attack hole 1 actually in that mid instead of push out.
Yeah, again, back to basics really, isn't it? Just always challenging on the outside, or the short side, should I say.
Good rolling drive from Ireland here, half worked by Alex Birrell. Finn Maguire in the hands of Luke Purser again. Another fantastic see. A lovely little bit of see. A lovely little bit of individual skill from the young man.
Yeah, and I think the vision from the Irish is pretty good. They can see where the gaps are opening up, and they're just making the most of that. This certainly could give them advantage for the rest of the game if Portugal don't respond.
Yeah, 3 32 shots and 3 scores for Ireland. The basics, bread and butter, are working so far. Let's see if Portugal can respond in the hands of number 5, Thomas Bois, at the moment. Bois.
There's some steadying play there. Nice, 32. Yeah,
lovely.
Easy, great score.
Thomas Bois, lovely little setup there, going short side off the 32 short, and he just seems. The try scorer seems to be the bit of the general for the pod, don't you agree?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he's very confident out there. Great line that he's run, and that'll be really good for Portugal as steadying score. So, you know, we'll see their energy in their heads lift, I think, as we move forward now that they're on the board.
Driving in by Ireland, number 1, Alex Birrell. Birrell again at half. Checks off to 9. Ethan O'Neill. Birrell again. Quickie there. Oh. Forward off the rock was the call by the referee, and it will be Portugal's penalty. But unlucky there, I think.
Sorry, yeah, I see that more and more. We've seen a lot of forward passes coming out of the ruck. The balance of speed and accuracy is just something you've really got to get right as a half.
Completely, and on the defensive side as well, I think the Portuguese could have done slightly more to get off the line.
Yeah, agree. They're waiting for the attack to come to them rather than taking the game.
No, the mid did very well to get back to the line, and he just, I think, slightly caught flat-footed by the steps of Birrell. Oh, little bit of a disagreement there, but all in the passion of the game. Ireland will have the roll ball, and Portugal set to defend.
These games are often won through mental strength too, so you're not going to get every game. It's about keeping your head and following your process, and just keep moving forward.
Luke Purser there with another run. Patrick Carey there with a dump. Picked up by 7, Lewis Chambers. Purser. Chambers. Corbett. Chambers here with the ball. Oh, lovely snag by Luke Person. I think a deserved try after all that running.
Absolutely beautiful. That gap was sitting there, just asking to be taken.
No, I mean it was, you had the defender in the channel, basketball, blocking the thing, and he just picks it off like an NFL wide receiver.
Happy days, mate. That's the skills we want to see from these boys.
It's the skills I'm sure you showed the men's 50s level as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a walk in the park for us. No, if only. It's pretty inspiring stuff to see just the talent and the ability that's out there.
No, completely. In Portugal, I'm sure in this familiar pod of Bois will be hoping to score again. Sweeper coming around, Cardona.
Yeah, setting quite far out with that sweeper though. It's quite interesting play.
Lovely touch, I think, from the Irish number 4.
Yeah, offside called there, unfortunately.
But do you think that sweeper could be a setup play for the short?
It's an interesting idea. I think pace into the sweeper on the 7 though is just got to be a much stronger play.
I agree completely. Bois here just using his touches. Cardona at half, Bois. A bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah, the balance between flair and staying connected is always a Portuguese challenge, I think. They've got such great flair, but got to make sure you take your teammates with you.
With a strong Irish drive through the Portuguese defence, giving themselves a really good platform for the attacking pod. 15 coming on Gorman. Maguire. Scooping through. Good awareness from the Irish just to try to kill it in one of the corners.
Yep.
They're all with a strong touch. Knight.
Yeah, good yards.
Good yards, but unfortunately for Ireland, shooter offside. They're all there. Another strong touch.
Seem to be losing momentum, Portugal, in the midfield here, and I think that's really costing them in terms of touches, and they're just not getting enough attack possession.
I completely agree. I think also the Irish shooters just trying to use their footwork to beat the shooters instead of just checking around the pass.
Yeah, I think that's a level of maturity on that too. When you see it once or twice, you got to adapt accordingly.
No, completely. But I'm sure this Portuguese team will wise up to it in the coming minutes.
No doubt.
10 Soto, off to Mendes.
Another sweep.
Nice sweep by Ramaloto. Back to Mendes. Oh, and a good touch from the 15, John Gorman.
Great cover play there because I thought he was cooked.
Ramoto dumps for Mendes. 14 was called offside by the sideline referee, so Portugal will have a penalty and another set of 6 on the Irish line.
Yeah, with a fresh set of 6, it'd be interesting to see what they actually do. What is their go-to attack in this situation?
Ball in the hand of Soto.
Setting up for 32 long, but no, unlucky.
It's a shame, but just those coach killers there on a fresh set, unforced.
Yeah, at this level, you just can't afford to make those sort of mistakes, unfortunately.
No, as we've been progressing through nice awareness there from the Irish 15, but just to be caught off the mark, you did well to keep the ball in hand, but when the defender gets past you, you have to be aware of that touch being caught on your back.
Yeah, you've got to initiate in those kind of contexts. Do it on your own terms, otherwise you leave yourself open to that kind of situation.
No, exactly. I'm used to playing for Nottingham, where players like Ethan Gallagher and Ollie Sam would try catch you out all the time.
That's got to be tough, mate.
5 in the hand of Bois, the try scorer. And Bois, they have a 3-on-2. I'm not sure they realised. Oh, apologies. I thought the ref called 5th. He did. Seems like everyone lost the touch count for a second, but on Portugal, unlucky not to just keep the touch count there.
Yeah. Well, it's a real critical role. I mean, underestimated from wingers, but key role of wingers, that comms. Make sure the team is aware of the touch count and where you are on the pitch.
Oh, lovely. Another drive, gaining meters from Luke Purser. Portugal sending shooters, Irish checking off, but that pass just drifting forward.
Yeah, again, that's the speed versus control piece. Make sure that the lines that you're running is at the right time.
Ball in the hands of Bois. Off to Paver. Bois acting half. And Portugal get the hard touch call. So, you know, we're used to the physicality in the men's 18s at the moment, but you still can't fully extend those arms, can you?
Well, yeah, it's there's some finesse required as you're trying to put a firm touch in, right?
Completely. But that's the difference between this level and the men's. It's just the technique and the touches. It's just one of those nitpicky things.
Yeah. Well, and you see it also, this versus the mixed. You know, there's a real, you got to tune in those skills and the strength of the touches as you put them in there. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time sitting in the box.
Exactly, and Ireland get a penalty there for offside. They'll be looking to capitalise through Ramalhoto and Mendes. Ball in the hands of Soto. Off to Ramalhoto. Good touch there from the 13, Samuel Morgan.
Release was on. It's a real shame because he could have just walked that in.
Maybe a bit of white line fever creeping through.
It happens to the best of us, mate.
It happens to all of us, sadly. As Cueros has the ball and checks it off to Mendes on the link. 21 short, and a lovely play from Portugal. Puts Rodrigo Cueros in for his first of the game. And was that a 21 short we just saw?
Mate, it's not the first 21 short I've seen from Portugal. I think it's something there it's firm in the Portuguese playbook, but that was just lovely to see. Great dive to finish there.
I mean, George, the teams aren't expecting it, but I just commentated the boys' 15s a few games ago, and they were running them and then scoring them against China. Honestly, it needs to be brought back.
Exactly. It's not just a move for old people.
Luke Purser here again. I'd love to see what he's got to offer on the line. Obviously, he was a try scorer, but I wonder if he's used as a striker at all. Birrell trying to catch his Portuguese counterpart offside, but referee thinks there's nothing on there, so just a touch. Maguire to Birrell. Oh, I think a touch pass will be the call there, so Portugal have a penalty on their 7.
Hopefully Portugal can capitalise on this and get some momentum going through the midfield.
Nice driving there from the Portuguese. That's this great half work again by Tiago Vitória. Francisco Luiz, Saltasi Fernandes, and now dancing his way through is the try scorer Rodrigo Cueros. Lovely picked up from half and a cut out pass to the wing, just contested, but ball down, Ireland ball.
It's a really nice idea. The Irish defence had really kind of bunched on this side of the pitch, so it's the vision to send it over, I think, it's a good idea.
Good drives here for Ireland. Some strong contested touches from Portugal. They've got one to play with in the hands now of Louis Chambers asking for it. Chambers looking to scoop. Nothing on now. Can the Irish boys produce a moment of magic? Looking to kill it in the corner. Maybe not this time.
Yeah, good tactical play there.
Good tactical play, but as a fan, you obviously want some special...
Some action would be great right now.
I don't think we can complain with a game like this. Irish setting good defensive structure with a touch from 11, Patrick Carey. 9 shooting up Ethan O'Neill. In the hands of Oisin Moran. Bois now with the ball. Sevevas. Bois. Oh, lovely ball to Sevevas, and it's a 3-on-2. Can the Portuguese capitalise?
Oh, beautiful. That's a great try.
And Portugal bring it level with the fly from Mikael Karapetian.
Yeah, it's just the way he held the ball, drew the defender, drew the winger in. That's lovely to see.
And so many of the 3-on-2 flies we've seen this weekend have just been squandered by just a lack of intensity. But the depth that the Portuguese ran on in the dying seconds of the half have brought the game level 3-3. Any final words for the half, Jeremy?
We've got a game on our hands. It was a bit of a wobbly opener, but I reckon we're on for a really interesting second half.
Me too.
the smoking area is in half an hour across the way. Ladies and officials, 2-minute run, 2 minutes. Ladies and officials, 1-minute run, 1 minute. Ladies and officials, John Best second warning, please take the pitch, ready to play.
Welcome back to the second half of this exciting Ireland-Portugal game. What are your thoughts so far, Jeremy?
Oh, look, really interesting first half. You know, there's clearly development areas on both sides of the pitch, and I think 3-3 is a pretty fair reflection of the game that we saw. Second half set for a really exciting game, I think.
No, I completely agree with you, and I'm just excited for what these teams are going to show us, because honestly, nothing would surprise me at this point.
Well, that's it. I suspect the coaches have been very clear about what they want to see and things we have to stop.
Oh, hips not square, the call there. So Portugal have an early chance to go ahead against Ireland to finally, for the first time in this match, try push in the lead. Nice drive there by
Great
the
yards.
Portuguese middle, checked off, and just a 6 more call will be the one for this familiar pod of Bois and Pava.
Yeah, this was really their strike prod in the first half. You can see some good yards there. So let's see where they go from an attack perspective.
Wow, with the ball to Baptista. Baptista to Survivors, trying to get the better of his outside man. Baptista again to Bois. Bois telling him just to go in.
Yeah, they've got plenty of touches in hand. It's time to kind of manipulate the D's a little bit, I think.
Bois looking for the overlap. And did he sneak
Oh,
through?
he's given it. He's given it.
Snuck through there. Bois with the pace on his opposite number, and kind of shocked me there.
I was surprised. I was expecting a touch there. So whether he was offside and he allowed play through, I'm not sure. I couldn't hear what the ref said, unfortunately.
From the replay, no, Birrell didn't even call the touch. I think it was just outran him.
Yeah, pure speed.
No, an impressive work from the young man who has brought his team from, I would say, a deficit to the front, and we've just eaten our own words.
That's the equaliser.
Yeah, great footwork from Amara Batzaya to bring his team level here to 4-4 to a nail biter.
Wow, yeah, we're going to see this in the second half. Both teams have come to play, and that's exactly why we're here. It's going to be some entertaining stuff.
No, and there was a lot of talk about Field 2 at the moment, where England boys 18 are playing the French boys 18, but the fellas here on pitch 1 are showing everyone, hey, watch our game, because we can compete at that level just as much as the big dogs can.
And it's exciting for now and for the future to see more competitions at this level. It's going to be a much more interesting game to follow and great for development of the sport.
Mendes, I think, setting up to Soto to Cuilleros in the hands of Ramalotto. Soto looking at the 21 short, and he snuck in to put Portugal back up again.
That's amazing. That's you see all confidence sneaking in for the attack now, which is absolutely brilliant.
I mean, it was fantastic play around the park, and a lovely individual dive of Cuilleros on Luke Perzo, who has been amazing this game, but Portugal just up again.
Love it, mate. Love it.
That 21 short might have to make a comeback.
It's working. It's working.
No, I think that was 32 short side. I don't want to spread any fake news.
Yeah, well, that is, but I think
the Irish trying to repeat their try, but stop this time now. Ball in the hands of Alex Birrell. Just a bit of miscommunication. Can Birrell sort his pot out? Maguire. Oh, lovely Maguire. And a rare error by Bois. However, it lets Ireland go level yet again.
And it just shows the importance of, the pocket mid really kind of covering the attacking or the touching mid there.
Completely so. Now Portugal with a chance to strike back and take the lead for the second time this game. But honestly, it's anyone's game at the moment. I have no idea. Cuilleros. Soto, Cuilleros. Ramalotto looking for another short. 21 short here. Short side. Good touch by the 15, Thiago Vittoria.
Yeah, just running out of road there. Late switch could have worked well, but not to be.
No, not to be. And Ireland are rewarded with a touch pass. Just looking for a check that didn't quite come off. Prize scorer, Amara Badzaya. Dean Phillips. Louis Chambers. O'Neill scoops. Tries to check off to the wing, but just over the top of Dean Phillips there.
Yeah, just forcing it a little bit there. I think if he held the ball slightly longer, maybe he could have drawn the defender over a bit more.
Now the Portuguese pod will be looking to put on the familiar faces of Bois and co. Well driven by Baptista. Baptista here with the ball. Checked out to Ceballos. Bois, Baptista. Lovely left to right. And covered well by Thiago Vittoria.
Vittoria, some great defence on the game here. It's just really been solid in the corner there.
And he has been absolutely rock wall this second half, and referees pulled it back to the mark for a touch pass, Ireland penalty. Baptista makes the touch. Luke Purser acting half. Birrell scoops. Oh, they have the overlap
Ball
here,
hands.
Portugal. Luke Purser for the corner. We know he has pace. Can he finish? Good cover by Bois. The man is everywhere.
Oh, great. He's having a great game, Bois.
Birrell here. Just looking to kill in the corner and try force Portugal in their own half. Oh, good meters there. Bois.
Just good read on the defense.
Baptista half. Mendes with the ball. Soto now. Ramalto. Soto scoops. Goes short side. Numbers are on, but
He's on.
is a forward pass the referee is going to call. That's unfortunate because there was a lovely finish in the corner.
Yeah, I thought that was on. So yeah, unfortunate there. Maybe a bit of wind.
There we have Birrell, and the referee has called offside, I believe.
Well, it does stop the momentum, but unfortunately, 6 more.
It is hot in Vichy sorry, it feels like Vichy, but it's hot in Warwick today with some lovely footwork from the 6, Henry Pratt. Can he go all the way? Oh,
Just caught there on 7.
taken by Eduardo Soto, but Henry Pratt has earned his team some valuable meters. Phillips. Morgana. Pratt. Pratt again,
Release,
looks to
release.
strike. Oh, a good touch. Thiago Vittoria has come off his wing into the link there to try and get a dive between the opposite mid and leg.
That little hesitation of putting the ball down, otherwise that would have been a score.
Pratt here, marshalling his attack. Sweeper play. Oh, good touch by the Portuguese, but maybe an inside ball is the option.
Yeah, I just sense a bit of hesitation in the Irish team in the start of the second half.
No, it seems to be the Portuguese defence has just improved as well. But we do know this Irish team can score almost at will at times, so they'll be looking to... Ooh! The referee is going to call a penalty there, and just a unneeded error from Thiago Ramalotto, who has had a good game so far.
Yeah, I think just a lapse of concentration there.
And at the boys 18 level, there can be some size and physicality, and I think that might have just been one of the instances at the park.
Indeed.
That being said, I think Pratt knew what he was doing for his touches. Nice sweeper. Oh, unlucky there, out of the hands of 10 Max Corbett. But
Interesting here in terms of the Portuguese positioning. If you look at the defence there, the defence was massively wide rather than tight there. So I don't know if that's conscious or...
I think they're maybe aware of the Irish ball threats instead of the diving threats, because the Irish have hesitated to dive. So maybe the confidence of the Portuguese in saying, okay, we're gonna cover the passes instead.
Yeah, I get that, but to have the Portuguese winger sitting well outside the Irish winger, sees maybe there's a missed opportunity there.
I tend to agree with you here. And the Portuguese have another chance gifted by an Irish error. Bois here in this familiar danger pod. Paiva. Bois. Paiva. Paiva with the 32 short going short side. Bois looks to be in open space. Oh, and a lovely covering touch by the Irish link, Dean Phillips. So Vivas, Baptista. Oh, unfortunate there, but that was a just unlucky for Bois, who's had a good game.
Bois having a great game, but I think whilst he's great at attacking, now's probably the opportunity to become more of a support player. So put somebody else in a good position, and that way you can wrong foot the defence.
Completely agree, as Ireland are trying to steam through this Portugal defence, which has been good this set. Touch made on Oysen Moran. Killed in the corner there by Moran.
A great, again, good finishing position from the Irish team. Oh, here we go.
Oh, stop it, Paeva, stop it. Some lovely footwork there to Vivas, and they are just steaming on now. Paeva again with another good run and checked off to Soto. Touch from behind, just loses the momentum slightly, but they have touches on the line now, Portugal. In the hands of Soto. Mendes. Ramolto, Soto again. Oh, couldn't quite find the space, which was on the wrap, I would say.
100% agree there, mate. The rapper kind of just stopped. He didn't follow through to his hole. Otherwise, again, he could probably have walked it in.
Seems to be that Portugal are looking for that link chopping hole instead of maybe hitting that wrap early and just abusing the Irish space.
Oh, mate, depth and early release is just so powerful in this kind of game.
Oh, completely. And they've been gifted a penalty on the halfway. It's a little disagreement between the player and the referee, but Portugal will have essentially a tap-off to try and attack the Irish line.
With 8 minutes to go, kind of scores level, it's really hard to pick where this game's going to go.
No, it is anyone's game, as Crespo checks it off to Paeva. Ramolto. Soto. Mendes. Is this another one? See Portugal yet again looking for that link pass. I think they need to just keep the ball slightly tighter to home.
Yeah, exactly. I think 4-on-3, tough call at that point, unless you got an absolute bullet pass.
Now Ireland steaming up the pitch through Pratt. Moran at half. Pratt, lovely kick step to the man we know who has good footwork in the 14, Amara Batzaya. Oh, Pratt with a good scoop through. Can this be the moment that Ireland getting the lead?
Ball down.
Referee, sideline referee's
called no, cool touch. Yeah, wow, that must have been close.
That could be the game saver with 7 minutes left. You never know in this nail biter. Oh, that is a tight call, but nonetheless, Portugal had the ball steaming up the pitch. Ramolotto checks it off to Queiroz, checks it off to Mendes. Ramolotto again with the ball. He's everywhere at the moment. Ball in the hands of Baptista to Paeva. Bois wants it short. He's running with intensity. Just a checking line. He can't seem to get outside of John Gorman.
It'd be lovely to have seen a little trail run there, a little trail ball back from Baptista. I think would be a nice little offload.
I want to apologise to Gorman, as I've been calling him the Portuguese 15 the entire game. So John Gorman, apologies, you have had a fantastic game so far, mate. As we see Paeva with a good touch on Gorman with the ball. Nice strong touch from Portugal there.
Yeah, really broken the momentum. Let's see what Ireland can do to pick it up.
I need to run at pace here with looking for maybe a Redlands play that wasn't on the 5th touch.
Yeah, one in the chamber. Be interested to see what the guys do to keep the ball alive. They're going to burn it. Yeah, that touch count awareness just seems to be dipping here. It's going to be expensive.
Yeah, no, completely right. It's just that communication point we touched on earlier with the wingers is so important. A nice run from Bois here, getting his team needed meters. As Mendes has the ball, checks it off to Soto. Good hands there by Queiroz, and good feet as well. And Luke Purser with a Herculean effort to make the touch. He seems to be in a bit of pain after that, as you would be.
That's putting your body on the line.
Really is, but it's needed. And a forward pass will be given, but could have been a risky mistake.
I don't know if there was a collision there or what, but it's kind of odd. His arms went back, but the ball went forward, so not really sure what happened there.
No, I don't think anyone really is, but the 10 for Portugal, Eduardo Soto, seems to be holding his side. I hope the young man's okay. Approaching the last 4 minutes of the game. It's genuinely anyone has it for grabs at the moment as Pratt is steaming up the field, and he is an elusive man. Birrell and Birrell wrapped up. That'll be 6 more, and Ireland have a set of 6 on the Portuguese line, and this could be dangerous here for Portugal as Maguire has ball in hand.
Yeah, that's a real cheap penalty to give at this stage.
Short is given. Tyrrell. More. Back to Maguire. He just resets his attack. Checks off to his partner, Tyrrell. Asks for a quickie from Maguire. Tyrrell, ball in hand. Looking for the hole. Oh, Maguire. Tyrrell just asked Maguire to straighten up a little bit.
And release. That little release, he would have walked it in.
But Ireland have another set of 6 on the line, and this pod have looked dangerous. Tyrrell with the ball. Maguire. Tyrrell looking for a short maybe. Pratt. Maguire. Good touch. And there was no space between the two middles.
No, but the wrap was on.
Wrap was on. Will Ireland give the quick release next time? I guess we'll see what they have to offer. Tyrrell with ball in hand.
Maybe some conditioning going on.
And there's space on the left. Oh, but they didn't need it as on-field gives the try. As Portugal go 1 up with 3 minutes left on the clock.
That's perseverance for you.
And just hacking at that line over 3 sets. You would expect this young Irish team to score one, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I feel like the Irish are really making this hard. There's opportunities that they, if they lifted their heads a little bit, they might be able to exploit a little easier.
No, but that's at this level, the boys' 18. We expect so much of them. Oh, Baptista, no, he got away with a little bobble.
Lucky.
The 21 short is called for Bois, and lovely,
beautiful.
To equalise in the corner, Francisco Sevillus from Thomas Bois, who has had an absolute game. This pod has been dangerous, and just equalising with 2 minutes left.
Oh, Bois just seems like a real clutch player in this kind of situation.
Portugal have gone level with Ireland, and with what I assume can only really be the last full set of 6 that Irish will have on the Portuguese line. It is an absolute nail biter on pitch 1 at the moment.
What a great game to watch.
21 short. I mean, they're back. They are back. There you go. Lovely driving here from number 9, Ethan O'Neill.
Just under 2 minutes to go. Let's see what they've got in their toolkit.
Oh, I think the referee's going to call forward off the ruck, and that might be the last shot of the game Ireland will have unless Portugal bobble here. Never know with commentators' curse. But they're steaming up the pitch at the moment. These Portuguese boys do not look like they want to give anything away. In the hands of Baptista again, this danger pod is on. Baptista. And I'm not sure if you get, but the fans behind us are going crazy for Portugal. I know what they want. Baptista, this is 5th. Is there any moment of magic? Or have they lost the touch count here? Switch. Touch is called first by Amara Badzaya. And that is a great touch to keep Portugal out.
Hang in there, boys. Last minute. Let's go.
Some Irish support from the sidelines.
Great to hear. That lone voice trying to drown out the Portuguese.
No, and they might have managed to do so. And they have a penalty, but they need to take it quick here, Ireland, if they want to go up in this game.
35 seconds.
Maguire here with the ball. Morgan, another try scorer in this game, as there have been so many. Pratt here, just slowing it down, but Purser injecting some pace, but he's the half, and the referee hasn't realised, and he's got away with one there. The dying moment of the game as Pratt has the ball, just looking to gas Bois, but we know that won't happen as the young man is rapid. And that is all they have to offer. Wow.
What a great game. I mean, that was certainly unexpected. I think, if you look at the pedigree of these teams, it really has been a great show from both of those teams. Obviously, both had strengths and weaknesses, but super entertaining to watch.
No, completely, no comment on the entertainment value of that game, but just the talent we've seen from these age groups is astounding, and I'm honestly surprised I'm still getting shocked.
Well, but I mean, it's great for the future of the sport. You know, these guys will be interesting. They'll get stronger as they go through the rest of the tournament, and certainly as they move through their touch careers. You know, really exciting times ahead.
No, completely. So, Ireland 6, Portugal 6 for the boys 18.
Welcome back then to day 2 of the European Youth Touch Championship, live here from the University of Warwick's Cryfield Pavilion ground. Thanks to Kit and Joe this morning. Joe Wright will be back with you later on. For now, it's myself, Will Kemsley, alongside Lexi Johnson. Lexi, welcome back. Bit of mixed 15s action for us. Lebanon, who have got 1 win, which they registered against Belgium in round 3 yesterday, against China, still looking for their first.
I think this is set to be a really exciting matchup, Will. China will definitely be hungry for their first win here, and I think they'll come out fighting.
China in the black and gold, well supported by their other age groups here today, taking on Lebanon in the green and red trim, left to right in the first 20 minutes here. So this is a brutal format, the under-15s, you know. There's no semi-finals to bail you out. Only the top 2 can play for a gold medal. Bronze between 3rd and 4th, and playoff all the way down, which means that every game matters until those final seedings and those playoff games tomorrow.
That's always going to be really tough for them there, because as every game matters, they can't really be making any mistakes, so they've got to put it all on the line.
Classic European fixture between China and Lebanon gets underway here. Of course, in jest. It's great to see these nations come across and test their mettle, even at under 15s level, which is so remarkable, against sides they meet often in the Youth Atlantic Cup and now the Youth Euros as well. Bit like Eurovision. Why not have them along? We're like Australia. Although this lot playing Australia wouldn't be very productive, tends to be the end result. It's about growing the game of touch in China. And as Chris Simon said yesterday, with everything going on in Lebanon's part of the world, it is just fantastic to have them here. And talking about something else other than that part of the region, talking about their touch rugby as they keep out China again.
This is a really beautiful start from China, actually. They're putting on a lot of force here and really encouraging Lebanon to make tough decisions. So their structure is looking really good, and we have a scoop through.
Jin Zhulin scoops through and finds the pass, and China take an early lead.
It's that early dominance that China are definitely going to want to set here, and they are only going to get a boost from that. That was a really, really lovely play from them.
Lovely scoop from Yin Zhaolin, and then dotted down by Zheng Baoshen. Good start for China. Lebanon, though, with a chance to respond. And it's Mark Corey. Corey again with a pick-off. He's got Alex El Corey alongside him. Corey, El Corey. Corey again. And then taken straight to the line. Across comes Caden Anderson in the red cap in the centre of the park. Alex El Corey. Mark Corey. Alex El Corey again. It's on here for Lebanon to the right-hand side. Oh, almost a brilliant take by Yuma Bulfara, but just put down.
That's really unfortunate for Lebanon there. That was a really clever play. They stuck with the buddy drive there, so they only stayed in the middles, which made China think they were just going to stay there, and then they got that dish out to Link. So very clever idea, and I'm sure they'll be able to execute that as this game goes on.
Tough opening few games for China. Both these teams have played England, sorry. Lebanon lost 12-1, China 12-3. So expecting an even fixture here as China look to scoop through again through their try scorer. Zheng Baoshen. Around the corner comes Yin Zhaolin. Zheng Baoshen. Zhaoling again, over he goes to Wang Yihan, who's crashing over, and it's a score for China.
This is a really hot start to the game for China. That is absolutely fab to see. They have so much speed when they get on that ball, and there's just no stopping them. We'll see if Lebanon can actually put a barrier on this Chinese side, who looks so strong.
Lebanon lost to France this morning. China beaten by Wales. They've been in some tough fixtures against very strong, experienced sides. But China at the moment, looking for their first win of the competition. It'll be a huge result against a country like Lebanon, which of course has such a great history with rugby league. And of course that touch, it's only a hop, skip and a jump to get across the touch rugby from there.
And beautiful handling skills on display here from China. Pretty much faultless by the looks of it so far. Every player has got that ball at some point.
Here go China then through Huang Boyu. And then Zhang Jimei all the way to the edge where Lam Kai-ku forced to turn it over.
A clever place to burn the ball as well from China there. They left it on the far side of Lebanon's box, which makes their life very, very difficult.
Caden Anderson goes for the intercept, but it's back with Lebanon, who could accelerate away through Matteo Alam. And then a good little run from Maria Kassadajin Dit Kassad.
Made some great width there, Lebanon. They managed to get that ball over to their sub-box in very few touches.
But unfortunately have gifted China back possession. This under-15s mixed division was of course in action 2 years ago, but now you've got mixed boys and girls as well. An explosion of touch being played at this age group this year at the biggest ever youth Euros here in Warwick. Here's Anderson. Pinning back his ears, a little goosey from Anderson, but he's well caught. Now they head towards the box. Here's Zhang Pengji. Little scoop again from Zheng Baoshen. Yin Zhaolin, Wang Bushen. It's again on here for China, but the pass from Yin Zhaolin just a touch undercooked, and Yihan was left wanting on the wing.
That was the perfect idea from China there, but just shut down by that really strong Lebanese defence. They saw where they were going with it, and they were not going to let them have another one here.
So Lebanon head to the box, looking to create a bit of momentum here. Around the corner come the changes. Nice dummy, and that's the start they're after. Alex El Corey out there again with Mark Corey. Great combination between the two. El Khoury steps off the right boot and scoots through himself. China missed the touch. Khoury over the top, basketball pass for Mark Khoury, but a touch is made. Good defense from China.
Yeah, that was a really crucial touch there that could have put Lebanon on the board, which China are going to really try not to do because they're going to build some momentum and get a boost from that. So they're going to try and hold them back as long as they can here.
There's the Chinese supporters to their boys 15 side on the touchline, trying to lend their support. The mixed team still pushing forward here. Anderson loves that little shake of the hips. Zhang Jumei, her last pass, just a bit off target.
They're looking so in control, China here. Their ball handling skills are just crystal clean. It's really, really looking like they're the dominant force at the moment.
Oh, it's a nice step, and there's half a yard for Lebanon to drive down the left. It's a great break from Alex El Khoury. Good yards stolen. El Khoury with Nuhad Boutros at the link. And Mark Khoury to his right, El Khoury to Mark Khoury. Alex El Khoury goes for the missed pass over the top, and it's just away from the outstretched arms of Yasmina Obeid.
It's looking really promising from Lebanon, actually. They've had a couple of really good opportunities here, and it's just slight things in the execution that are letting them down, but we know that the principles are there and they can put up a fight here.
Lovely drifting run from Huang Boyu. Certainly still everything to play for in this first half, just 2 scores in it. Got to say, the subtleties of China's kit, really impressive stuff with the gold emblems down the side. Lebanon in their classic colours, they're unique across all of their age groups, which is not something you see every day. Still on here for China, Huang Sheng with a long ball. Good acceleration from Chen Yinji. But Lebanon defend well.
Looking a little bit slow off the mark from Lebanon there. They're going to want to build some momentum as they go into this sub-off.
Well, the sun did come out, to be fair. It's drifted away now. Although I'm not an expert on the climate in Lebanon, but I feel like they might be used to it. That's a brilliant take from Matteo Alam, by the way, to keep the attack flowing. Here's Eric Chaya. Great pickup, off they go. Gio Maroon back inside, Maroon still going. It's a very good touch from China to shut them down.
They're really threatening at greatness here, Lebanon. If only China will give it a little bit so they can get through that hard defence.
And China happy to take the touches as they transition as well. Thing is, you talk about the pace of the game, and of course, because of the skill set on show, you forget that this is under 15s, as it's another darting run, this time from Hui Fankai. So of course they're not going to be firing it 100% the whole time. These are such young touch players, but you often forget because of the skill on show from both sides.
Yeah, it's incredible to see how much structure is being implemented from both of these teams. They're just absolutely textbook with what they're doing, and it's paying off.
What a take from Fankai. Well then, Hui Fankai is caught. So he'll be laid back by Yuma Bufara. Gio Maroon. Bufara at half again. They're going to stick down the touchline for now. On comes Andrew El Haddad. Touch taken by Karl Aoun. El Haddad, Aoun, 2 over from the right, but Aoun will keep going. El Haddad, Aoun again. They're up to the 7 here. China got to creep forward, and now they'll retreat. Aoun, again, patient from Lebanon. They know they've got the touches. Eventually taken, but a slight miscount from Lebanon. That's a shame. Excited to see them strike at the line there.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I could see they were setting up for something, and they will get a second chance here. They're very bunched on the right-hand side, so it seems as if they're trying to get China to move one way to then rip it back the other.
Slight error. That's all that Lebanon need. Good acceleration, good delay on the pass as well from Malek Gossem, but it was just above clear Chameleon on this left wing. And again, look at the fast feet from Caden Anderson. Nice work round the corner, touch taken by Chen Yunji. And then played on by Zhang Pengji. All the way around they go, and Zhan Lin takes off the handbrake. Zhan Lin just caught by Carla Own.
That was a fantastic run there. He had so much depth from receiving that ball to really gain that momentum and just sneak into the gap.
Yin Zhanlin, Zheng Baosen, Zhang Pengji up over the 10. Good pickup from Baosen. And again, they're marching back here. China moving forward. No look switch round the corner from Baosen. He tries to sneak through, but it's a brilliant touch from Yuma Bulfarah.
Yeah, incredibly well defended. That is the hardest kind of touch to defend when it's really unpredictable, but she read that like a book. It was perfect.
So changes in the offing. And since those 2 early tries, the game has levelled out remarkably.
Yeah, it seems like China just caught Lebanon being a little bit lethargic there, but they're not going to let them get away with that any longer.
Good scoop, and it's played on by El Khoury, and this is nice from Alex El Khoury, weaving inside and out, fires it into the path of Mark Khoury, and surely now Lebanon on the board.
That is exactly what we knew Lebanon were capable of, and it's so nice to see it really well executed. That has to be the try of the game so far. Only way is up for Lebanon here.
Seriously good touch, so elusive. Dropping the shoulder, shifting the hips. Alex El Khoury with a good assist. Mark Khoury runs a good line. The touch on Anderson, but he gets it straight back again. Caden Anderson just can't get away. Good defense from Gio Maroon. Anderson. Wei Fan Kai. Wei Fan Kai again. Anderson a little bit narrow. Trying to weave away for Maroon. Good touch. Fan Kai. Oh, it's just too high in the end for Yan Haolin.
Yeah, that's really unlucky there. Their fast feet are incredibly promising. They can just dip and dart wherever they need to be and really fluster the Lebanese defence. That is quite unlucky there.
Teo Alam, and now Maroon with a good carry. Looking for the snipe down the short side. It doesn't quite work out for Lebanon this time, but you love to see that kind of attempted move.
Yeah, that's some great interplay between them there. That lovely little check back just to try and confuse the Chinese defence. I want to see more of that in this game.
Anderson taking the scenic route as they head towards the box. Good touch made by Claire Chameleon. Here's Wang Xiang. Zheng Baosen. Yin Zhenlin. Baosen. Zhenlin. Oh, he's scooping through. Lebanon caught offside. Looks to float it across. Brilliant defense from Yasmina Abayed.
The wingers have been putting such a shift in defensively all game so far for Lebanon. They are really proving crucial in this match.
6 more touches, though, I think, for China from here. Zheng Baosen. And then taken on by Xi Sheng, and Baosen leaves it for Yin Zhaolin, who's over the line but kept out. Great touch by Mark Khoury.
Bit of deliberation between the refs, but that dive looked fantastic. He timed that really, really well, and they have another shot at this now.
Zheng Baosen. Yin Zhaolin, Baosen round the corner, racing out comes Alex El Khoury. Yin Zhaolin. Baosen, the Chinese try scorer. Alongside the winger on the far side, Wang Yihan. They might look to head out there again. Round the corner they go. It's Yihan. It just flashes past her. But I think there was cover there for Lebanon. Nuhad Boutros shut down the space much better this time than when that worked out first time around for Zheng Baosen.
It's lovely to see so much creativity from both of these sides. It's really easy to get wrapped up in the structure of the game, but they're showing their full potential here and just having fun with it.
5 minutes to go in the first half. It's a big game for both teams because another win on the board for Lebanon do their confidence a world of good with big games against the likes of Scotland coming up still, whereas China still looking for their first win. In a good position to grab it here. Here's that dangerous attacking pair of El Haddad and Carla Own. Well, they've just left it behind there, unfortunately. Out of touches as Malik Goshen was caught. So China, long way from home. head towards the box. Chen Yunji. Yin Junlin. Touch taken by Zheng Jimei. And now the changes are there. Yan Haolin. Really good scoop from Huang Boyu. But the ball inside. Looking for Haolin. Only finds the dusty turf here in Warwick.
There's some beautiful fundamentals on display from both squads here, actually. A really strong dump. Great initiating of the touches. This is fantastic play from them both.
Lebanon with a bit of field possession from their first couple of touches. Can they carve out a strike as the changes are made? Off goes the likes of Andrew El Haddad. Don't mind that footwork out there either. Mark El Khoury, the try scorer. El Khoury goes straight through, but the touch is made. The half is caught. It's a great turnover. And it's a good spot by the referee on this near side, as well as by the Chinese coaches. Another really good little break. First by Mark Khoury and then Alex El Khoury. China stopped them again.
Definitely starting to look a bit dangerous here, but the Chinese defence was just too strong there. They really tightened up and crowded in on them, so they had no option but to go for that long ball after the scoop, but just a bit too late.
Well, the ball was a little loose as it was placed down by the Chinese there, but they're going to let them play on here. Seen some tough refereeing across this under-15s category, of course. We've talked already about how they don't let the standard slip for anyone, showing the players the full respect, as you said, Lexi, earlier today. Taken on by Zheng Baoshen. And then out of touches as Yin Zhaolin was caught.
It's a great opportunity for Lebanon here because they're not far from their halfway. So China didn't quite make as much ground as they would have hoped for on that sub. And now Lebanon are threatening their own line.
Commentator's curse strikes again. It's time for poor Lebanon as it's turned over. Something just hasn't quite clicked in this half for both sides, but perhaps not used to as much possession in the games that they've had tough times, but they've also both had close results. China really challenging Scotland, Lebanon beating Belgium, and a dummy comes in. It's a last-ditch touch from Matteo Alam. I wonder if they'll just warm up to this game into the second half, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's been quite a recurring theme among all the matches here. You actually see the players learning as they're going, and the quality is improving as we go through the match. So I'm sure the second half will be the same.
Exactly what they're here for, too.
Yeah, it's really great to see.
Zhang Pengji, good pickup. It's these two in danger again. Zhang Baoshen and Yin Zhaolin looking to go wide, but that's a tough ball for Wang Yihan to take. So instead, Matteo Alam will drive towards the near side. In recent years, the Lebanon Men's Open against England was one of the most memorable games of the World Cup a few years ago. A fiery affair when Lebanon looked fantastic. And China as well. Of course, there's a seniors competition out in Japan in October, and I know Chris Simon's been over in Japan recently with some exciting developments, but for now it's a scoop through from El Haddad and then dotted down, and have Lebanon scored? Well, China were racing to get across there, and two players have come together, unfortunately. Thankfully, the Lebanese winger is able to sit up and hopefully back to her feet in a moment. I think she just caught a knee on the way through. It happens when you're a winger. You've got to put your body on the line, and the Chinese were racing across.
Yeah, that's the main issue there, and Blasic wasn't even rewarded with the score after all that hard work, but that is unfortunately something that does happen. You're being absolutely gunned down from both the ball and your opposition.
Well, nothing malicious about it. As we focused in on some of the fans here, of course, France are playing in just a game's time, so they've got their best seats in the house early.
Yeah, the support throughout this entire tournament from spectators has just been astronomical. I mean, it's really creating an atmosphere at these grounds, and you're just excited to see what's happening on each pitch.
Well, with the buzzer about to go anyway, the referees have called half-time as there was about to be a changeover so that the Lebanese player can receive the help she needs. She was able to sit up. She is being attended to by the Lebanese medical staff, so we'll be back in a few moments for the second half. Lebanon and China. At the moment, it's still China who lead 2-1.
Maintaining the way to finish the game, substitution boxes, and the Catholic village morning, spectators will be waiting for food provided, 20 food, 20 food, 20 shade.
Welcome back to our tie between Lebanon and China, which ended a few seconds early because of an injury to a Lebanese winger who's back to her feet, I'm happy to report. It is 2-1. It wasn't given as a score in the end to Lebanon, despite the great effort diving down out wide. Lexi, you spotted the call from the umpire.
Yeah, I think that was a really tough call. I think she could have possibly been in there, but it's a marginal thing. So touch was given, and unfortunately Lebanon are down a score, but they'll come out fighting in the second half, I would imagine.
So 2-1. Lebanon, who have already picked up their first win of the tournament, are still a try behind to China. China looking for their first win of the campaign in this mixed 15s division. 20 minutes still to play here at the European Youth Touch Championships at the University of Warwick. And it's Lebanon in the green and red, left to right, getting us started. A missed touch here, and straight through goes El Khoury.
I mean, what do you say about that? That is exactly how Lebanon will have wanted to start this half, showing us what they're actually made of here and spotting a fantastic opportunity, and with the pace to back it up. This is beautiful.
Why do we even bother fixing the score?
I know.
Alex El Khoury, try and an assist now for the dangerous Lebanese middle.
Almost looking like he was looking to avenge his fallen winger there, but now she's back on her feet and ready to perform.
Yes, very dramatic from Lebanon, as they have been at times in the Touch World Cup and beyond. Fantastic opponents to face. I think the kind of team that everyone wants to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just so unpredictable, which is really lovely to see, and you never really know what you're going to get with them. You just know you're going to get a fantastic standard, as with China here.
Oh, lovely hands. Did she not it down in time? Chen Yuji.
Arguments from the Lebanese, but I reckon the ref is happy with that. And the score is given. So China return the favour there, and they're showing that they do quite like sitting one ahead, and they're going to stay there as long as they can.
Lovely hands from those two most important Chinese players, Zheng Bosen and Yin Jiaolin, putting in Chen Yunji for the score. China up by 1, 3-2 in their favour now. Lebanon looking to equalise again.
Got some real pace on display here by Lebanon. They have not come to play. They're here to show China what they're made of.
Lebanon on the 7.
A lovely 32 set up for Lebanon there.
China make the touch.
No touches left. Let's see what they can do. If they can get creative, we know they can. Fortunately, just a miscount on the touches there, so it will be a China ball, and they'll be looking for a strong subset here.
Well, what a start to the second half. Just like the first half, the tries came thick and fast and then slowed right down. So here come China as they approach the halfway line through Wang Xisheng, Yin Jiaolin, Zheng Bosen, just creeping forward. And then the press triggered by Lebanon, and that might open the space. It's incredible graft from Gio Maroon to get back there.
That was a beautiful sweeper platform they set up there, but well read by the Lebanese defenders. And a fantastic dish, not quite executed, but this is looking really threatening from China.
Good defence from Gio Maroon. And the Lincoln Wink, who have come over as well there. And now it's a long way back to the sideline for Yuma Bufara, but they do work their way towards the box.
It look easy, in fact. This is a really nice sub off with the little dummy there.
Maroon with the dummy, but he is caught in the end by Yin Jiaolin. I think there's tired legs out there for China now in this set.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but Lebanon are in a fantastic position as they come into the third touch there.
Those two again, El Khoury and Khoury, causing all the problems. El Khoury with the dummy, and a very important touch just at the very last from Zheng Bosen.
Such fine margins in this match at the minute, and it's really nice to see. Neither one wants to let up at all.
China head towards the box now. It's become a bit of a chess match, this game.
And beautiful structure on that sub off and on the sub back on. They've gained so much speed, and that was a very safe latch there. Really nice to see.
Good hands from Anderson. Took a bit of a pasting by his coach at half-time for some of his antics, but I like to see a player with flair. Again, it's a learning opportunity for everyone at this level.
Yeah.
I think he was just encouraged to use his teammate to touch more.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is one of those things where you've got to take risks and you've got to back yourself, but at the end of the day, it is a team sport, and they're all fantastic here, so it's really great to see all the potential on offer.
China win it back. Final pass for Lebanon, just found the green grass on that far side, maybe the only green grass in Warwickshire at the moment. Anderson. A looping run towards the outside. It's good work from Yan Haolin. Oh, but the penalty reversed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. A bit of an overstep there. That comes with all the momentum they've gathered in those fantastic runs. As replicated by Lebanon here, they're spotting the great gaps and they're running into them at speed.
Huang Boyu forced to put it down. Good work from Mark Khoury. China still have Belgium to play. A Belgium side that Lebanon beat. Lebanon have Scotland, a team that China took close. There's still potential winning opportunities available for them. But with the playoffs then to come, these teams just try to climb as high as they can for the placement fixtures tomorrow. And there's a hand in there from China. So another penalty for Lebanon. Great chance for them to go level. Aoun and El Haddad who have been good together, but have yet to inflict upon the scoreboard. Aoun El Haddad misses out his middle partner.
Did really well to keep control there. Could have easily got caught as half, and that would have put them in a bad
El
position.
Haddad. Mark Aoun El Haddad flicks it on quickly. One more should do it, but instead, winding back inside goes Malik Goshen. But I think he's been touched. Good defense from China. One last strike here. A hint of a 3-on-2. Not a lot of space. Diving from range, Karl Aoun. And he gets the score.
That is some really clever play there from Lebanon. They saw that there was a bit of a gap and the winger was just sitting slightly wide for China, and it just opened up as they targeted that link and had all the space in the world.
Didn't look like there was much on here.
No, they did really, really well. It was just spotting that slight distance and gunning it and just backing yourself, and really good to see.
What a dive from Aoun as well. Karl Aoun with Sophie Aoun also in the side. But it's China looking for the instant response. 3-all again, but how much longer?
Lebanon have drawn themselves level with that score, so they'll be looking to keep it that way.
So another chance here for China to quickly go ahead again. Zheng Baosen hands it off for Zhang Pengji. Jolin sliding over, but the touch was made. Great work from the Lebanese defenders there. Matteo Alam.
That was a sublime sweeper play, and the step back in was perfect. It was just really well read by the defence.
Really nice play from Eric Chaya. Plenty of metres for Lebanon. They should have a chance here. Let's see if they stay composed.
Yeah, they're already looking much stronger in this second half. I do wonder what was said at half-time to give them that boost that they needed, but they're looking very much in control here.
Probably something very passionate. They give really great speeches, the ones that I've seen from the Lebanese coaching staff in the past. And, you know, of course, they won't have as much support as your France's, your England's, but the support they do have will be vibrant and passionate as well. China to this short side.
I've been so impressed with this Chinese subset. They've got it absolutely nailed, and there's hardly any faults in this, and they're doing so well to get a good platform to come back onto.
He qualifies because obviously his family's all Welsh.
Nice little
Caden
goosey
Anderson.
there.
Off he goes. Caden Anderson again, all the way to the edge. Eventually caught. Good read from El Khoury.
Lebanon have some work to do here. They're on the far side of their box, and they've got to try and get that ball to travel all the way safely, but well read by China there. Otherwise that could have been quite a nasty break.
Still as close as the game can be as we approach the halfway mark in the second half. El Khoury slow to the ball, but Lebanon cooking something up here. El Haddad, Aoun, try scorer now. Great pickup. Andrew El Haddad looking to get through as the half, but two men from China get back. Wang Fangke and Anderson both there to make the touch.
There is so much pace on display in this game. I mean, both in attack and defence. It's really neck and neck, and it is all to play for still.
Touch taken by Zheng Jimei. Anderson changes in the offing, but not before the ball's been turned over. That's a huge opportunity now for Lebanon. Off goes Karl Aoun. They're going to keep the same attacking pod on here. El Haddad, Aoun. You can hear the chat from the referees there, keeping China honest. Aoun with a go at the line, and I think he scored a second. It's Karl Aoun with try number 2 to put Lebanon in front for the first time.
With the exact same tactics that they scored with the last time. They just bunched in that corner to try and catch somebody offside, and they managed it perfectly. They'll take a lot from that.
I don't think either of those Chinese players just got onside quick enough.
I mean, it is the finest of margins, and the fact that we're seeing this at this level is incredible. It's just one step backwards and they would have had that. So being able to exploit that is incredible to see.
Well, there was the close-up of the Lebanese coach. Clearly what he said has worked a treat. Anderson, lovely step. Now we get to see Anderson at full flight, but Alam just about catches him.
I imagine this Lebanese side definitely has their eyes on Anderson. They'll know he's one to watch.
Good acceleration again from Eric Chaya. He is causing some real problems on the far side. Lebanon now lead for the very first time with 9 minutes still to play. Long time to go in a game of touch like this.
Slowly working up some momentum there, Lebanon. You can see them just increasing the pace as they get the way up the field.
Here's Corey. Runs them into the corner. Right option for Lebanon. But not the right corner, because China will head towards the box. Anderson. Caught by Corey.
They've reset really nicely here, China. They've got their width back and they found a gap.
The hole opens up for Yin Xiaolin, who will race through. Brilliant chase from Nuhad Boutros, but Xiaolin had enough in the tank, freshly onto the field to put China level again.
What a tremendous read from Xiaolin there. That was just, it all opened up for him. They regained their depth, but they saw that Lebanon hadn't quite recovered in their defence, and he definitely used it to his advantage. That was a tremendous run.
Zheng Baosen returns the favour. Those two in action again for China. But let's not forget at the start of that highlight, Lam Kei-Ku working hard to get back to the mark instead of being lazy and letting it drop, as Alam is caught just about. Mahoon, Alam, Gio Maroon, Matteo Alam, up to the 7, Maroon, great pickup, 2-on-1 here, but instead over goes Derek Chaya. I think Chaya deserves the score. He's been really impressive in the brief glimpses that we've seen of him. He's always making meters. Alam also been strong. New middle partnership between them. Maroon and Alam, and the missed pass, and it's a score for Lebanon. Yasmina Obaid.
I mean, you really couldn't predict where this is going, could you? This is such a whirlwind of a game. With only a few minutes left to play for, it is still anybody's game.
I'm fairly certain that Obaid was the winger down at half-time on the far side. She's got back into play again and has scored a great try. A really good take from Matteo Alam's long ball left to right.
Yeah, what a valiant comeback. I mean, she could have easily had her confidence knocked a little bit there, but she was not going to let it stop her, and that score will really help.
It's the danger men in the middle for China again, Xiaolin and Baosen. And they've made good meters already, with Wang Sisheng also out there. And Chen Yunji. Here they go then, little screenplay. And then looking to drop it on the inside. It's just knocked Gosson on the head.
They love this sweeper play, this pod, and they're really successful at it, so they will definitely be trying it again, I'm sure.
Baosen just about manages to sneak away from the link. Great finish, and it's Xiaolin to Zheng Baosen again. Just can't keep them out of the game.
And we are back level. You really cannot call it. It's such a back and forth chess match at the minute. Both of them want it so desperately. It's just going to come down to the finest of things and who cracks under the pressure.
Corey and El Corey. Know all about these two as well. And it's just dropped off for El Corey, but not enough space for him to attempt the dive. He's got Beauferrat to his right, and instead he goes to Mark Corey, who has another crack, but is caught before the line.
That's really unlucky there. The ground is not optimal for diving. I imagine in any other conditions that would have been perfectly swept through, but it is just a little bit dry here, so he got caught short.
Back level again, 5-all. What's it going to take to split these two sides? I mean, if they do end up playing in that playoff later, it's going to be a cracking fixture. It may well be Scotland playing in the playoff against whichever one of these two sides prevails here. But that time they can't sweep through again. Yin Xiaolin.
This Lebanese defence is looking pretty relentless at the minute. They're quite a solid brick wall, and China can't quite squeak through. And now they'll be turning defence into attack and hope they can get themselves ahead once more.
Lebanon head towards the box.
Only one sub by the looks of it. They're keeping the rest of the legs on, which is a strategic choice. And that was a really nice bit of interplay on their box side. Unfortunately, not quite rewarded there.
4 to go. Level at 5 apiece. Both sides must know, Lexi, that they are right in this game. That just one moment of brilliance could see them through to victory with just so little left in the fixture.
Yeah, absolutely. You can feel how tense it is in this box already, and both teams will want this badly. This is as much a mental game now as it is a physical one. They know that they can both do it. It's just who has the crucial moment to see it through.
Great acceleration from Hwang Bo-yu, but he can't get away. Bo-yu. Sweeper comes round. Anderson. Anderson caught by 2. But he wants it back again. Anderson caught by Eric Chaya, and Lebanon have it. 3 minutes to go.
That was a massive defensive set from Lebanon there. They really needed that. They've got to do everything they can to hold off this strong Chinese side. And now the tables have turned and China have got to try and do the same.
Lovely dummy, but an even better read from China. Almost a brilliant transition. It might still be on here though. Matteo Alam, who set up Lebanon's most recent try. Expansive from Alam, but a great touch from Hwang Bo-yu.
That was a fantastic way to rebuild some width for Lebanon there. If you look on the Chinese right-hand side, they're a little bit sparse and they're just taking them every which way.
Maroon, Alam, Gio Maroon looks for Chaya, throws the dummy. Chaya in the hole! Brilliant race back from Wei Fan-Kei.
I mean, there is absolutely nothing in this, is there? It's so tense.
Oh, and Maroon has just lost it on the pick-off there. But China could not be further away from their box. Risky little miss pass, but it works out. Good execution. Caden Anderson. Touch taken by Wei Fan-Kei.
They'll be hoping to find a gap somewhere here, China. It's always really difficult to defend off the sub.
China have done brilliantly well to carve out an opportunity with 1 minute and 30 to go. Will anyone break the deadlock? It had to be these two, but it's a brilliant read by Chaya to deny Xiaolin. So much tension here in this mixed 15s tie.
I don't feel like I've breathed for about 4 minutes.
This age group is all about development. This fixture defines what the Euros is really about. Two sides from far afield who may never meet outside of a World Cup, competing here at under 15s level. And a slight error may have handed the game to China. It's floated across. It's a great read from Yuma Bufara. And China denied. Is this the moment for China to claim their first victory of the European Touch Youth Championships? Across they come. In goes the dummy. In comes the slide from Yin Xiaolin. Sent back to the 7.
This is such a gritty battle. Everyone knows that one slight misstep will lose them it. So they're really, really giving it everything they've got in both attack and defense.
Zhang Pengji lets it run. Pengji again! Has he done it? Oh, China are going to win it! And of all the players it could be, Zhang Pengji, the Chinese link, has popped up with maybe the biggest try in his young touch career. China have beaten Lebanon.
They have created absolute magic here. The Chinese box is going wild in front of us.
Oh, just look at the scenes in front of us. It is absolutely wonderful. What a moment for young Zhang Pengji. A brilliant game of mixed 15s. Lebanon denied their second win. China grabbed their first. China 6, Lebanon 5.
absolute heartbreak for Lebanon, but they will have taken so much from this match. It was such a mental battle, and they did a tremendous job. There was absolutely nothing in it. They should be really, really proud of their performances here today.
And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, China offering gifts to every single one of the Lebanese players. Something to remember this tournament and this game by. What a beautiful moment. And what a great moment for two developing nations to meet in such extraordinary circumstances here at the University of Warwick. What a game Touch is. Well, two ginormous fixtures for you up next. It's perhaps the most fabled rivalry in Europe. France against Wales. They meet in the women's 20s and the men's 20s, back to back, here on pitch 1.
So if you are playing the 310 or 450, please listen up. And the changes to the 310 tapper are from field 4 to field 3 with a mixed 15 Belgium versus England. So this is the 310 tapper mixed 15 Belgium versus England. You will be moved from field 4 to field 3. I will see this again later, so keep this in mind. For the 450 tap-off, we have two changes. So for the 450 tap-off, the women's 20s, France versus Wales, you have been moved from field 4 to field 3. The boys, 18s and then 20s, England, Lions versus France, you have moved from field 6 to field 5. There wasn't any of those changes that have been made in future games with the group 10 tap-off. The next 15, Belgium versus England, you have been moved from field 4 to field 3. For the 450 tap-off, women's 20s, France versus Wales, you have been moved from field 4 to field 3.
I don't think they paid him though. Paid him
Welcome back to one of the biggest games at the European Youth Touch Championships 2026 here at the University of Warwick. It is France taking on England in the women's 20s division. A hair's width away from the Women's Open. Of course, these two nations met in the final just a few weeks ago. It was a clean victory for England on that occasion. The gold medal goes their way. But in the under-20s, these two sides met at 11 o'clock this morning, and France beat them 9-6. That's after England put 15 on Wales in the earliest game of the day. We're expecting fireworks here. Lexi Johnson alongside me.
Yeah, this is set to be quite the matchup. I think England will have taken the France hit quite personally, and they'll want to come back fighting.
As we just heard from the coaching staff, they want this one back. It's France in the navy going left to right. England in the classic white and red on the receiving end, and it's Blue-Anne Levesque, a senior French international, taking it in first, with Rose Jubin alongside her, of course. Rose Jubin at Bath University, England based, but it's Levesque who's scooting through. What a chance for France here, and they will open the scoring.
That is a beautiful scoop. She trusted herself. She carried it just that little bit longer before passing it off and managed to find the support. That was beautiful from France and not what England will have wanted.
Blue-Anne Levesque picks out Anne Maisonnaire. And it's France, 1-0 up already here. England with the chance to respond as the sun breaks out for the first time in the afternoon session. All of a sudden it's blistering bright as Chloe Hill takes it on. Picked up by Maya Matheson, a hat-trick this morning against Wales. Beautiful peel, but it's just fallen an inch or so short of Annie Ainscough.
That was a fantastic 32 long setup from the girls there. Really, really great to see. And a great pass out to the wing.
You will not find a more hotly contested game than this all week. We've got the men's side up next, but it's been a bit more one-sided there.
A double dummy as they go to sub.
But then still the turnover. Alice Scherer's hard work for naught.
Well, thank goodness she made the ground she did, because it's making England's job a little bit harder here.
Anna Cook up to the 10. Maya Matheson. Changes incoming for England. Rance amongst them. Good communication from the referees. It's Matheson. Rowlands. Matheson again. Anna Cook. Good soft hands to find Rowlands. What a game she had this morning. Rowlands for the dive. But the touch was made and they're sent back to the 7.
This is a wonderful defensive effort from France here. England just can't gain the momentum they're looking for on the line.
Big missed pass, but it falls short of Rance.
There is so much pressure in this France defence, and I'm sure they'll convert that into a strong attacking set here.
Sarah Guittard lets it roll. And France are going to head towards the box. Athena Bettelon. Good hands, but great line speed in response from Freya Betts on the English wing. Betts back to make another touch. France have not made a lot of meters here, looking for space on the outside. What a touch that is from Ainscough to contain Maud Le Bihan. Much easier said than done. And off for the first time goes Leah Martin-Mendez-Lopez, finding Le Bihan.
England are really having to scramble here to try and stop this attacking force.
Leah Martin-Mendez-Lopez was playing Women's Open Touch 2 years ago at the World Cup in Nottingham, so it's unbelievable she still qualifies for under-20s. And what hands there from England. Oh, still a turnover, that's harsh. Don't get me wrong, I'm not sure how much Sophie Rance knew about keeping hold of that one, but she didn't drop it.
It's really tough. It was given an overstep there, so she might have just been carried by a bit of momentum.
Well, those are the touch gods balancing things out as Blue-Anne Levesque lets it go.
Lovely little check back on the sub there.
It's been a good day for the Sambles so far. Samble with a sibling in the men's 18s. They did lose to France as well, actually, today. Just 10-8, but he had a great game. Samble was brilliant against Wales. Here's Tamani Kambabi, floating it all the way across to Graham. Here's B. Graham. All the way across to Kambabi. Chloe Hill. B. Graham again, looking to draw France out. Kambabi draws another touch. Hill, France take a tumble. Should be some space. Beautiful footwork. England are in.
That was so lovely from the England girls there. They hit a beautiful SL. A lovely sweep on that French link. Unfortunate tumble from the defence, but a beautiful step back in to get the score.
Yeah,
that is exactly what they'll need.
Good touch by the French player, but then B. Graham with a really nice step into the space. England equalise. Chance for France to hit back straight away. Good carry from Elsa Klaus. And then taken on by Charlotte Tonso. And then Scherer. Here's Klaus. Cross wide, looking for options there, but it was away from Anouk Jolivet.
That was beautiful movement in defence from Edwards in England there. She had her just exactly where she wanted her to be, and she had everything covered.
And a physical touch as well to get England into the space. Rance. Ainscough there at half again. Cook. Eventually swung in the touch from Elsa Klaus. Matheson, great run. Cook. Tonso makes the touch. Very impressive defence from France. Well, we're only 5.5 minutes into this game. Can you believe it? It's been a battle already, Lexi.
It really has. Both of these sides want this so badly. France want to prove that they deserved that win earlier and they can back it up again. And England want to prove that they can also win against this strong side.
Cook on the carry. England in a promising position, but it's just split between the two players. And it's been put down by Matheson, but a penalty first.
That is very fortunate for the England girls there. They're given a great opportunity on their 7. Hopefully they'll be able to execute something here.
Maya Matheson. Cook. Matheson. Waiting for the trigger. Out comes Lebanon. It's back for Matheson. Looks for the long ball, but it won't find Ainscuff. There's a conversation there about whether or not that was the right option right that moment with touches left in the chamber.
Yeah, it's really tough. I do always think it's better to ride out your touches and try and throw that away on the last one. But if you saw an opportunity, you can't fault for trying. But it's just testament to this France defence that the only option they have is to look out to the wings.
Good defence from England again. This is the area of the field which they're on top against France.
Yeah, absolutely. Their midfield defence is just really unbreakable at this point, and France have to pull out all the stops.
Stops being Blouin Levesque and Leah Martin Mendez Lopez. Good delay and tipped on by Tonso, but it just doesn't find the winger on the near side, Sarah Guitard. So England drive up the centre. Really good hands from Ainscuff to keep it alive. Samble off the deck. Samble again in a bit of space. That's a dangerous combination. B. Graham already a try in this huge fixture. Tamani Kumbabi. Graham. Kumbabi again. Gets moving. Kumbabi scooting through, looking for that offside call, but as half, she is caught.
France are in familiar territory here. Constantly feels like they're having to try and get a sub out from this defensive line, but England's midfield defence is just a little bit too good.
Keeping France contained, making them fling the wide pass, but it is a good takeout there by Zoe Bruce-Markel. And that's given them a bit of space.
This is looking much better from France here.
And a penalty against England. Lexi, there's been few of those so far. That's a big one.
Yeah, they really have. And I mean, it's just because this game is getting so heated and so physical. But it is quite nice to see that bit of physicality at times.
Alice Scherer. Miss pass over the top. Great speed to shut down Maud Lebihan. Scherer. Quick ball for France. Scherer again. We know she's got a great pass on her. Elsa Klaus is quick on her feet too. Klaus with the dive. And Elsa Klaus has scored for France, and they'll take the lead again.
The speed of that roll ball was crucial for France there. They wasted absolutely no time getting that ball off the deck, and it paid off because they got those offside players and got another score on the board. This is looking really nice for France.
Another assist for Alice Scherer. I feel like those stats should be recorded more frequently because she's will have racked up a fair few. Nice ball on the inside. A little space opens up for Edwards. It's a good response from England. Riddleston. Edwards. Naomi Trevelyan-Shipp. Edwards looks inside and out. Does France with the eyes. Ball back on the inside. Well read by Blouin Levesque.
This is great adaptive defence from France here. They're seeing that England are targeting their link holes and they're shutting it down.
And they win the turnover too. Big shutout from France. It's the easiest time to concede as soon as you go ahead. Leah Martin Mendez Lopez finds Tonso. But it's a turnover. This midfield defence from England is keeping them in it.
Yeah, this is really promising for England. They're in their half now, so it's all to play for. And we know these girls have it in them to really get some speed up on the line.
Riddleston. Edwards. Just drawing France up here, and then it comes back for Edwards, who slides in herself. But it's a big touch. Edwards to her feet a little gingerly. I mean, the ground is rock solid at this stage.
Yeah, it's amazing to see so many of these players diving. It is definitely not prime conditions for it, so they'll definitely be feeling the hit there.
I think she's just a little winded as she hit the deck. Should be back to it in a moment. Maya Matheson takes her place and is caught by France in the midfield. Good defence from Scherer, who takes it into touch, and Maud Le Bihan off the deck. Klaus all the way wide. Better from France this time, Lexi, in this area.
Yeah, this is looking so much smoother from them. There's no time wasted. They're getting around that English defence, and that all comes from the speed of the half on that roll ball.
Athena Bettelon scoots straight through, but who can get to her first? It's a weaving run away from the defender from Anouk Jolivet. But was there a touch? Jolivet incensed, but it was the referee's call.
Bit of a chat from the refs there, just making sure everybody knows what's going on and that the back chat will not be appreciated from any of the sides.
I mean, what a touch, by the way, to deny Jolivet a certain score.
That was a crucial touch from her.
Well, the France are going to have it back on the 10. Rose Jubin, Bettelon, Jolivet slipping over to the left-hand side. Bit of space now for Brost Marco. Well, they're short-handed at the moment. On comes Levesque. A dangerous sight to see. Maud Le Bihan, Levesque, and Lea Martin Mendes Lopez all on at the same time. Lexi, that's pretty terrifying stuff.
Yeah.
All have senior caps for France.
I would 100% be feeling fear if I was in the England squad right now.
Oh, Lea Martin Mendes Lopez desperate for a call from the referee, but it comes to nothing in the end. Good shot out by England.
Yeah, fantastic. They put just enough physical pressure on them to force that mistake. So, and a lovely dummy there, quickly converting defence into attack like we know they can.
Penalty against England. Almost none in the game so far, and now two in quick succession. England under a bit of pressure.
France just slowing it down as they approach the line.
Blue and Levesque. Lea Martin Mendes Lopez. Levesque, Martin Mendes Lopez looks for the ball on the inside. Levesque goes tumbling over. France score a third. It's Blue and Levesque.
That was a lovely shut-in touch there from the link, but fortunately she wasn't quite on side to make it to that, and the ball was down. That was fantastic.
Lea Martin Mendes Lopez and Blue and Levesque, a combination that's been together for a number of years. Both part of France's Youth Atlantic Cup side from 2025, who was so impressive. And
I mean, their experience is really showing here. They are an absolutely class act.
Nice step off the left boot from Tilly Palmer-Denning. In action for the first time in this tie. Palmer-Denning, Kumbabi round the corner. And Tamani Kumbabi bites right back. Rose Jubin just caught a little offside according to the referee. The winger went off to the far side. It was good movement across the English attacking line.
It's almost a mirror image of what we've just seen with the French score there. She shut in and couldn't quite get there on time. Really, really nice returning try.
Kumbabi on the score sheet. England back to one behind. 6 minutes to go in the first half. Now it's a brilliant game, but it's dragged on a lot, hasn't it? Because
exactly what I was thinking.
So much has happened.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's only 3/4 of the way through the first half.
I know, and if we're feeling that in the commentary box, how must they be feeling on the pitch?
Edwards back amongst it. Hill. Riddleston floats it over the top. Rowlands. Hill. England back to the 7. Chance to equalise here. Edwards. Good work from Martin Mendes Lopez, marking 2 players and forcing a penalty.
I think I'd quite like to see a bit more variation in this English attack. We know they can do it. They're very much targeting their outsides. If they hit that middle channel a bit more, I don't think France will be prepared for it.
Big touch from Keris Rowlands. Good on both sides of the ball, but then the space opens for Maud Le Bihan. France looking dangerous again. Nina Goodman. What a pick-up from Bettelon, but hips not square.
That is a really tough call. I did kind of think it myself, but we see it so rarely now that just shows you the standard we're looking at here. They're looking for the most minute things to have to try and penalise them on.
Good pace on the pass for Anscombe.
Fantastic half work from Edwards there. She was really adaptive, even though that wasn't technically her position to be.
Cook, Matheson, Cook on the inside, Bettelon getting across, no look over the top. Matheson was in, but the pass was forward. Or indeed, there was a touch first. What a game we have for you on offer here. But the odd mistake from England, the odd penalty, I mean, the count is certainly in France's favour.
Yeah, the scales are definitely tipped in their way at the minute, but I was just also thinking about the referees here. They have got their work cut out for them. They're having to look at every tiny little thing, and there is so much going on.
Powerful touch from France again, making changes mid-attack, but still making yards. Another turnover and a chance for England to head towards the box. It's been a tireless shift in the last few moments for them.
If England can level up for half-time, I think they'll be in a really strong position.
It's always harder work to defend than attack, and that's what England have been doing a lot of at the moment. Here's Cook, still just one try in it. Be great to score before the break. Palmer Denning takes it on herself, and it just bobbled and kindly as Rance got down there, and it's because the French were in the way.
That's unlucky. It was really well read by the French middles there. They shut off that sweeper option, so England adapted. Really nice to see.
On comes the try scorer, Kanbami. Matheson. Tamani Kanbabi, Maya Matheson, ball on the inside, Kanbabi's there, well, France onside, try given.
Well, that is a stunner, and it's almost as if they heard me targeting that middle channel, and France couldn't quite get back on side, and England are really going to take this, and if they can get one more before the break, I think whoever starts off the second half ahead is going to be in a really good position.
Tamani Kanbabi beats Scherer to the ball, and it's all level again for the first time in a long while, but France will look to fight back straight away. It's a turnover. Marta Mendes-Lopez frustrated. France lose another 10 yards, Lexi. This is a huge moment in the tie.
There's definitely an air of the momentum shifting towards England here.
And Leah Martin Mendes-Lopez has just been ejected by the official.
Interesting call.
We'll leave it at that. It's a big opportunity for England regardless, as France race to replace her. Graham to the edge. Box in progress. 2 minutes to go at the end of this first half. Edwards. Offside is the call as Anscombe is caught. Well, it did well to listen to the referee there, France in defence. I was too busy listening in myself. Loose from France, and the window has been left a touch open with a minute and a half to go here for England to take the lead for the very first time in the fixture.
You're really starting to get a feel of the magnitude of this game, the amount of support that has come to see what is happening on this magical pitch.
Riddleston finds Edwards on the inside, who's caught. Edwards, Poppy Riddleston. When's the right time to pull the trigger here for England? Edwards decides now. No look, over the top. What a take! What a take from England! A brilliant grab from Freya Betts. As low as she could go and over the line to beat the trailing winger. What a score to put England ahead.
Now that is as good as it gets as a winger, isn't it? She had the hardest of passes to try and catch there, and she was on the floor before she'd even thought about catching it. That was a beautiful finish.
I mean, the pass didn't come out as cleanly as intended, but Betts did not mind. What a recovery, what a take. France with 30 seconds to level the score. Scherer, Elsa Klaus, Scherer again. Klaus going for another dive, instead finds Jolivet. England shut them out with one last touch here for the French to play with. Scherer, over the top, it's away from Tonso.
That was definitely a good option from them there. They need to start taking risks in these last few seconds of this half if they're going to get something on the board here.
England have turned it around, but a penalty might hand France a chance. The buzzer goes, they've got one touch to do it. Klaus. That's game. They've misread the situation, but they've still got time to change their fortunes. France against England. They meet for the second time in the tournament in this women's 20s division. It was 9-6 earlier this morning in France's favour, and after they took an early lead you thought that was how the game might go, but no, England have fought back into the tie, and a late score, a brilliant finish from Freya Betts has put them in the lead with 20 minutes still to play. We'll be back in just a few moments in this monumental clash at the European Youth Touch Championships.
Sure, are you supporting England?
We're back for the second half of this huge women's 20s tie here at the European Youth Touch Championships in Warwick. England now left to right in the second half with a slender one-try lead, but they could look to extend that, Lexi, and you were just saying how crucial it is that the first try is scored by England if they wish to hold on here, having been beaten this morning by this French side.
Yeah, I think this game is very much dependent on momentum at the minute, both mentally and physically. So if they can get a score here.
Went down a little hard there, Tilly Palmer-Denning, and the ground is rock solid, so she takes her leave and is replaced by Chloe Hill.
Fantastic sportsmanship from the French girls there as well, making sure she was okay.
Hill just getting settled into the attack. They've still got 5 touches in the chamber here. Edwards. Edwards again. What a game she's having. Drops it off! Riddleston scores. England go further ahead.
That was so important from this England squad. They really wanted to start this second half how they want it to finish, and that was a great way to do it. So much space for her to dive into there. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Great assist from Edwards here. Nice step off the left boot, forcing that last French player to bite in, and there was a lot of ground for Sarah Guittard to cover. Poppy Riddleston on the board. England have 5. France must respond. Scherer. Klaus. Elsa Klaus, so elusive. Tough touch, but she wears it well. Le Bihan up the deck for Scherer. Touch made. What a touch it was.
Really important stuff. There's a lot of grit on this England defence at the moment.
Klaus through the hands of Maud Le Bihan.
I really feel like England are moving as a bit of a unit in defence, which is so important if they're going to stop this French side.
So now here they come. England on the transition. Barbie on a hat-trick, by the way, in this second half. Barbie ships it on for Rowlands. Ainscuff. Matheson. Maya Matheson beyond the 10. Cook on the roll. Rowlands lets it fly. Intercepted.
Really well positioned by that French winger there. England were looking very dangerous by that setup by Matheson on the sub.
And it's a hard touch penalty, and the penalty count continues to rise in France's favour. They've only given away 1 or 2 in this fixture. A couple in the transition, and then one, of course, early in the second half, which led to the score. And that one. Another score for England, and a 3-point deficit opens up the scoreline by which France beat them earlier. 9-6 on that occasion. Maya Matheson. Rowlands. All the way across for Hill. Cook. Hill steps back on the inside. But the touch was made and France have it back. Penalty given though, Lexi as well, and they're going to lose 10 yards for it.
Yeah, this is really quite stunting the momentum of the match, actually. I think England are needing to channel their momentum properly because it's just not manifesting in the best way.
It's another penalty. Another hard touch.
This is looking good for France here. They're going to need to really take this. And we just had a call from the England coach to get the noise back up in the England sub-box to encourage their squad mates.
Blue and Levesque. Leah Martin Mendez-Lopez. Just one number apart. Great connection between the two of them. Levesque. Leah Martin Mendez-Lopez back to the short side. Blue and Levesque. Lovely skill. But another strong touch from England, and they survive a late flurry of penalties.
There's a unity to this defensive pod that just seems a little bit unbreakable at times. And France are going to definitely want to try and penetrate that if they can.
Around the corner they come. England on the transition. Ainscuff. Riddleston. Big try for her in this second half. Tilly Palmer-Denning. Edwards. Just looking to keep it alive.
This puts France in quite a good position. They're not far from the halfway point. If they can get a strong drive here, they'll be happy.
Leah Martin Mendez-Lopez. Right off the toes. Levesque all the way across to Tomso. This is good from France, and then Levesque finds a bit of space. They're up to the 10.
Getting a bit heavy-handed again from England there. Nice advantage for France.
So what's that call in the end, Lexi?
That looked to be a bit of a rough touch again. But perhaps they gave it as foot in the rook.
Regardless, another fresh set of 6. Scherer, Klaus. France looking to get back into the tie. Klaus! And Elsa Klaus scores another. A fantastic finisher. She makes the dive her own and reaches out and scores for France again.
That was so important for France. Their whole morale will be built around that score, and they're going to want to keep that up as they go through the second half.
5-4, a 1-point game again, but England with possession. Kumbabi with a great line. Off the deck from Matheson. Rance. Tamani Kumbabi. Matheson. Kumbabi. Quick hands could do it here for England. Great read by Tonso. Still 2 touches to come here. Matheson. Kumbabi. England with a chance. It's away from Rance. But a penalty. A gift for England to spare their blushes.
Yeah, a rare thing to see from France there. But England will use this to their advantage, I'm sure.
Matheson, inside for Kumbabi. But the touch was made. Blue-Anne Levesque looks a little uncomfortable. Not the kind of player France can afford to lose. Tamani Kumbabi. Matheson, changing direction, dancing through. Has Levesque got her? What a touch.
Really nice defensive formation from France there. They've got one lead mid who's doing all the work so the others can get back on side.
Now they shoot out in pairs. Lea Marta Mendes Lopez up there as well with Rose Juban, and a flood of navy shirts has forced the turnover. Lexi, just how big a turnover is that for France?
That is absolutely crucial. I think if England go 2 ahead again, France might just feel a little bit demoralised and it'll be hard to come back from. But knowing they're only 1 behind is giving them such a massive boost. And you can actually feel it rising from the French side.
And a good transition will help with that, although the ball is loose on the deck there.
6-7.
(5-4). France over halfway. Good touch to slow down England's momentum here, but Anscough reinserts it. Off the deck from Samble, here's Hill. Chloe Hill still going. Edwards. Did she get the pass away before the touch? Will play on regardless, but it's away from Louisa Samble.
Does feel to be getting a little bit flustered from both sides here. I think the momentum is definitely rising, so they just need to slow it down slightly and stick to what they know.
France have given it away. Just a loose ball here, and Edwards is still rolling. Cara Edwards. Riddleston. What a moment this would be for England. Edwards to the open side. Brilliant miss ball. What a score.
I mean, what can you say about that? Edwards just did a fantastic read of that France defence. Picked up the ball, scooped it the other way, and had that wonderful pass in her back pocket too.
And a great diving finish as well by the England winger on the far side. It's another huge try for Freya Betts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that will have stunted France just a little bit, which is what England will have wanted from that. They've got that 2-point lead back, and France are going to have to work really hard to chip away at this.
Rose Juban, great movement. Scherer. Alice Scherer looking for Klaus on a hat-trick. And I think it's going to be a penalty for France here. Well, let's wait and see. France in possession. Alice Scherer. Elsa Klaus. Scherer. Klaus again. 2 over on the right for France, but England swarm. Scherer. Klaus wants it on the return. She'll have another go. Inside Kumbabi! What a ball! Alice Scherer with a brilliant finish, but the penalty is given. And the try will not stand, Lexi. What do you make of it?
That is so unfortunate for France there. I mean, England are replicating the French defence. They ran mad dog there on the line. It seemed to pay off for them, but that is a really tough call.
Kimbabi on the drive, winning the penalty. Brilliant work. What a game Tamani Kimbabi's having.
Yeah, she's been something of a star for them.
Put down. England won't dwell on mistakes like that, especially not while they still lead.
The turnaround rate in this match has been truly thrilling. You have no idea who's going to have the ball at any point as France come on to their sub-box.
Good drive from Scherer again. France making good yards.
We have another ball to deck. Will that be a penalty or a France ball still? Looks like France get another crack at this.
There have been some moments of looseness in this second half. They've surprised me, to be honest, given how impressive these sides have been. What do you think that can be part down to as France come forward again?
I think it's pure excitement, to be honest. They've got so much adrenaline running through them right now that it's bound to manifest in some way. That's unfortunately coming in to drop balls occasionally. But all in all, the ball handling skills in this match have been absolutely second rate.
Nice work round the corner here. Hill on the edge. The French winger bites in. Sarah Goutard. Great acceleration as per from Sample. Now Riddleston. Sample. Tireless running. Leah Martin Mendez Lopez claims to make the touch, and the call is France's. Touch and pass, penalty France. Good platform for them to make their changes.
That was fabulous mirror defence from France there. They really were not going to be stepped.
How much longer is there really for France to get into this game? They've got 7.5 minutes on the clock, 2 tries just to bring it back to a draw. There will be a gold medal match in this competition as Betelon goes wide, but it's put down. So there is a gold medal match, which is contested between the 2 top sides in this division. It's very likely that that'll be France and England again. So this is just a precursor to the big game tomorrow.
Yeah, and the fact that France have already beaten England earlier today proves that even if they weren't to clinch this match, it is all to play for in the final stages.
Eventually we'll get started again. Leah Martin Mendez Lopez, Juban, great delay on the pass. Was it put down?
And that is exactly what France will have needed. There's still plenty of time left in this half, and they are only 1 behind. They really needed the score there, and it was perfectly executed. The timing of that dish pass, she'd drawn in the 2 defenders and managed to get it off to the wing.
Well, has she grounded that pass? That's the question. The try has been given, but it is going to be one for debate. Zoe Proust-Marco has the score. England back within 1. And it's an early break from France. This is looking promising. Kimbabi. Greer. Graham again. Kimbabi, let's fly. It just dropped short.
I don't know about you, but it's amazing to see them doing the same moves that have just been successful in the opposition's score. That's the second time we've seen that happen. And it's great to see them learning from each other. Even at these really experienced stages, they've still got plenty to learn, and they're doing it during the match.
That's a big penalty to give away.
If France can hold on here, there is still plenty of time left here for them to do well.
I might consider that the difference, though, between these 2 sides in this game. France have given 1 too many penalties away in their own half. It was the complete opposite in the first half, but England still managed to survive, and they're going to win another penalty there, and it's lucky too because the ball was dropped. The penalty count completely switched on its head.
Yeah, it really has, and I wonder why that is. It's potentially just because tensions are rising and France are feeling they're running out of time, so they've got to put a bit more physicality in this.
B. Graham caught, but with time to play. Kimbabi, Graham. Rance. Off the deck from Graham. Rance again. Another penalty. That's 2 inside the 7 now. So 1 more and France down to 5, and England have a huge chance to wrap it up. Graham. Missed pass out to Hill. Round the corner comes Graham again. It's B. Graham floating it across. It's a stunning take. But the try will not be given. Freya Betts denied a hat-trick. Kumbabi on 1 as well.
Fantastic touch from the winger there.
Kumbabi! Looking for the offside call. It doesn't come yet. And they're happy to take their time here, Lexi. Why shouldn't they?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And all of these penalties are just giving them 6 more touches and running down that clock, which is so important.
Lea Martin Mendez and Bluin Levesque working so hard. Another ball on the inside for Kumbabi. The hat-trick's theirs! The middle's offside.
That was a spectacular crash line there, just chopping at the heels, executed with a flawless dive. I think this game is pretty much wrapped up there, but France will see for their pride whether they can get any more over the line.
A hat-trick against France in the women's 20s division for Tamani Kumbabi, who may well have taken this one away from the French. Still 3 minutes to go. If they score here, it's anyone's game. Alice Scherer. Klaus caught down. Scherer. Lebihan. What a diving touch that is from Tilly Palmer-Denning. Alice Scherer looking for the switch, but they've run out of time. England have it with 2.5 minutes to go. They're a long way from the box though, Lexi. This is nervous moments for them. They've got the 2-try buffer, but they want to hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they can trust themselves though. Their handling has been pretty much flawless this entire match.
Ainscough. Samble. It's a big touch from Maud Lebihan to win it back for France.
Yeah, it's a perfect shut in there. Really important to show how threatening they can still be in defence.
Lebihan, shoulder first. Alice Scherer. Changes in the offing. Nina Goodman. Penalty against France. And that has been the story of the second half. In that latter stage of the first half, England could not keep giving the ball away. But now it's changed hands, and France, unfortunately, 1 too many errors. England have pounced on them, because they've got the players out there to cause serious damage. Cook. This is the right way to play, Lexi, in the dying embers, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, go out with a bang, why not? They're more than capable to do so. An unlucky error there, but you might as well start taking risks at this point. There's only 1.5 minutes left of this game, so let's just show them what they're really made of.
England beaten after a 15-0 victory over Wales. They were stunned by France 9-6 in a repeat of a year ago at the Youth Atlantic Cup in Limerick, where this game was classic after classic. It was 9-6 elsewhere, but on the main stage here in Warwick, England are moments away from a huge win.
This will mean so much to them in so many ways, because they were beaten down by France in the last game, and they've proved that they can come back, and they can come back hard.
Samble, Kumbabi. Cook, Kumbabi again. Samble! Oh, it slips through the net. But a great effort, and that would have wrapped it up good and proper. They still might not have time, France, to go the other end. That would have been the cherry on top. England will settle for the icing if they can hang on here.
France getting a fresh set of 6 as an England hand was in the past there. So it's basically starting from tap, and we know what they can do.
They've only got 20 seconds to use it. Tonso. Alice Scherer. Elsa Klaus. What a game these two have had, threatening England's line. Klaus to the short side. Tonso lets it fly. Lebihan is caught. And that will wrap it up good and proper in the end, regardless. England pull off a huge win against France after defeat by 9-6 at 11 o'clock today. They've turned it on its head under the bright lights here at the University of Warwick on the main stage. They've beaten 7-5. What a result. There's still so many more twists and turns in this story of the women's 20s with a gold medal match pending. A gold medal match that will certainly be a repeat of this game, given results so far. 7-5, England victorious on home soil. But don't worry, French fans, you've got another chance to have a crack at the old enemy here. Because up next, it's Touch Le Crunch Part 2. It's the men's 20s in action against France yet again. Welcome back to our live coverage of the European Youth Touch Championships 2026 here at the University of Warwick. In this men's 20s division, it's the first of 3 official test matches between France and England under 20s. We've just seen England's women's pull off a win. There's a gold medal match in that category to come. But in this division, these are the 3 games to care about. They've already played 2 friendlies in which England were victorious twice, but there are 3 games that matter today and tomorrow, and this is the first. France in navy left to right, England in the red and white on defensive duties here. And England have given away an early penalty. They weren't that tight either. It was 11-5 in their first meeting. England have been on top so far, but those friendly matches are just that, friendlies. This is the test match, the first of 3, the best of 3. And the touch is taken on Arthur Ferry. Lots of senior touch caps in here, like Sam Dixon, who made the stop there for England. Benjamin Brown, Ferry, Brown again! Slams it to turf, but he's caught by Dixon. Arthur Ferry, long ball over the top, but it falls short of Remy Blanchard. So England, buried in the corner, will try to break. And they're going to have a go down the short side, but it hasn't worked out for them. Harry Court's ball on the inside, away from Seb Conahan. Courts and Conahan, both part of the boys 18s fixture. With brothers in the 20s here. Big chance for France, plenty of touches to play with in this area here. And some fresh legs too. Alois Nicole. Nicole throws a dummy. But Alois Nicole sent back to the 7. Alois Nicole lays it back. Lancelot Duvenois, the French flag bearer, awaits to receive possession. Nicole, good shape on the pass, but always away from Remy Blanchard. And England will reset. So England, through Ethan Gallagher, move forward. He's a men's open gold medalist. There's quite a few of them in this side. Gallagher amongst them. Serious quality at the senior level. Serious pedigree in this team. Driving forward comes Will Stockdale, a mixed open finalist, but it's the footwork of Harry Court that'll see England through for their opener. Brilliant from Courts. How about that for a pass to begin with? But then there's the stutter step to get away from Blanchard. Harry Courts has England in front after a good early 3 minutes or so from France. Can they strike back? Arthur Ferry. Leo Match wins a penalty. England sent back. Liliane Tata, Ferry, Tata. Antoine Guillon gets tight, Ferry whips it across, chance for France to respond. The English try scorer Harry Courts got across to make the touch on Gaspard Constant Olivier. And what line speed from Gallagher as well to shut down Ferry. Ferry to the open side. Leo Match, and then Ferry. What a ball! That's just about held by Guillon. Did the touch come in? France denied again. Tatard sleeping through, and he is caught as half. England survived, but goodness me, France came close. Gallagher, nice shape on the pass. Good cover from March. And a winding run from England here, but shut down early. Strong from Ferry. Dixon, nice ball on the inside. Juggled, but Well held by the try scorer Courts. Zachary Slade with good pace. Dixon allowed to keep rolling. Penalty for England. France offside. And Oliver Simon, a hero of the Men's Open final. He was player of the match in that game. We'll step back to the mark. That's the final of the Men's Open at the Euros a couple of weeks ago in Vichy. That's the level we're talking about here at this Men's Open. Much like the Women's 20s, full of open experience. And mixed as well. Now returning to the single format. Dixon, great pace from Antoine Guillon. Simon, Dixon, what a combination. Oliver Simon, Sam Dixon again. Simon with the pickup, Dixon, was it forward? Dixon will dive regardless. And I think the pass was forward, off the ruck. So France will head towards the box. Strong touch again from England, this time Wolf Stockdale. Stockdale again makes a second touch. And now the changes are there, the ball was rolling. And England have it back.
What's the love about this, eh?
Fresh legs though for France to defend this most recent period of the attack. Simon. Powerful touch from Baptiste Lasser-Garrigou. Stockdale. Changes for England now. Nice footwork from Seb Conahan, just like his brother Xavier. They're real live wires. Ellis Pearce, good running. And a dummy comes in from Conahan. Out for Courts. Second score for the English winger. And the England under-20 side are up by 2 in this first of 3 test matches here in Warwick. Speaking of Simon, delighted to be joined by Chris Simon from the Federation of International Touch. Well, we've just seen England women's come back after being beaten earlier by France, and this is now France looking to reverse that effect. But great to have these test matches. They were here 2 years ago at the Youth Euros. We had them in the Youth Atlantic Cup, Chris, and now there's so much senior experience out there. It's a real spectacle.
Yeah, it is absolutely well. Yeah, I saw nobody stood here with you. I thought I'd come and help out. Fantastic to see these 20s. I think England and France are setting the standards at this level across Europe and hopefully a little bit further afield as well. And I was saying yesterday, I'd love to see some of this lot play some of the Southern Hemisphere teams. Absolutely.
I mean, chatting to the Tanglin Trust School, they were saying that playing against France and Ireland 18s was like playing against, their other teams in Singapore. But playing against England, it was much more like playing against the Australian clubs they meet. So, there certainly is a rise to the level there. Slade with a good drive. England on here. Dixon scooting through, and he picks out Stockdale, who crashes over for a third. Well, Will Stockdale, cross-code athlete in the game of touch, played in the mixed open for England and now back in the men's category at under-20s level and amongst the scorers.
Yeah, Stocky, as we know him back in Nottingham, just sort of stepped up massively this year, really creating a fantastic line there to support Dixon, and I think deservedly 3-0 up England.
Yeah, strong start from England here. But France looking for a response. Touch comes in on Benjamin Brown, and they can be back to the 7. Brown, Ferry, real one to watch. Arthur Ferry, perhaps France's most senior experienced player in this team. But that pass is wayward.
It was unfortunate because that was on then. They certainly had a 3-on-2 opportunity out there, France did.
What a day it's been. We've got our first knockout tie of the tournament here on pitch 1 as our final game of the day in the mixed 15s. As we start to head into crunch time tomorrow. And indeed, best of 3, every game matters between these two sides.
It does, Wolf, and I was just asked about how the format works, and just for clarity, I don't know if you've picked that up with our audiences watching, but best of 3 test matches, there's no drop-offs in these unless it's 1-1 tomorrow and it goes down to the wire, but otherwise, if one of these teams wins 2 games, then they will take it.
Of course, they've played a couple of friendlies already. They've also played against the England Lions side. They've even taken on England under 18s, France.
Yeah, they have. We tried to mix it up a little bit. Obviously, with these the only two competing teams in this division at the moment, giving them some games against each other and then also some 18s games.
Now back into the big time here. The first of 3, and it's a penalty.
The sideline call, I think Wilfred just stepped out as they were boxing. Often happens in the game. I think as coaches you say, yeah, get towards the box, but don't step over that line. Yeah, keep it a metre or so inside.
When there's so much to think about at this level, it's one of the simplest things to slip through the net. Gallagher on the charge, Simon with the pickup, Gallagher again. What a Euros these two had together for England. Gallagher sweeping round the corner came Stockdale. Simon found Gallagher on the open side. Winger was free. Pass just behind him. It's good shape from England again.
Yeah, I mean, again, definitely on, I think, either at the link channel to Ethan Gallagher or out wide. The missed ball out to Theo Tyler-Lowe on there would have also worked. I think either of those options. A bit unfortunate the ball went behind him.
Penalty. Touch from the side there. And a chance for France to get back into this game. Just past the 10-minute mark. 2 penalties on the bounce and an ejection, unfortunately, for England's Lachlan Hill. So 5 on the field for England now. France will look to categorise. It's Tattard who's caught.
A good referee in there, Wolf. I think, yeah, the refs want to get control of this game. There's a few physical touches going in. Yeah, they say it's at this level. It's effectively open to touch, and it is physical. It's not an. There goes Theo Tyler-Lowe.
Over the top, but the whistle blows to deny England any further progress. Good pick out by Theodore Tyler-Lowe. But the whistle had already gone. It's a French penalty. That would have been a certain score.
Yeah, I think worst case there, it gives England the chance to get those middles and links off. They've all subbed at the same time.
Ferry, nice footwork. Did he get away there? He did indeed. It's the opening score. It's Arthur Ferry over for France.
Yeah, France thoroughly deserved that. They've had a go at England a couple of times. Rattled England, I think, in that drive and got a good repeat set. Yeah, ball down again. Unfortunately, I think it's Zach Slade there, just trying to make the touch, but came in from the top and the ball was down.
England obviously gifted the chance to respond straight away. Well, here's Pearce up to the 7. Dixon, Devlin out there for the first time. Pearce as well. Devlin, Dixon slides underneath. It's a brilliant finish, and he knew straight away, Sam Dixon, that he was free to dot down and score. He just has that ability to drop to the deck with such speed.
It's that wingspan, Wolf. He can do that from sort of 7 or 8 metres out. He's that long.
And despite his height, it was a fly half as well when he was previously in the game of Union as a schoolboy, and you see that in his skill set too. Early England penalty though, given away, so France can drive on. Alois Nicole. Alois sent back to the 7 this time.
Yeah, good defence there from Gordon and Slade, I think it is in the middle, but I would still like to see them making those touches, from the bottom up, heading underneath the body rather than on the top.
Tatar just lost it. So it's driven on by England instead as they head towards the box. But out there a bit of a while, this attacking set for France, so got some work to do here. It's a good line from Conahan. Simon, Gallagher gets the ball away, at the back door from Conahan. It's a stunning offload to put Joseph Banks in for England's number 4.
And Wilf, we watch this game a lot, but for any young budding rugby players out there, watch the handle of this and how quickly they managed to finish this off. A great completion of a 3-on-2.
Yeah, Conaghan has all the tricks in the book up his sleeve. And he's put Banks away there. And England are 4-1 up. And France once again asked to restart from the centre. It's a good carry though from Natael Soupriolard. Benjamin Brown. And then sliding through goes Ferry again. And it's a great scoop. And that will be a try for Benjamin Brown.
Yeah, I think Lockie Hill there just caught in 2 minds, didn't know whether to go for the person picking up the ball or staying on his channel in the link, which is probably what in hindsight he thought he should do. But a good score, a good read here from France. And you see the half work there. It's a lot of work going into half work at the moment in this country, in England. And yeah, good dummy to the right from the French, and then the pick up onto the short side.
England pegged back then, but still they lead by 2. 5 minutes to go till the break. Charlie Gornall out there. Gets it off the deck for Conahan. Miss pass over the top. It does reach its target, but Banks is well marshalled. Sharp. Conahan keeps it going. Miss pass again for Courts. Sharp. Final touch just looking to play here. And eventually Will Cullen is stopped. And they're going to lose some more yards here as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, another good call. Cullen, trying to slow the game down a little bit there, just making the French work to pick that ball up, and the refs made the right call. It's got to go into the player's hands or on the mark.
Lillian Tatar, Ferry, Tatar again, the team most dangerous in this French under-20 side, perhaps. Lillian Tatar after Ferry. Tatar, there was space on the left, but he goes the other way, and it's been intercepted. A great recovery from Ferry, but a good pick-off. Really strong hands from Cullen. What a comeback for him after giving the penalty away.
Yeah, good read from Will Cullen. Big lad out there in that channel, that link channel. England picking some good big links these days, and certainly dominated that position. What we're going to go back to, and I'll go back to lost control, I think, in the middle there on that roll ball.
Well, we know that touch is a game for all, but at this very top level, it is interesting to talk about the sort of physical profiles that England are looking for, because there's a real range of them out there.
There is, yeah. I mean, yeah. You see the link channel in here. You've got Lockie Hill, big lad. Will Cullen, big lad. Sam Dixon, pretty tall, good reach, and certainly on one side of the field, we're often you can see those bigger links, providing an opportunity where both in defence it's really difficult to pop those balls over the top, the sinker hole.
Oh, it's a nice ball, short from Brown, just looking for the on-rushing Joseph Audet. Another missed opportunity though for France, unfortunately. All the way to this short side, England play, and now they'll head towards the box. Gallagher, Simon, all the way across from Stockdale, who's there at the half again. Gallagher over halfway. Dixon comes on at speed. This is looking good for England now. Change of angle from Pearce. Dixon has Pearce outside him. Oh, he's been turned away. A really good touch from Nathiel Souproyard.
Yeah, good touch by France there, good defence. I think I thought England were going to keep the momentum coming this way towards this side, but they stepped back. Dicko picked up short side, and the French read it really well.
Can France work their way into an attacking position with not long to go here? Out comes Devlin on the high press. Here's Lillian Tatar. Alois Nicole sweeps it up cleanly. Nicole with a missed pass, and it was always floating forward, away from Remy Blanchard. Forward pass to call.
Yeah, forward pass given. I think, slowing the ball down. The ball's gone down the hill. Go Banks off to get it. I think it'll just take a little bit of time to play this. 1.5 minutes to go, is it? Just about it.
Look to burn these touches and take France out of range. Coughlin quickly to it. Pearce up to the 10. Takes the tumble but does well to keep it alive. Dixon throws the dummy, but what a recovery. A great touch from Gaspard Constant Olivier. Still they come forward. Charlie Gormall now out there, but that's a roll ball. It's a little loose from Slade. Maybe time for France to get up the other end.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there, Zach. I think he went to play the ball down. I think the good France defence got their hand in the way of that roll ball.
Tata. Fresh legs. Joseph Audet. Benjamin Brown having a good game, but that's not his finest moment. And that leaves us 45 seconds out.
See whether England go direct here. They may well go direct with this last set. 40 seconds to go. Or are they boxing? We'll have a read in a minute. Looks like they are boxing.
Well, looks like they're giving the ball away regardless. So maybe time. 30 seconds to go. Can France get forward? Ferry. Baptiste Lasser-Garrigou. Ferry again. Brown. Ferry. They've got to get moving here. They need to have a chance to strike. Ferry looking for Brown. Something's just not happening between those two at the moment. And England will head into half-time, leading by 4-2. Dixon Still England play here. Let's not bring an end to it just yet, because Harry Courts is caught. What a touch.
Again, not giving up, either team, not giving up to the final whistle there and beyond the final whistle, and England looking to go all the way, and France strong enough in that defence just to close that one out. And I think 2-score game, Wilf, it's the game is still on, certainly not as one-sided as maybe some people thought.
And how big a moment could this be if England went 5-2 ahead after the buzzer? It would have been so demoralising, but a brilliant touch from Benjamin Brown to make up for his previous error.
And Dixon inside there. England, I don't know if Harry Courts had thrown that ball back inside, maybe Dixon could have gone the length.
5-2 would have been a different story. 4-2, England very much still in this tie with France. France have already been beaten twice in friendlies by this England under-20 side, but that counts for naught. This is the big dance, the first of 3 tests, and at the moment, it's England who lead by just 2 tries to 0 in their standings.
Il vaut même mieux avoir les petits trucs, tu sais, les petits papiers. Exactement. À la fois pour commenter ça pendant 40 minutes. La seule bonne activité. Oh my gosh. Alors c'est juste. Better than England.
Ça va Martin? Ouais, bah ouais, on a vu hein. Si, c'est la première fois que je vois, je suis en peu étonnée de ça.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the European Touch Youth Championships 2026 here from the University of Warwick, just outside the Cryfield Pavilions on the main field. The first of 3 test matches in the under-20s competition. The women's have got a gold medal match tomorrow, which will likely be these 2 opponents as well. But as things stand, England lead by just 2 tries. Chris Simon alongside me, and as we perhaps expected, this has already been much closer than these 2 sides when they met previously in friendly fixtures yesterday.
Yeah, I think France are quite clever sometimes this level. Arnaud, I can see Arnaud Levesque, the head of performance down here, and sometimes they leave things intentionally until the big games. And yeah, they might have, those two friendlies, said, let's not show England everything in those games, and let's keep some things up our sleeve for this one and the 2 games tomorrow.
I imagine they'll have kept Arthur Ferry under some kind of blanket and thawed him out now while we're in the bright sunshine for him to star. Ferry, long ball over the top, good grab, down it goes, France score. Gaspard Constant Olivier gets them back within 1, just the start they needed. And it's Ferry floating it over the top. Officials in good positions.
Just looking at that, was a QB back, I think, for Joseph Audier, then on the sweep came round and gave the ball straight back in for them to score back on that open side.
England were looking for an instant response. It's Gallagher, Simon. Touch comes in, Gallagher swings to the left-hand side, Simon straight through.
And that's where you see they're looking for Dixon. Dixon's coming around that sweep. They think Dixon's getting this ball. Ethan, little feint out to Dixon. No, he doesn't even fake. He does fake. He fakes out to Dixon here, does he? Not really, just picks up. And they finish off fairly easy.
To keep them guessing. And Oliver Simon over to score. Man of the match, of course, in the European Men's Open final in Vichy a couple of weeks ago when England beat Ireland.
I had nothing to do with that, I promise you.
No, I picked it, to be fair. But it's an excellent dive.
I think that's a score. I think it's the offside there.
Benjamin Brown.
It'll be a score, is it? Ball down.
Well, we can almost hear the referees from here. No control from Brown, but the 9 was offside for England. Stockdale caught out, so it's going to be a penalty.
I can't say I'd like to see that one back. I thought it was a score because I could see the ref saying he was offside, and I think yes, Mike. It is. I think it's Mike on the field there. Mike Davis on the field. Ollie X on this side. Chris Wimpney on the far side. 3 fantastic officials.
The ball back on the inside, and that feels like a missed opportunity there. They had 5 more touches left to play with.
Absolutely, Wilf. You look how narrow this short side was then, and they were trying to attack zero space, really, France. I think they'll be disappointed not to give that a little bit more open, create a bit more space on this short side before attacking it.
And England hit the box. Haven't seen too many transitions, but Coughlin with the softest of hands. Dixon leaves it behind. So France in a good position here, taken on by Antoine Guillon. Here's Alois Nicole, Lilian Tatar, Nicole, Tatar again from long range. Trying to catch England out, and he's done so. France back within 1 again. Lilian Tatar diving from a long way out.
I think he's given Alice Pearce offside, I think, here. Let's have a look. No, can't see that. Certainly Ellis was claiming he'd made that touch, but referee in prime position, a lot closer than we are. Good call, and we're back in a 1-score game, aren't we?
Simon, Gallagher, dangerous pot out there again from England. Gallagher, great pickup, Stockdale, Gallagher met well by France. Loose again.
I'm just trying to work out whether this score of 5-4 is correct or not. I'm not. I've forgotten already.
Well, we'll figure that out for you in a moment.
Oh, and
Gallagher goes over in the meantime, so we're going to update it regardless. Right, confirmation from the officials. It's 7-4 for England, so a 3-point game it is. Tatar trying to close the gap. There was actually a disagreement between the referees and the French bench and our scoreboard, so I'm glad we did get a check.
At the end, get that check now, rather than the end of the game, Will, for sure.
Penalty for France in the meantime. It's Brown, Tatar. Second penalty inside the 7. 1 more in England down to 5. This is good from France. Lilian Tata.
This is where France need to use these touches. Don't try and strike on first or second without having a really good opportunity.
Benjamin Brown caught by Dixon. Guillon, Brown, Tata. Lassa Carigou. Tata again. Look at a dummy to the short side, and there's a hand in there from England. So a fresh set of 6, but also they've interrupted that pen count. A really good intervention, in fact. Brown, Tata. Brown again, and a good jump here for France, and a sliding effort from Antoine Guillon. Back to the 7.
Yeah, good defence by Dixon there at link channel. Got to the line pretty quickly.
Lilian Tata. Brown, Tata again. Conlon courts in this time.
Yeah, Conahan really getting off that line quick at the link, shutting in, sniping in that link.
Tata, Brown, maybe now for France. Brown keeps going, and Conahan with another good read. That's great defence from England. France won't be given that many opportunities, and it's flung out wide and almost a break on for Theodore Tyler Lowe.
I love the way we're seeing both teams, but particularly England at the moment, are moving the ball onto those wing channels really quickly and gaining lots of yards. And that's, look at now they've got a repeat set, effectively a tap off, and will put France under a bit of pressure here, I think.
England head up to the mark. It's more than a restart. They're already inside the French 10. It's a brilliant opportunity for them to go further ahead.
Yeah, in the ruck there, and these days that gets marched at the field 10 metres.
Good pick up. Back to the open side. That's fast feet again from Archie Devlin.
Yeah, one-on-one, difficult to beat, Archie. I think he'll be on this.
Ellis Pearce. Devlin on the return. He's got 2 outside him, and Devlin goes himself. Sent back to the 7, but I think a penalty's coming here for England.
Yeah, I thought it was well put it now. Just a roll ball. I think it's 3rd. Is it 3rd touch now? 4th touch. This is 5th now.
Devlin, big dummy. Wingers free. Simple as you like for Theodore Tyler Lowe.
That will be a one for the coaches. They get annoyed. You see the middle there, 11. Is that Brown?
Benjamin Brown getting called out.
He just squared up too much on this side, and unfortunately left the hole for Devlin just to run through, and I finished off a 3-on-2 straight to the wing with a miss pass.
8-4 to England. Plenty of time for France, but they're going to need to score a few on the bounce here. Alois Nicole. Nicole, Auder, Ferry. Interception! Off goes Stockdale with ball in hand. Joseph Auder in pursuit, but Will Stockdale will go the length.
Nottingham versus Nottingham there, Will. Joseph Auder was with us last year in Nottingham, Derby University, now back in France. Good to see him here, but unfortunately, unless you're very quick, you're not going to catch Stockdale on those.
England have 9. France have got work to do in the next 10 minutes here. Or the first test will be going England's way. Physical touch. Still France come marching forward now with Subroyard, Tata. It's Lancelot Duvenoir. Flag bearer for the French, of course, in the opening ceremony. Lilian Tata. Duvenoir. Tata again. What a step that is. Almost away. Great recovery, though, by Zachary Slade. He's taken the cap off, so you know it's serious.
Yeah, goodbye Slade, one of the Birmingham Uni boys, making his debut at this level, and has stepped in and performed really well, and that was a great read.
Round the corner come England then, changes in the offing. Pace injected into the attack, off goes Devlin inside. That's a brilliant ball from Pearce, but just undercooked it a touch.
I thought then when Pearce broke through and Devlin gave him the little ball, I thought he was going to wrap around the back and get it straight back from Alice Pearce, but no, unfortunately not quite a good enough ball into the link channel, and France have recovered, and that's going to be a loss of control.
It's
That's
a
unlucky.
hard touch from Pearce, getting stuck in, but that physicality, you know, it's encouraged at this level, and he's forced the error.
That was Pearce's touch there was a result of the previous ball that went down. He wanted to win that ball back and have another go.
Devlin, Dixon dancing his way through, eventually caught.
I don't know how he does it. Yeah, good ballet on such a big frame.
Dixon winding up, but then dives over himself and catches them all unawares. It's a double for Dixon, and it's double figures for England. And you might be able to tell from just the vibes around us here, but Chris, it's pretty obvious that something's been knocked out of the French after that score.
Yeah, it has. I think, yeah, this second half, what are we now? We're 6-2, aren't we, in this second half? And it's certainly all one-way traffic at the moment.
Ferry, France will still kick on here. Brown lets it loose. Oh, stunning hands. What a score. Remy Blanchard goes over Baptiste Lasser-Carrigou with a really good catch and pass. That's a lovely try.
It's superb. I think, again, yeah, as we saw with the English, the hands here are phenomenal. That link channel, who was that in the link channel? Was that Benjamin Brown?
Baptiste Lasser-Carrigou.
Superb hands, just a quick receive and give without even bringing the ball in.
England, though, of course, with a chance to respond. Dixon. Softest have hands. They've done it again. It's rinse and repeat. It's Cullen out wide for Courts. Such a interesting thing to do from England, just to go, you know what, let's run exactly the same move the French did and see what happens.
Yeah, it's good. Yes, that sort of anything you can do, we can do better. Not sure it was better. It was very good. But I think both teams, it's great to see such high level, what I would say, rugby finishing, let's say, whether it's touch or contact, actually their ability of these people to move the ball so quickly, yeah, whether it's contact or non-contact there, it's just phenomenal handling.
And it's 11-5. England have matched their previous result from yesterday morning as Tatar, unfortunately, has to concede a penalty.
Yeah, well, from France need to cut these errors out. This second half, they've made more errors, and England have managed to convert those into try-scoring opportunities, and they've finished most of them.
Devlin, good speed up the base, and away goes Hill. Of course, has 2 Hills in the under-20s across the England setup this weekend. Gallagher, Simon. Big step off the left, lovely switch, but just away from Will Cullen.
Yeah, I think that's a loss of control. I think the French are looking there for interference in the ball, but I'm not sure Theo was actually looking to knock that ball down. I just think it was probably not controlled well enough by the French, unfortunately.
That's another error in this second half. Simon, Gallagher throws the dummy, but he is caught. Good work from Baptiste Lasser-Carrigou.
Can't see these boys subbing here. I think they're going to have a go, aren't they?
Simon takes the touch. Gallagher pops it off. Cotland, down he goes. And the try's given. And it's a great finish from Seb Conahan.
I'm not sure whether he's given 3, the middle there, offside.
Might have been Alois Nicole who was offside. Regardless, it's 12 up for England. And they've saved their best performance for the first test, this England under-20 side. France looked great in the first half, Chris, but they just couldn't sustain it.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, that try-saving touch at the end of the first half from the French winger on Courts, I thought would set the tone for the start of the second half, and actually France would come out firing. Unfortunately, it's been almost the other way around, and England are the ones that are coming out firing. And France have got a penalty here. They've got a repeat set on the line. They'll need to score off this. Yeah, I think the game's probably beyond them, but if they can finish strongly, this is a 3-match test series, finish this strongly, ask some questions of the English so that when they come back tomorrow and play the second test, England are actually thinking this French side have got something we've got to worry about.
Le Pichon feeds it on. Couple of changes for the French lineup. Yudica, Le Pichon. Dumanoir, Dion, Dumanoir, Guillon again. Good effort, but the touch was made on Antoine Guillon.
I'd just like to see the French bring that back to open side on that. They're collapsing, getting the England defence to collapse quite into the short side. Slade and Dixon.
Le Pichon goes for the switch, but didn't have quite enough on it. That's good hands out wide. Stockdale has been industrious today. Dixon gives that final ball, and Theodolo pins back his ears, and he's finished it well. But he'll have to come all the way back. That's a tough one.
Directly in line with us. The ref always gets it right. And that, yeah, it was one of those narrow decisions, but probably marginally forward. And I certainly think in the middle of the field, that's where they're probably going to give them most.
Interesting discussion about Stockdale. He's playing so well in this fixture. You know, where do you think his future lies within the England setup, and what decides that really? Is it his decision? Is it sort of a, you know, where is he going to serve England best, or is it about his preference, depending on mixed open or men's open?
Well, I think it'd be part of the England coaching set. The England, now have got a fantastic opens programme that, well, that's a good ball, great ball out.
How on earth is that smuggled wide? France do have a score, and it's yet another one for Gaspard Constant Olivier. Speculative from Tatar. It's a great finish.
Yeah, Joe Banks, I think he was the winger there, came in a little bit too narrow, realised and was flat-footed. He was out coming in rather than holding his space to be able to chase out.
Gallagher. Simon. Down he goes. Oh, he's not happy there with the contact on his head region. And he has won the penalty for England. So plenty of touches here with 3 minutes to go. Simon, low to the ground. Gallagher, Stockdale, over he goes.
Yeah, I think Ollie was just looking for the foul on that last one. Wilf, like a bit of a footballer out there.
It's been an interesting discussion I've had actually off air, which we'll get on to in a moment, as Gallagher puts it back on the inside. Goes to test France. The idea that, you know, as the physicality increases, at what point do you start letting the referees know you think the touch has been put too much power on it, or if you think the call might come your way? It might be something that comes up more and more as England tries to match up with Australia and New Zealand and match their levels of physicality.
Yeah, I think it's coming into the game a little bit. I think it's still, it's a genuine, honest game. I think the large part, I think there are sometimes now where players are maybe looking for a bit more. Let's say clever play rather than probably a little bit of
gamesmanship.
Yeah, gamesmanship. Yeah, I think it's probably clever play, but certainly there, I think it was a hard touch from the side. Yeah, and I will say to Ollie that he made sure the refs realised it was a hard touch from the side.
That's the vibe. Yeah. Ball down from Tatar. England have it back. 2 minutes to go here.
And again, Wilf, I think France there, reasonably good drive, but they've got to be looking to try and have more than one attack there, and that attack on the line wasn't good enough to test the English defence.
Touch on halfway sent French wheeling back here. Good pick up off the deck from Slade. Dixon, Slade again. Sam Dixon still bouncing his way around. 2 minutes to go here. Zachary Slade. What a game for Seb Conahan. Slade, Dixon. Slade charged down by France. It's a good block by Leo March.
England looking for that. You could see Dixon there, ran hard at the French, got them to commit. Little ball tucked into Zach Slade, and 6 again. And France will be disappointed to concede on 5th. Yeah, you just want to close that out, and England got a line attack.
Dixon again. Caught again by March. Good defence from him. Charlie Gornall, one of the younger players in this and 20 side. Conahan. And it's good defence by France.
Yeah, again, a little bit compressed in. Option was on. Theo Tyler there out here was open on the wing if the long ball from Conahan had gone.
France hit the box. I haven't seen a lot of transitions, you know, across this whole game. Tends to be happening in the midst of penalties, given how the game has been quite fragmented at times.
It has. That's a good. Lucky. That was it. France not quite setting the best platform, but they got over the England 10, I think, on their 5th, and have probably just given England a little bit too much respect. And England on 2nd, well over halfway already. Again, moving that ball, from Dixon, I think it's out there, out to court. It is on the wing, and that's 4th touch, is it, I think now, Wilf?
Yeah, France still bringing the noise with seconds remaining. Can England score on the buzzer? There it goes. Devlin gives the pass. Is it flung wide? But it's a good shutout from Gaspard Constant-Olivier to bring the tie to a close. So in this 3-match series, it's England who draw first blood. They've improved on their previous results to put 12 past France, 6 scores for the French. They're very much still in the tie, but they've got a long evening to think and reflect on how this game has gone. Chris, what do you think the French need to change to get close to this England side?
Well, I think in that game for me, that 3rd quarter of the game was when England really dominated. So whatever happened at half-time, England came out firing, and they went 3 or 4 up very quickly in that first 10 minutes of the second half. That for me is when the French, 4-2 down. Had they been the team to score a couple and level that game up, that's then tight. And then England have got to force it. England have got to chase it a little bit more. At the moment, that England side, when they're up like that, they're just on top, and I think it would be too difficult to do.
4-2 in the first half, 8-4 in the second, in England's favour. Now, Chris, thank you so much for joining me for that big game. We've got more action up next, and it's more action, I believe, from France and England. It's action from the girls' 18, which England will be competing in just a few moments' time.
So welcome back. England versus France in the girls 18s category. Thank you very much, Wilfred Kelmsley. Just a little bit of interchange between the two of us. Well-earned break for Wilf. This is a girls 18s category and a side that, for England, has all of the skills possible that you would possibly want to see from a girls 18 side. I'm joined alongside by Caitlin Cook, who's going to be joining me for this little bit of co-commentary as we see an early sweeper set up 3-on-2, potentially good shot by number 10, Naomi Audrey.
Yeah, really fast start by England here, trying to attack the 7. Hopefully they can get a score on the board early.
Yeah, Doggy's platform, wrapping round, 2-on-1. Hands wanted to go to the wing. Nice recycling of the play with that 6 and change. Good early defensive set from France, but potential missed opportunities there from England, although, I mean, the quality of player on display from an English perspective, they'll problem solve that relatively straightforward.
Yeah, France looking to get off cleanly here and quickly. England defending it quite well at the minute.
Pistons defence strong from England, trying to disrupt some roll balls, and that's a symptom of the pressure. Just a loose pass, unfortunately, from France. Surrendering field position back over towards England. And the dominant pod, Imogen Loveridge, getting involved as well. Matilda Tinker. Loveridge checking open side towards Ella Coyne. Coyne just steadying the ship. Doggy's platform here for Loveridge, stepping back. Early Doggy's 2 play, trying to go through a gap. It was Coyne, that's half court and turnover. Low.
Refs just missed that one potentially. England get another chance at the line now.
Fortunate for England, unfortunate from a French perspective. One more chance. This time the Doggy's platform for Loveridge should have gone. It does. Ball to the wing is an absolute dime. And the opening score for Ruby Abassian over on the far corner. It's a golden start for England.
Yeah, great finish on the wing there. Good option as well to pass that. They've got away with one with that ref decision there, but they've come on top.
Yeah, it's a really good opening score. This England girls 18s has gone from strength to strength in their categories, dominant performances. It's an exciting time to be a part of this girls 18s side. I mean, I was talking to Mimi Taylor-Dean. She was saying how excited she was that this girls 18s and the girls 15s all playing them in a very similar way than the women's open, to just sort of make that progression as easy as humanly possible. And there's an early turnover as well from England. We get an opportunity to pick apart the subset for a moment. And that pass just leaving a little bit to be desired. Izzy Jones couldn't quite take that one in stride. More defensive work for England, and the first real opportunity for sustained pressure for France.
Yeah, let's see what France can do here. Just a little drop ball from England. Lots of pressure there from France.
Here's Langlois working with Pauli. Langlois just taking a settler, orchestrating. It's clearly the general in this midfield, platforming for sweeper option, driving at the line, having a dive, just losing control of the ball for a moment. Touch came in first. Lucy Rao come back to the mark for third touch. England played 5 already in this round robin stage, everyone playing each other twice. France, Tanglin Trust School in Ireland. England 5 played, 5 victories. France are looking to stem the tide in their own favour, but they're up against the most staunch of oppositions. Ruby O'Dell with a good touch. However,
just an offside penalty there for France to have another go.
Yeah, really good opportunities here for France, and they'll need to take these try-scoring opportunities when they present themselves. They will be coming at a premium, such as the standards that this English team sets themselves. Langlois feeding open side to Rao. Rao with the extra pass to the wing. Good covering touch. Langlois and Rao. More defensive work to go through for England. Pauli now coming over open side to Villanelle. Big call from the referee, stay up. Nice interplay between England, the French line attack going from width to width. England having to put on a little bit of a nudge. Doggy's platform a little bit muddled, not a lot of space to work with. Well, penalty again, second in consecutive nature. And it's a pretty good start here for France. They need to find that cutting edge.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of confusion when they're setting up that Doggy's play, but England have given away 2 now, so they've got to be careful not to give away another, as France could most definitely be getting on the scoreline here.
France just taking a couple touches, get some fresh legs on, although at the moment they're currently playing with 5. Now there's the 6 coming into play. Another good defensive touch. And again, still more subsets. Open side quickie option, but playing 4v6. There's not a lot of space available. England marshal it well. Potentially just mastermize their own downfall a little bit in this attacking set, taking a few too many touches to sub, and Clarice Fournier has to surrender the repeat set of 6. England did well to crowd out that French attack, but maybe, you know, that subset just, you know, stunting the momentum of the French.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they wanted to get some fresh legs on so they could defend the England subset, but just a little bit of confusion in their attack, and England dealt with that well, and now they're going to be looking to push to the 7.
Indeed they will. There's nice interplay in the middles. England looking dangerous. 5th touch, scoop opportunity, almost losing the footing was Jessie Yarker. That'll be 6 and change. France matching the English defensive nudge with one of their own.
Yeah, just running into a little bit of traffic there was Yarker. Good option though.
Now, these two teams have already played each other in round 3, where England came through as a 10-2 victor. It's a very dominant performance from a team that is really going strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of these England 18s players are in the open setup as well. Obviously, like you said, the girls 15s and girls 18s are matching those women's open sort of plays, so it's really showing.
Yeah, and it's a nice pathway as well for a lot of these young players to be able to then just see a really viable route into the women's open setup. Nice bit of interplay. Abigail Wolf getting involved, and Palmer dragging open side, just having to come back to the mark for a moment. There's nice work from England, orchestrating this subset for a moment. His 5th touch, scooping opportunities, nice press. There's a 3-on-2. Can they execute? Not a lot of space for Jones to work with. Well shut out by the French winger.
Yeah, great read from the French winger there. It was initially really well set up by Imogen Loveridge. Good hands, but winger read that completely.
A really good defensive nudge, and now England looking to turn the screw in their transition defence as well, and that's an off-the-mark penalty, well spotted from the on-field ref.
England now the chance to attack. Is that Imogen Loveridge there? Great dive. I think that was touch first. Go again now. Looking to run that sweeper platform there. Loveridge taken off. Ball to the wing, and is that a score?
It looks to be good.
Yeah,
the referees
really good
are happy. It's a brilliant score. And we've not got a 26 on the team sheet, but I think I recognise our number 26, and I believe that's Molly Brown over on the far side.
Yeah, great option there to do the sweeper pickup. Was definitely on. Great finish by the winger as well.
Yeah, it is Molly Brown getting over, down as 11 on the team sheet, 26 out there. Another player coming out of Horsham. No, I'm not biased, but the Horsham's a very talented club for bringing through your talented young players, and the work of Ash Grimsey, James Barron, James Faulkner, Adam Faulkner. So many different players getting involved there at Horsham, and sending so many juniors here. Molly Brown, the most recent one to get on the team sheet for this England Girls 18 side. And France, we're looking to reply. There's a really nice sweeper set-up, quite a set English defence, but they were resting on their heels for a moment. A nice pace ingested by Mia Moratis. England able to see off that threat on this occasion as Fournier. Fournier, nice interplay to her middle partner. There's another sweeper set up, but that pass just going forward. It felt forward. It was quite telling as well. Just the angle of that pass. So England 2, France 0. France just stuttering a little bit in their line attack.
Yeah, just not being able to complete those sets, unfortunately. A few penalties, and England are definitely capitalising on that, getting to their box quite quickly here.
A really nice roll ball over on the far side as well. England gaining in confidence, gaining in momentum. It's a really nice red touch to just bring that momentum to a bit of a grinding halt. 2-on-1 opportunity. Molly Brown's in a dangerous area. Dummy show and go. Easy try time. Matilda Palmer getting over. It's the third score. Lovely. The dummy to fix the defence.
Great score there. Doesn't even need the 2-on-1 with the winger. Goes herself. Brilliant dive and great score from Palmer there.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And it's just textbook executing 3-on-2s, making sure that you're running at pace. Really dominant performance as of right now from England. 10 minutes in, they've gone from strength to strength, and more importantly, their defensive work hasn't been compromised either. France looking for that middle quickie. Man on Lafitte. We're going to get over, working with Boutaleb. Lafitte and Boutaleb now shifting over into the link channel for a punish. And that's 6 and change. England's defensive spacing looks really tight, well put together. France finding it a little bit tricky to get through their defensive line.
Yeah, England are very well connected, and I think that comes from lots of training together, lots of players from the Nottingham setup, lots of players from the Horsham setup, like you say. Everyone knows each other and has trained together for a long time, and that's really showing in their well-connected defence.
Absolutely. Lovely pick up against the grain, scooping option. Hands could potentially be on. It's well worked. Tinker platforming, wanting to get that ball back. Tinker diving. But it's another try save for a touch by Naomi Audrey.
She may have hurt herself there, unfortunately. A great touch there.
Yeah, that's man on Lafitte, just taking a moment to come back. It looks to be all okay. That's 6 and change. But again, England are able to put a bit of a defensive nudge on. There's 2 touches, not up towards the box yet. 3 touches they are, but another off the mark penalty undoes their good work.
Yeah, great touch there by Tinker to cause that penalty. England get another go on their line now. And with the experience of Tinker and Ella Dean on the field, they'll be looking to score here.
Which is wild to say, because Ella Dean has been, well, she plays in the Nottingham setup where she'd be considered one of the youngest, but out here she is Governor General. Lovely dive. Tinker just seen off for a moment. Yeah. Dean lingering in this near link channel, coming down now for Ding. Long option, lovely ball on offer, nice left foot step. Ruby O'Dell denied a scoring opportunity.
Lovely step and dive there by O'Dell, but defence had that one covered. Let's see what England can do now.
Tinker, Dean, that's 6 and change. France will take a lot of confidence from these sets that they're able to defend on the line, and they're just struggling to get these fresh legs onto the field as effectively as England are right now. I mean, highlighted by Jocelyn D. Assitis getting up and making defensive touches.
Yeah, those touches by England are very fierce. It means that France is struggling to have a clean subset, but they're looking to do that now. Yeah, getting another 6 here, which is good.
Yeah, in at the side is the call, Moratis. The beneficiary of it, Mia Moratis, gets us back underway now in an acting half. Dummy shown and not bought by Alice Ferratten. There's a nice check back on the inside for Fournier. There's Fournier again. We're going to platform here. 4th, 5th touch coming now. One more striking opportunity for France. Just positioning, potentially losing the 7. Fournier, open side quickie. Lovely flat pass out to the wing. Not quite taken. I wonder if that was a set piece play designed for a link to be hitting that hole. It was a lovely shape on the pass. Just didn't quite have the legs to get where it needed to go.
Yeah, link hole was definitely on there, and it was a beautiful pass. That was great hands as well by the English winger.
There's an inside ball on offer, but instead they opt for an absolute dime of a roll ball.
Yeah, great roll ball there.
England really showing all sorts of core skills. Abigail Wolfe involved as well. Lovely wrapping play here.
Great hands there.
Oh, lovely inside check. Referees are happy. The Assitis with a lovely inside ball.
Great heads up touch there. Great vision to pass that ball back inside.
Yes.
That was amazing.
And it's Matilda Palmer with the finish. Lovely 1-2 between the wing and link. Inside pass. We're now 4 to the good for England. It feels relatively comfortable, doesn't it?
Yeah, England look like they're enjoying this one. Their attack is very, very good. France still getting up the pitch a little bit. England needs to make sure their defence stays tight on the 7.
Yeah, and there's a lot to like about what the French are doing, but they're just coming up against a defence that just, there's so much confidence going through this team that there's almost this feeling that that they won't score if you're part of that defensive unit, and when you're playing against a team that just has so much ability and so much speed, as Tinker goes flying through for another score. You can't help but feel like France are really up against it. England just have so much confidence about them right now.
They've got so many skills in the bag. They've got their defence, they've got their speed, their check backs. Tinker just coming back from Euros, absolutely amazing from her.
Yeah, and it's a real terrifying prospect, this England girls 18 side. There's so many of them having already represented their country down in Vichy, and I mean all of them representing their clubs at the highest level of club touch that we have to offer here in England. There's a group of girls that are almost certainly destined for mixed open or women's open in just a couple of years' time. And France have a lot of really nice core skills about them. They probably are just coming up against probably the most informed girls 18s team in the Northern Hemisphere has to offer.
Yeah, 100%.
France positioning for another strike at the line. Powley, we're going to platform. Doggy's option, well defended though. Thea Hall felt relatively comfortable.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stunted attack there from France. I'm not sure they were particularly communicating well maybe in that. A few different moves ran, but England had that one covered.
Yeah, forward pass penalty given as well. Girls 18s looking for a nice away set, feeding to Molly Brown. And keep an eye out for Molly Brown, because when she gets going, there's not many who can stop her. We knew it was coming. Brown goes full length, away set option, wheels to burn.
Oh, what a great option there. They saw the vision, away set was on, and they're not scared to try these things, these girls 18s. They're having fun. They've got many tries on the board, and that was beautiful.
And lovely, smooth catch and pass to set Molly Brown free, and then as soon as there's clean space out in front of her, no one stopping her. Unfortunately, the back of Molly Brown's shirt is something I've seen quite a lot playing at Horsham, because as soon as she finds a hole to hit through, there's no stopping her. She's the fastest person down at Horsham by a country mile.
She outpaced you a few times.
Oh, easily, without she doesn't have to get out of third gear, and she quite easily outpaced me. There's certainly no shame in it. That's why I always try and put myself on her team. I don't want to spend 40 minutes chasing her around a field.
Great tactics there. Abby Wolf on the ball now. Oh, just a little miss pass there, miscommunication. France will have a chance to go at the 7 now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a collector's item from Abby Wolf. Normally, no errors with the hands. Nice touch coming in, looking for this sort of disrupting red touch. There's Fournier taking the settler. Ferraton working as well. Sweeper set up here. Fournier platforming. Nice wrapping around for Moratis. Moratis diving at the line. Referee just having a look at the onside. Took a glance to either sideline ref. Indeed, an offside penalty. 2 minutes on the clock. France will be looking to get at least a score on the board. Although that's easier said than done when you're playing against this defensive line. No touch is being called. Referees are happy to just let this one play. There's Fournier. Getting an acting half, feeding over towards Fratis. However, the defensive touch coming in.
Defence not slipping for the moment for England.
No, and what's really interesting is the defensive spacings don't really change no matter where they are on the pitch. Literally like they're attached by a string. It's very impressive, really good touch.
Yeah, great touch from Abby Wolf there.
Yeah, Violet Porro was looking to sweep around the outside and maybe create a bit of a pace mismatch, but there was nothing doing. England see off that French attack. A minute left on the clock. There's a lot to like about this English first half. There's probably only been one mistake in it, which was that Abby Wolf miss pass, and then she goes and puts on a defensive clinic and turns it over again.
Yeah. Well, just another little turnover here. I think that was over the mark there.
Yeah, off the mark penalty.
Yeah, England will be looking to defend this out really well and not let France get a score before half-time.
Yeah, I think at this stage, knowing the standards that have been set across the board for England teams, the focus will be on the French score, not the English score, trying to keep France to 0 if at all possible. There's a nice open side quickie and a really nice dive at the line.
Great score, great touch from number 12 there.
Yeah, Lena Boutaleb was having a go at the line, trying to take Jessie Yarker out wide, but it's much easier said than done. Boutaleb platforming, sweeper set up, nice drive, diving. Another good touch this time. It's Abigail Wolf. And that's 6 and change. Again, really good defensive sets from England, working well together. And one of the things that's been the most impressive about all these English teams is just how much depth that they run with. And I think as a, from anyone who's played touch before, if you're, watching from a spectator's point of view, you want to improve your game ever so slightly, you just take a leaf out the England girls 18s and realign with such depth and back the hands.
Yeah, they're running with so much confidence. That first half was all them. Their attack was smooth. They were looking at away sets. They were playing very, very well. And I think, like you said, their goal now will be to hopefully nil France rather than necessarily put more scores on the board.
Absolutely. They are making a very good argument for possibly the best half of touch, the most comprehensive half of touch we've seen from any team here at the Youth European Championships. Half time in this girls 18s clash. England 6, France 0. Well, welcome back. Second half underway. England firmly in the driver's seat. Most clinical first half performance. 6 tries to the good over France, who will be looking first and foremost just to get a couple scores on the board. Offside penalty. Early infringement here from England.
Yeah, perfect start here for France. They want to get a score on the board here.
Up inside Quickie, just driving against a very set defence, was man on Lafitte. Took a little bit of a tumble in the first half. Got up rather gingerly. It's great to see her back out there. Lafitte wrapping round, doggies play, diving. Solid defensive work from the English middle, staying nice and tight together. Lafitte. Boutaleb. Open side Quickie here for Lena Boutaleb. And Lafitte's just having to check back on the inside. There's, you know, there's a lot to like about the French line attack. They're just lacking a little bit of depth, I feel. You know, that extra yard or so of depth does make such a difference when you're running against a set defence.
Yeah, 100%. They're very flat on the line there. A little bit of depth. You know, that link hole could have been open. Yeah, England dealing with it very well and getting off very cleanly as well here.
Yeah, oh, lovely evasion as well. How she got through that gap, got no idea. Imogen Loveridge just evading French defenders at will. Here is Loveridge once more, feeding towards Coyne. Coyne platforming, Loveridge picking against the grain. There's Coyne, and she'll stroll through.
Great score there, orchestrated by Imogen Loveridge, setting that play, looking for the space, and Coyne with a great finish there.
And how on earth Imogen Loveridge escaped through the 2 middle press from France to get that move underway, I'll have no idea. England 7, France 0. That was the golden start for England. Not quite what France would have wanted, but you know, we've been speaking quite a lot today about these circumstances that you find yourself in when you're probably up against someone who is, you know, a nation just a little bit further down that developmental track than you, and it's, you know, little things like focus on the controllables, chip away at the aggregate, and see where that leaves you going into the latter stages of each game. I think France, it's just about using all of your touches, killing the ball in the right areas, threatening, to picking the right attacking options. Whether the hands go or not is a bit of a moot point. As long as you're doing the right thing, something might fall for you. And France will be looking to do exactly that, going into this 5th touch platform, scooping opportunity here. And again, France just killing the ball in a good area of the field, and we'll look to put on a bit of a defensive nudge, see if they can force an early turnover from England.
Yeah, France completed their set there, which is, like you say, what they'd want to do. Great defensive press there, which has caused a turnover, and now France will look to complete the set again and hopefully get a score on the board. Yeah,
that's exactly what France wanted. Early turnover, sustained pressure, 6 touches on the 7-metre line. They just need that little bit of go forward. There's Powley. Unfortunately, though, there's a loss of control, and England waste no time in getting back underway. And although a couple unforced errors creeping in, this time Ruby O'Dell couldn't quite connect with Ella Dean.
Yeah, France will try and get some fresh legs on here to try and attack that 7. They'll need to get them on a little bit quickly though.
A little bit more momentum needed. Here's the dangerous Clarice Fournier. Wearing 58, Fournier positioning. Certainly seems to be a player who has the ability to unpick this English defence, although that wobbly roll ball will undo the pressure and allow England possibly a more straightforward exit. And what I love about this English transition is that they're always looking for space, and almost always after that first touch is taken, they're looking to see if they can run an away set just to condition this French defence to stay honest and not crab over towards their own sub-box too early. 5th touch, lovely sweeping platform here. 4-on-3 back against the grain. Fournier with a great flick touch on Jocelyn Diacetis. Much better midfield defence from France.
Yeah, France did really well there to shut out that England attack. England do really well at that heads-up touch, using their pace and just looking at that space.
Yeah, good touches. Just a little bit of a wobbly roll ball, and it is given ball down and turnover.
Yeah, and that comes from the England defence there. Really strong touches from the likes of Tinker, that Abby Wolf there as well,
it is,
causing that turnover.
Yeah, and there's Yarka as well getting involved. What I love to see here is this pod going direct, not wanting to sub, setting really tall expectations for themselves. There's Tinker diving, just losing control of the ball before she found the whitewash. And now this pod that's probably been on the field for a little bit too long under 30 degrees heat. We'll have to dig deep to put some defensive pressure on.
Yeah, that was really good from them though to stay on. They had confidence in themselves, but obviously when the ball gets turned over, they've got to defend the subset. They might get a little bit tired, especially in that heat, but doing well so far.
Yeah, as the breeze kicks up, they'll probably feel very nice for all of these players. Fourth touch, fifth is coming now. That's a really competitive touch.
Great touch from Abby there.
Yeah, I think Abby Wolf walked the physicality line perfectly, and just, you know, what a disrupted touch that was. And again, England have a dabble with an away set. You got Molly Brown lingering on this left-hand wing. We've already seen the damage she can do with clean space, but just as easily, you work over towards their box set. 2 touches. There's your third. Fresh legs flying onto the field now.
Great depth there.
It's nice work from Loveridge. Loveridge coming back against the grain, potentially, you know, having a think about ripping long towards Ella Coyne. And now Loveridge picking, getting into the in-goal area, ripping long. Molly Brown couldn't quite take that one in stride.
Great peel from Loveridge there over to that winger.
Just couldn't quite find the connection with Molly Brown on this occasion. His first touch, it seems like a better subset already. Very nicely done, although stepping out of the field of play were France. You can hear the calls from up here. There's calls of come on from these middles. I think that was Loveridge saying, come on, we can go now, we can go direct, we can look to get scores on the board. It's exactly what they'll try and do. Isla Devlin just caught behind the gain line for a moment. Good defensive pressure. Loveridge toing and throwing, working with Coyne. Loveridge steadying the ship. There's Devlin. Open side quickie for Devlin. Nothing doing there. Loveridge again looking to rip long. Ends up connecting in the link hole with Matilda Palmer.
Great score there.
Looked at the Rory Fulton score from the Irish Men's Open at Vichy with a diving catch and ground. And says, well, I can do that as well. What a finish that is from Matilda Palmer.
Yeah, great finish there. Great ball again from Loveridge.
The 8th score is an absolute peach. What a finish from Matilda Palmer. Great pass from Loveridge. Probably was a little bit too high, actually, from what Loveridge was probably trying to do. She sets herself some very high standards. But no matter, because Matilda Palmer says, thank you very much. I'll just go and, you know, leap 6 foot in the air and ground that one for you. Doggy's platform here. Doggy's 2, stepping back and then cutting back against the grain. That one just falling to the floor. Nice endeavour from France. But matched by some really staunch defensive work from England.
Yeah, England looking for that away set every time now. Space is there though.
Yeah, and lovely recycling as well. Just, you know, not overdoing it, tempering it very nicely. There's really good defensive pressure though. Great nudge. Cleo Colombero forcing the turnover.
Yeah, I think maybe France is starting to just read that away set and put the pressure on early, and it's causing those turnovers there.
Yeah, I reckon at some point we're going to see the sort of dummy away set and punch straight up the middle, and that might cause France a couple issues. However, big play on calls from the referee. Man on Lafitte with a fresh set of 6 to work with.
See what they can do here.
Yeah, Lafitte positioning. It's Boutaleb. Boutaleb diving at the line. Great defensive touch. There's Jones and O'Dell working together. Share a high five. Good defensive work from the mid and link there. There's Boutaleb. Open side quickie. In fact, coming over towards the short side. Boutaleb and Jones with a good touch.
Oh, wing was on there. If that ball had gone a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Izzy Jones marshalling that link channel effectively. There's Lafitte, Boutaleb, Lafitte looking to find the wing. Not quite connecting with that pass on that occasion.
England now having to work all the way from the France box there.
10 minutes into this second half. This try scoring has certainly slowed down. France have done a really good job at problem solving. There's a nice roll ball from Ruby O'Dell. Izzy Jones is skipped, and now there's a bit of a foot race, and there seems to be only one winner. Matilda Tinker flies through the French defence, gets the 9th score for England, and very quickly turning defence into attack.
Second time she's done that in this game, just running straight through the defence, showing off her pace. Great work from Tinker there.
Yeah, I mean, Tinker probably going to give Molly Brown a run for her money. That is no mean feat, let me tell you. That's a terrifying prospect. This girls 18 side have such pace, such ball playing ability. I mean, I'd love to see them just. Do you know what I would love, actually? This is a sort of an England touch-coded comment, but I'd love to see this girls 18s team play an NTS. Just like this team, go out, represent. I'd love that. I would absolutely
They'd put
love
your
that.
Nottinghams and your Scorps under a bit of pressure there, I reckon.
Well, exactly my point. I think it would be incredibly entertaining to see these juniors just, stay together and get a fair few series under the belt.
Although I think Nottingham might struggle to field a team though, considering it is half the Notts ones team.
That's a very fair point. Yeah, Chris might have something to say to me about that. He'd be like, Joe, what a ridiculous suggestion. You want to gut my team? Here we go. Foot pit. Oh, unfortunately, this one's going to come all the way back, and Molly Brown is going to feel so sore because it is absolutely electric, and yet it's coming back for a forward pass. That was a stunning foot race as well. Lang Loy went stride for stride with Molly Brown. Well, yeah, he's coming back for forward.
Yeah, great foot race there. I think the refs, one of the refs followed and thought it was going to be a score. The other ref had stopped. So great pace there again by Molly Brown, but we go back and France have a chance now to attack.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised as well that Molly decides that she'll take a subset off the back of that.
Yeah.
That'll be quite tiring work, that one. England putting on the press and then forcing a really good turnover. It's a really great reaction from England there. Decision didn't quite go your way, gave away a forward pass penalty, and then you put the defensive nudge on.
Yeah, dealt with that exactly how you'd wanted to deal with that. Didn't crack under pressure, just did their job and turned it over again.
Palmer coming back to the mark. And this pod going direct, not subbing. I love the impetus of this team. Ella Dean getting involved, so is Wolf. Check back in towards Ella Dean. Sweeper step back. Wolf trying to escape into the in-goal area, but that'll be 6 and change. I really love the desire and just the showcase of their confidence, where they'll back themselves to go direct after doing a D set, and then they'll back themselves to defend the transition, and then they'll probably back themselves to give a really good first 3 touches to get off the field. This English performance is it's steeped with confidence.
Yeah. And that's how you got to be. Go in with confidence, maintain that confidence. They're not mad. If they give away a penalty, they know they can go back and defend that and turn it over. It's great to see from these young girls.
Yeah, it really is. Playing way beyond their years. There's maturity unparalleled in this girls 18s performance for England.
Yeah, filling the England touch community with lots of hope for the future. When those women's open players age out, these girls will be straight in that. They're playing amazingly.
Well, it's filling all of us with confidence. It's probably filling the current women's opens players with fear, because
there's
a lot of these that'll be hot on their heels. Lovely interplay, inside ball, and extending the stride length is Abigail Wolf. And it might be called touch, but why play touch with taking touches when you can just pass around a defence and carve your way through?
Everyone's showing their pace now. It's going to be who's quicker than Molly Brown at this point.
Honestly, not many. I'll be honest. She is furiously quick, and she would also not forgive me if I didn't bring it up as well. So there you are, Molly.
You've got to back her. Back your Horsham girls.
Absolutely, brilliant setup down there, and great to see so many juniors from so many clubs and so many different NTS teams coming here, showing out, stepping into roles that they might not have in their clubs. Some leadership roles, strike roles, whatever it may be. It's a wonderful opportunity to play against your peers here at the Youth European Championships as France doggies set up, trying to drive at the line. I imagine if there's a French score, this sub-box below us will erupt in celebration.
Yeah, I think England will be quite disappointed if they let a score in after the performance that they've had. Being the perfectionists that I imagine that they are,
Oh yeah, almost certainly they will be upset if they do let a score in. There's lovely quick hands. Jessie Yarker has had a game to remember. She's been absolutely phenomenal, and is just pulling strings out there. I mean, you're watching this and you're probably thinking, what was so impressive about that? Well, the catch and pass without moving when you've got someone staring you right in the face under pressure is such a hard skill. As Loveridge thought she was clean through, just has to come back to the mark.
Loveridge injecting so much pace in this game. Every time she gets the ball, the defence is scared of her.
And she really is Governor General, as Loveridge picking, scooping, looking to connect with Coyne. That's 6 more, although it even be a penalty. There could have been a penalty for offside. 6 more is the call that's given.
Let's see what Loveridge can orchestrate here on the line.
I imagine it's it probably will be a score. Loveridge working with Palmer and Coyne. Coyne back to Loveridge, back to Coyne. How good is that? How good is that? Beautiful middle play. Although, touch is claimed. So Loveridge and Coyne have to go back to the 7-metre line. Loveridge, open side quickie. Well, picking up against the grain. Coyne. Loveridge. Loveridge is quickie now. Driving, diving, scoring. And Loveridge is enjoying herself out there. Governor General gets another score on the board. England are up to 11.
Yeah, it doesn't get denied that time. Great dive there from Loveridge. That was almost inevitable, wasn't it?
Yeah, superb player is Loveridge. Again, another one of these hoods. Superb Nottingham player. You know, and widely regarded as an expert finisher. Well, here is just, you know, showing her attacking chops. There's a lot of composure about the performance. There's a lot of, you know, incision about the way that she drives at lines. Is very impressive from Imogen Loveridge. And France now find themselves back in their line attack, looking to get over. Fournier platforming, nice sweeper setup, 3-on-2. That one just falling to floor, unfortunately. But there's another penalty for offside. I think the pod from France that's currently on the field certainly have the quality to get over. Violet Porro, rapid. Fournier, composed. Will be looking to spearhead her team over. Ferraton as well.
Yeah, France will be looking to, they'll be looking to score, but they'll be looking to complete their set as well. Like we were saying earlier, for France now, it's just, now I said that, a little intercept there from Eladine.
Is that your first example of a commentator's curse?
Yeah. First ever commentator's curse.
Yeah, you now join a very elite club of commentators who make a very, very, very good point, only for the action on field to completely contradict them. So, welcome. You're one of us now.
Yeah, what I was going to say is it'd be great for France to complete their sets and do the basics well, but Ella read that like a book, and now she's running through. Did they get the touch there? No.
Eladine just shifting through gears. There's 2 minutes left. There's 12 scores to England. This has been probably the most put together performance I've seen here at the Youth European Championships. There's been very little mistakes. There's, you know, if England are able to survive the next 2 minutes and keep France to 0, then yeah, this will be probably the most comprehensive performance we would see. Phenomenal.
Yeah, great score from Ella. Great that she got the score when she got the intercept in the first place as well.
Lafitte diving at the line, trying to make touches.
Yeah, France having to go early here and getting the penalty as well. So they'll be looking to score here and make sure that England don't nil them.
Yeah, Lafitte, I'm sure, would love a score here, working with Foden and Boutaleb. Lafitte diving at the line, good touch made.
England are just so connected at the minute. It's really hard to break through that line.
And working incredibly hard as well. Ruby O'Dell making the most recent touch. Boutaleb. Positioning for a link punish over Colombero. Ball to the wing was potentially on. Referee's just having a look at the sideline. Happy with the touch.
Yeah, great touch there from Ruby. She's doing lots of defensive work here for this girls 18 side.
Yeah, Boutaleb, Lafitte, Boutaleb diving. There was a really good opportunity for France to get their score.
Oh, I thought she was in there, but unfortunately just a drop ball on the dive.
And now they've got to defend an away set.
Oh, are they going to stay? No.
I mean, the intention of England is just absolutely horrid. They're turning the screw. They're uncompromising in their attacking endeavour. Ruby O'Dell with a great roll ball. Yarka follows in suit. This is looking dangerous. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Will it be 13 to England? I'm sure that will be their aim. Here is Loveridge. Open side quickie here for Loveridge. Stopping on a dime. Popping the ball back on the inside. And that'll be ball down and turnover. But the final hooter will go any moment now. In fact, it will. And there's one touch to take. And France do take it. England get their want. They hold France out. England 12, France 0. That was just a perfect performance from England.
Yeah, that was an incredible all-round performance there from England. I think like you said, I haven't seen another performance like it at Euros so far. They were playing with so much confidence. Well done to England.
Absolutely. And we've got 3 more games for you here on live stream. Coming up for you next, we've got mixed 20s action, where we see Ireland taking on Scotland.
Lebanon versus Scotland. On pitch 5 is mixed leaves, Ireland versus Wales. That is at 4.
So welcome back. Third to last game here in the mixed 20s division. Ireland versus Scotland. Scotland with the tap, Ireland in defence. It's great to see the Finnan brothers back fit and firing. John Finnan took a really nasty tumble on the last game of the day yesterday, but he's back out there. A little bit of strapping, but nothing doing really, as Scotland looked hope in the scoring. Brilliant defensive touch. Ben Harris, who stitches together the two Finnan brothers perfectly. We're throwing it back to yesterday morning, aren't we? I'm joined alongside by Lexi Johnson. Have you had a chance to have a look at this Irish mixed 20s team before?
You know, I haven't. I'm yet to see their potential, and I'm so excited to see it in full force.
Right, well, here you go. You've just had Nonchalant Pod on defending. This is Screen Pod, who run a horrible passive line as their strike run, and it's one of my favourite things. Then you've got Dynamite Pod off the back of it that are just furious with the foot speed.
They came out like absolute bulldozers there, didn't they?
Honestly, these boys run so hard, and they've got some of the best female links around underpinning all of their good work. This is a very talented Irish mixed 20 side, a bunch of players who are almost certainly destined to represent their country at Opens categories in just a couple of years' time when they eventually age out of these 20s. Scotland with ball in hand, fourth touch, fifth coming. There's Black. Lovely positioning, but just hesitated, wanted to get rid of that ball and scoop himself, tried to feed away to Harper. But it was relatively straightforward work. There's Cara Somervell. Straightening. There's Niamh Somervell driving and latching expertly. There's Sloan Rangitawa as well. Brothers, Tamati and co in the mixed 18s. That's a lovely bit of interplay. Dynamite Pod is off with a bang.
I mean, what do you say about that? That cheeky little pass back inside was all they needed there to leave Scotland wanting. That was a fantastic start for Ireland, and they're only going to want to build from this.
Yeah, Finn standing, hitting a lovely trail line. It's outstanding work. I'm proud of that one, actually. Thank you very much. Scotland find themselves up against it early doors. Ireland having a lot of success in this transition. I've been so impressed with this Irish mixed 20s team. They're certainly going to be in with a shout of going all the way, especially when the Finnan brothers find their feet and find their flow. They're staunch defensive players, and Ben Harris is just a wonderful player to watch. Really good calls from the referees. Fifth touch. It's unfortunate work for Scotland, who find themselves without any attacking platform, but they might not need it. Hitch kick step, almost finding his way through, was Lewis Forge. But you've got to be a little bit faster than that to take Philip Finnan for a walk.
Scotland will know they've got their work cut out for them in this match, so they're going to really try and throw everything they can at this stacked Ireland side. I think that will look like just getting the foundations right and stripping it back to basics and trying to beat Ireland at their own game here.
Yeah, having a go at the aggregate and seeing what happens. The Finnans and Harris get off the field effectively. Screen Pod flying onto the field, lovely scooping option, left-handed rip into the wing, inside play, it's all away, referee's happy. Brilliant covering touch from the Scottish number 13, Rennie Guthrie-Dorber. It needed to be as well, because Ireland were having to go down this short side, and this is what we saw from them yesterday. They attacked short side, short side, short side, and then they started to rip open. And we'll see if that's going to happen here with this fresh set of six.
Just feels as if Ireland pressured Scotland into moving quickly then.
Oh, horrible footwork. Nasty footwork from Noah O'Neill with a stutter step fixing defenders, doubling Ireland's lead. They only needed one touch out of that fresh set to get over.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Ireland there. Scotland know this is going to be really tough, so they've just got to work together as one big unit and keep that communication going across the line and through the midfield.
Absolutely, and I think it really hit the nail on the head earlier when talking about Scotland. It is focus on your controllables, you know, uncompromising game plan, use your set of six, kill the ball in the right area, you know, pick right offensive options. Whether they work or not is a bit of a moot point. As long as you're picking the right options, you put yourself in the right positions. It's a lovely skip pass over the top, finding Finlay Robertson, lingering in this link channel, wanting to punish. Finlay Robertson going man on man. It's a brilliant touch, and the volume of the Irish sub-box just creeping higher and higher. It's a lovely right foot step as well from George Murdoch, captain, looking to contribute with some attacking prowess. Not quite happening. The Finnans and Harris do such a good job at defending as a tight unit.
It's nice to see Scotland using their full set of six there.
Show and go, and there's a foot race. And Cara Somerville might go all the way. And she will. Third score on the board. Cara Somerville with an absolute peach of a try.
How'd you like that? I mean, this is what I'm talking about, going back to basics for Scotland, just making sure you're in control of those touches, because that show and go is absolutely lethal from Somerville there.
Yeah, that is filthy. Absolutely filthy. Just a little pump of the ball. Scotland bought it. Ireland ghosting through. Cara Somerville. I mean, this family has just produced some unreal touch players. You've got Cara and Neve, 15 and 16 respectively. Two people to keep an eye out for. Destined for Irish Women's Open action. Has to be. 32 long here for Scotland. Right option, long ball rip. Can it connect? It can't quite be finished though, unfortunately, for Lucy Gribben over on the far side. But again, picking the right option, executing well.
Yeah, this is looking really promising from Scotland, actually. They've just got to start threatening at that line, and that was a really good read from Black there, and a beautiful pill over to the wing.
On another day, that one's taken and grounded, and it's 3-1. But as it stands, not quite taken, although Scotland will take a lot of confidence from that. Yeah, lovely show and go. Just fixing defenders this time. It's Neve Somerville. Good work as well from Sloane Rangitawa. Noah O'Neill straightening. Somerville getting it off Rangitawa. Is it dangerous? Tanner platforming here for Young. Young feeding. Somerville scoring. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, tight margins in that one. There was nearly a Scottish hand in there, but she's just too quick.
She's absolutely rapid. These Somerville sisters are furiously quick. And what a lovely delayed line as well. It was, it's what got me so excited about this Irish Mixed 20s performance yesterday, that they run these passive lines so well. The timing is perfect, the depth is wonderful. And not only that, but the angle in which these lines are run, it's such a hard skill, but this team's got them down to an absolute T.
Yeah, they know exactly how to manipulate that Scottish defence, so they've got them moving from one direction to the next in the field, and it's just too much for them to handle at the moment. It's looking nice from Scotland, a nice little 32 short setup there.
Oh, Ben Harris with a try-saving touch. Diving on the line, you can see the dust kicking up. It's dry, it's hard. It's going to hurt diving on these pitches, and yet these teams, these players willing to do it for their nations, although just stepping out of the field of play, unfortunately. So fresh set of 6 here for Scotland, deep in Irish territory. Scottish ball, just a slight delay at the restart. Is Finlay Williamson. Williamson. We're working with Sheriff. Williamson now coming down to the 32 platform, wanting this punish. It was a nice setup, but Irish players just obstructing the half and being able to get there effectively. 32 short, potential early release option. Williamson was there. The ball just escaped the grasp again. These lovely attacking endeavours. Yet to see it finally click for the Scottish team.
Yeah, we've seen a lot in this tournament that it takes some players a bit of time to find their feet, and Scotland are striking really hard. They're setting up these great platforms. It's just lacking a little bit in the execution at the moment, but I'm sure the intensity will come. As we can see from Ireland here, they will learn a thing or two. Oh, 5th touch coming. It was a speculative flick pass over into the far wing channel. Ireland just playing around with their attacking setup. It was a really nice disruptive roll ball from Scotland on 4th touch. And that Ireland were attacking against a set defence. That's a great bit of footwork as well. Ciara Lascelles, left foot step, beating the Irish press. Brilliant roll ball opportunity as well. Finlay Robertson accelerating and scoring. And that's the best transition we've seen from Scotland, probably all tournament. Finlay Robertson flying through. But what about the platform from George Murdoch? He really set that one up there. Murdoch is such an explosive player. You know that everything he touches is going to be pretty much golden. So he gave Robertson a really good opportunity just to find that gap, and find it he did. That was a stellar try, and exactly what Scotland needed at this point in the game.
You're so right, exactly what Scotland needed. The tide was going against them. However, they've got to stop this terrifying prospect of Philip, John Finnan and Ben Harris. As Harris, John Finnan, driving, scoring. Again, he just doesn't look like he's trying that hard, but he has the magic touch when he needs it. John Finnan is fast becoming one of my favourite players to watch.
He's just absolute dynamite, isn't he? He's just he's got such a low centre of gravity as he runs, and yet somehow so much speed from that, and he's just looking a bit unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, he's just so good, and it's what I really like about the John Finnan performance is it's so simple. It's simple touch, but he just does it so well, and all the angles, like hip angles and shoulder angles. Again, this is getting really noisy, and I'm sorry, but there's just little things like, you know, hip angles as you're escaping over that roll ball. It's all so important, and Finnan's he's got it down to a fine art at this stage.
That was a really nice defensive read from Ireland there. They saw that sweeper coming and they shut accordingly.
They absolutely did. And now, last touch, Scotland just trying to kill this in a good area. Sheriff having a little bit of a bounce, nothing doing on this occasion. And Scotland, again, using their sets really wisely, killing the ball in the right areas. It's a really interesting thing, isn't it? You almost want to save that really dynamic strike dump for fifth rather than fourth, so you're not then scrambling on fifth. It's a really nitpicky point, but I think it might help the Scottish side a little bit.
Yeah, this is something we've seen from them before, and don't seem to be quite clicking that it's not really working, but Ireland are definitely using this.
What hands. This is horrible from Tanner and Somerville. The extra pass has to go, and it'll be a walk-in in the corner. That is a superb team score. Amelie Birrell finishes off a wonderful score off the back of the transition. Fifth touch, bang on the Scottish 10-metre line. You thought they'd run out of space, run out of ideas. And the Islands say, no, we haven't. Easy score.
You don't get much better than that, do you? Every player on that field touched the ball at some point. They went from wing to wing. Completely successful, found the overlap, and we're another Ireland score up. Scotland hoping to respond here. Murdoch taking the ball at some pace in this drive. A little bit of hesitation from the half there. Scotland will need to be really fine knit here.
It's a little bit of a muddled setup there, but here's Finlay Robertson. Robertson platforming here, 32 short, nice arcing run. There is Robertson looking to create another moment of magic using the footwork, but that's fifth touch. And now Scotland attacking against a set defence, no touches left, looking to kill it in the corner, but Finnan couldn't really help himself. There'll be a fresh set of 6 here for Scotland.
It's a really tough thing to be part of the Scottish squad at the minute because you've got so much relentless defence coming at you. You don't even have time to think about what you want to do. You just have to be so well drilled, as this Ireland squad are. So just slowing it down there, Murdoch, is probably the right option because it's very easy to panic here.
Yeah, just take the sting out of the Irish press as well. Give yourself opportunities. Murdoch sweeping, Robertson picking against the grain, escaping into the in-goal area, connecting with the wing almost. Great option, not quite executed to the same level of the imagination. But again, Finlay Robertson feels like he's really stepping up to be accounted for in this game so far.
Yeah, 100%. Just a little bit too much poke on that pass there. I think he got a bit excited, a little bit ahead of himself. But it's definitely great potential.
Nonchalant pod is going coast to coast, underhand pass, brother to brother. As easy as you like, as calm as you like. Beautiful score from Ireland.
Yeah, the Irish ability to turn defence into attack at the drop of a hat just really catches the Scotland side off guard a little bit. And
look at that, just a little underhand disguised pass, and then Philip Finnan has absolute gas and burns through the hole. Easy score in the end for Philip Finnan, but yeah, Scotland may be guilty of just losing their steely concentration that we've seen, and the Finnan brothers unpick them. Split a platform here for Scotland, big dummy. Flick touch was made. It's good work from Finn standing. There's Robbie Reid positioning into this link channel now. Reid and having a go down the short side, but that brings up the fifth. It's a good example of what we were saying about the Scottish line attack. You know, they're sort of restricted to scraps a little bit because the timing on the strike dump is just a few percentages away from being really, really, really good, and it's using that touch count as effectively as Ireland are, really.
Yeah, they've got everything it takes to be just as successful as this Irish squad. But I think in all honesty, they're spending so much time defending. They get a little bit excited when they're at that attacking line and just have the propensity to rush things a little bit.
Yeah, really well put. Niamh Somerville getting involved, orchestrating this subset. What about this fifth touch platform? Right foot step, carving holes, escaping into the in-goal area. He's looking for some support. And he finds it, but Black sticks to him like glue.
That was fantastic mirror defence from Scotland there. They did really well to ignore that scooping player and stick to their own man, and it really worked out for them.
I mean, that fifth touch platform there for Luke Tanner was just phenomenal, brilliantly executed, dynamic roll ball, perfect strike dump. And if you want to learn how to set up a fifth touch platform, well, you've just had a golden example.
Yeah, this could be the perfect match for Scotland, actually, because they're going to learn so much from this, especially when they watch this back and they'll be able to see it in perfect detail.
Yeah, I completely agree, because they are just a few percentages away from carving this deficit all the way down. Somerville platforming, just having to come back and take the touch. There's more opportunities here for Tanner. Tanner scooping, go on, screen pod, lovely passive rip out the back, acceleration as well, lovely score. Oh, I mean, you're a simple girl who loves a dummy. I'm a simple boy who loves a screen, and Screen Pod have got it down to an art.
Yeah, that was beautiful. It was really unlucky for Scotland there. I was just looking at what defensive patterns they're using, and they were very much going for pocket defence, which was good because it put a lot of pressure on that scooping player to dish off that pass. But unfortunately, the Irish are just a little bit too good, and they don't even care if there's any pressure. That pass will fly.
Oh, Screen is so good. I'm going to come
Big fan, are you?
I'm going to come across all nerdy in a minute, and maybe we'll talk about it a little bit
In
at
a minute,
half time.
huh?
But I love a screen. It's so old school. I just think it's brilliant to see it coming back. And Ireland firmly in the driver's seat in this first half, 7-1 over Scotland. And Scotland be looking to start just create some inroads. That pass to Finlay Robinson just a little bit too low.
That's unlucky. There were some really nice yards made by Lessels there on that sweeper. Managed to get her team really far up the line, but unlucky turnover.
Yeah, lovely soft shoulder roll ball, and Philip Finnan is looking to have a go around the outside again, just puts the brakes on, avoids the touch, not once but twice. Matador movement from Philip Finnan. Ciara Lascelles says, no, I did get the touch. We're gonna stop that footwork at source. And they pick up this subset, just losing a little bit of momentum. John Finnan trying to escape the press of Murdoch.
This is looking much better from Scotland defensively. They're working as one, and they're shutting down these options, as we see there. They'll take a lot from that as they turn this into an attacking set.
Oh, it's lovely endeavour, and to be perfectly honest, whatever John Finnan can do, he can do no wrong in my eyes. He's already, produced some magic moments for this Irish mixed 20 side. I think that hand gesture was hard touch, I believe.
Perhaps, yeah.
Could have been a slap touch, to be perfectly honest. It was, but whatever it is, it's a fresh set of 6 here for Scotland, and this Irish pod, who's been on for maybe longer than they would have liked, have got some fair defensive work. Reid positioning himself into this link channel. There's Black working alongside Harper. As Harper enacting half, Reid sweeping round, accelerating, dishing over. That ball just falls to the floor, but another penalty, this time for offside.
That's very lucky for Scotland there. They're really going to want to get the timing right on this and just not rush this set. If they can get this to this, if they can score before the 6th, then fabulous. But if they can get this to the 6th touch, that is considered a win in my eyes.
Yeah, Black trying to orchestrate this sweeper setup. Reid is wrapping round again, but Finnan with a really good touch, and Reid just taking a bit of a hobble. We hope that Reid is okay. We've seen a couple injuries already today. We want to avoid as many as humanly possible. Black picking. Reid was fine moving there. Short side quickie. Black picking up against the grain. Robbie Reid potentially looking to drive through a hole. Harris with a really nice diving touch, putting his body on the line for his team. The ball bobbles all the way down the hill.
Yeah, again, unlucky there for Scotland. These girls have some absolute rockets being fired at them, and it is very hot out there again now. Not to sound like a broken record, you can tell that it is starting to bother them.
Oh, it is absolutely baking. There is a little breeze that appears every now and again, but nowhere near as consistently as anyone currently here would like. Finnan with a really nice midfield drive, although stepping out of the field of play, John Finnan was adjudged to do so. So another attacking opportunity here for Scotland.
I'll be interested to see if they sub here, because they've been on for quite a while, this pod.
I don't think they've got time to do so, but I wonder if the relevant information is coming onto the field. I think they should just be looking to go direct. So there's Reed and Harper and Black. I think they are going to stay. There's not a lot of time left. 10 seconds remaining in this half. Hooter is imminent. Black waiting for the ball. There is the half-time Hooter. Black looking to create something bang on half-time. Isn't able to do so on this occasion. Half-time, Ireland 7, Scotland 1. This is a comprehensive performance from Ireland, isn't it?
It really is. They've put together their best team for this, and you can tell it's absolutely textbook stuff that we're seeing. And Scotland shouldn't be downhearted. You know, there was so much possession in the end of that first half that they really took a lot of control. So they can take a lot from this and already started learning from the Irish squad. So I'm interested to see how they perform in the second half here.
It's focusing on your controllables, isn't it? And seeing where that gets you. At the half, Ireland 7, Scotland 1.
Are you
So welcome back. Second half underway. Ireland firmly in the driver's seat. 7 tries to 1. Here's another look at the screen pod. Lovely acceleration. A lovely score. Ireland open the scoring in the same way they left off the second half. Ripping screen, passive line out the back. Very quickly became 8-1.
I mean, everything about that was completely flawless, wasn't it? The speed, the handling skills, the passing, spotting those gaps. It just doesn't get much better than that.
It really doesn't, and it's, do you know what, it's such a creative way to use the speed in your pod. You know, you give the gas man an extra few yards to work with. You give him a nice arcing run out the back, and then he's got the time and space to go and utilise that, you know, that speed that he's got. I think it's such a brilliant weapon that Ireland use so well. And now Scotland will be looking to just start to chip away at this deficit and see what the next 20 minutes has in store for them. Sheriff, lovely late inside pass. John Finnan with a try-saving touch.
It's looking really promising for Scotland, though. That was a lovely line from Williamson.
Yeah, Finlay Williamson currently positioning with the ball. Finnan straightening, really good first touch. Harris checking open side. There is Harris once more. It's a lovely transition as well, and here comes Cara Somerville. It is really dangerous stuff here. Finn standing. Lovely footwork and acceleration, almost ghosting through the gap. And for a moment, Rory Lever thought he was leaving Scotland behind. Not quite happening for him on this occasion. Good defensive touch in the end.
Yeah, that was nicely shut down from Sheriff. That was looking very dangerous for Scotland, but they've done well here.
Lovely checks and really good skills to get that ball down. You're always in danger of overcooking it. Lovely right foot step as well from Niamh Matheson. It's starting to become much more of the Scottish blueprint that we know and love. Robbie Reid looking at a platform. Black picking up. Fresh set of 6 on offer here for Scotland.
I mean, they've just transitioned straight from the subset into a splitter there, and it was perfectly the right option, but the Irish defence were just too high up for them to get that pass away. But if they can keep this momentum up, they will be happy.
Yeah, sweeper platform, although the referee has seen that. So just a little loss of control at the roll ball. Ireland want to go quickly. Here's Somerville. Really good roll ball, unfortunately, though. I think it was a really smart move from Robbie Reid. Sort of went to engage the touch and then pulled out of it. And unfortunately for Finn standing, that ball bobbles and falls away. There is Reid. And Harper, Black. Harper feeding to Reid. Reid accelerating, looking to rip long. Does, connects with the winger. Hands in the corner, just under a fair bit of defensive pressure. Irish winger come flying across.
A lovely sweeper play from Scotland there, but it just came a little bit too early in their set. Again, we're saying they're putting a little bit too much in too soon, but the ball has been dropped in a really good position for Scotland. We have a slight injury on the pitch at the minute.
Yeah, it's Isaac Young, who is part of Screen Pod. We don't want to see him go off injured. Although he's up and he's moving okay, and quite a smart play as well from Scotland, just to sub whilst there was a break in play, so they'll have a fresh set of 6 with fresh legs on against a tired Irish defence who've been on for probably longer than they would have liked to have been. It's Finlay Robertson, although that's an off the mark penalty, and that's a little bit of a coach killer.
Yeah, that's a tough call there. It was only marginal, but Ireland are definitely going to capitalise on this as they drive into the midfield.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Somervilles have just gone through superb work in this transition, whether it's latching or driving. It was Niamh and now it's Cara. And I'm actually now just realising, I think it's just the 2 Somerville sisters rotating in and out at link, or is there another one? I'm not too sure. We'll problem solve that one. Speaking of siblings, here's the Finnans. There's John Finnan strolling through, scoring. Easy money.
Yeah, they're just a little bit too much for Scotland to handle at this point. I think they're going to throw everything they can at them, and this is maybe where Scotland start taking a few risks. They can afford to, and they are great at jouer, this Scottish side, so it would be really nice to see some of that come into play here.
Yeah, I think they might need it, because at the moment The Finnan brothers combined with Ben Harris just have a little bit too much, and I believe I am right. It is just the two Somerville sisters rotating in at link, which is wild because it does not seem like it. It seems like there's three of them. The fitness is incredible, and the ability to still go through all of this really tough work that female links are often asked to do, and yet there's no errors in their game as Ireland look to run an away set. The ball's tucked under one wing, and he's going to go all the way. Daniel Morahan flies round the outside, finishes, extends Ireland's lead once more. We're now into double digits for Ireland, and that was the one that the sub box got the most up for.
They just have such a good ability to read what's in front of them. They could have easily just gone for a safe subset there, but they saw a slight gap was on as Scotland were expecting that sub, and they utilised it.
I love the confidence to go and pull that off, and then the decision making and the ability to then back it up as well. So much to like about this Irish mixed 20s team. There's so much to like about the Scottish mixed 20s team as well. Lovely splitter play. Maybe it's time to stop feeding that half back and looking open instead. Sweeper platform. Almost looking for the step back. There was a few bobbles at the ball. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Ball down turnover. It's unfortunate for Scotland, but Ireland defensively really sound.
Yeah, it is unfortunate for them. I think they should trust in their abilities a little bit more because they are more than capable to pick up on that snap back, as you say, and that would put Ireland in some danger, get them running. I think Scotland's best defence here is just to wear them down a little bit.
Agreed. There's Niamh replacing Cara. There's Somerville in this female link. There's John Finnan, in fact Philip Finnan accelerating, trying to take Owen Black out wide, but Black had just hit onside. It's much better transition defence there from Scotland, not double committing into touches, which is something that is you're more susceptible to do it when you feel like you're under stress and strain, and I'm sure Scotland are feeling the stress that Ireland are putting them under.
Yeah, they definitely will be, and this is when it's important to just get the basics right, and then you can start getting creative from there. And this is a perfect example. Some great pace from Murdoch there. Fortunately, just came a little bit too late, but they've put themselves in a good position as Ireland are chasing into their own half.
Yeah, Niamh Somerville driving, Harris getting an acting half. There's Finnan. There's Harris. 3 touches taken is Cara Somerville. I'm still mind blown that these two girls are just rotating in and out at near side link and going through all of this work superbly. And Cara Somerville will get a score on the board as well. There's no one, in my opinion, more deserving of that score than Cara Somerville. Gone through superb work in the transition, no mistakes at all, gets a reward. Lovely stuff.
She's been an absolute powerhouse for this squad, and as you say, very well deserving of that score. She ran her lines perfectly. Wasn't an easy pass for her, it was just into the perfect space, and she was there. Beautiful stuff.
And also Ireland for a moment defending with 5. Just a slight logistical error from Sloane Rangitawa. Ireland putting the ball down over on the far side, so Sloane will almost certainly be needed in this subset.
Absolutely, but Scotland did well there to recognise that overlap. It wasn't quite executed, but they were definitely doing the right thing in attack.
Yeah, Niamh Somerville this time with a dime of a roll ball, and then ball is taken in a dangerous area. Ireland looking to save touches, feeding Cara Somerville. It's all very calm and composed. There's Harris looking to come on and platform, just had to take a stumble. No touches remaining. There's John Finnan, backward step. Philip Finnan wrapping round the back. The Finnan brothers going from side to side and then back to front, and then all of a sudden Philip Finnan tries to shift through the gears, and that's really well defended.
Yeah, Scotland did a fantastic job there of just pushing that Ireland attack backwards, so they're basically into their half now as they start this set of 6.
And a hint of an away set here from Scotland, but the Irish midfield press is so impressive. There's not a lot of room for Michael Sheriff to work within, but that one is given hard, so fresh set of 6 here for Scotland.
They're handling this very well under pressure, Scotland. Ireland are throwing a lot at them here, but they're doing really well to keep up with it.
Yeah, Sheriff picking up against the grain, looking to connect with the wing, and that's caught. And that'll be half court. And Sheriff just taking a little bit of a tumble. There was an exchange of handshakes there as he walked past John Finnan. What's really lovely is that all of these games have been played with fierce competitiveness, but also played in the right spirit. That's a really important thing. As Sloane Rangitawa takes the touch. There's Somerville. Rangitawa standing. Oh, danger time. Lovely. Extra hands want to go. Sloan Rangitawa was waiting. Somerville with the fast hands. Fresh set of 6. Really clear chat there from the referee. I think everyone heard that one. There's Lever wrapping round. Doggies play here for Rory Lever. Lever stepping back against the grain. What a gorgeous hole that is from Morahan.
There's just nothing you can do against that, is there? They really drew that from one wing straight over to the other. No time at all. Just left Scotland completely clueless.
Oh, this is going to be a really nice replay as well, because Morahan did some really good platforming work, split so hard out to his left-hand side, and then stays in that sort of grey area between middle and link. Beautiful stuff, well executed. Dynamite Pod's living up to its name.
It's all coming down to timing for this Irish squad. Everything they're doing is perfection. They're doing really well at holding onto that ball just long enough before the offload to engage that defender.
Yeah, now we've got Pod with 2/3 of screen Pod. There's Luke Tanner working with Noah O'Neill. I think that's both Somerville sisters on the field at once. And you've got Cara on this near side. I can't quite get the number of the far side. It might be Neve. And quickie setups. Tanner picking against the grain. Baton pass. Almost connected. Devitt O'Byrne almost coming up with a moment of magic.
That was a very optimistic tap, but I really like her thinking behind that. If that had been executed, I might as well just leave.
Yeah, that was absolutely stunning. Devitt O'Byrne almost diving into her box of tricks. And what about the confidence here of Devitt O'Byrne? You know, I imagine what's happened here is there's an Irish player down on his knees. I think just taking an injury break, and Devitt O'Byrne put her hand up and said, I'll be that other link. I'll make sure that nothing goes through me. Devitt O'Byrne up in the passing lane, causing all sorts of havoc.
It's really tricky to try and rearrange all of your pods whilst you're playing a match. They've done well to reassess here, and it's not looking to be a problem for Ireland. And that was a nice opportunity from Scotland there with some good hands, and now they're having to look into this defensive pod.
Oh, lovely hands as well. It was Somerville, and then it was Tanner, and then it was Rangitawa. There's just so much to like about this Irish performance. Lovely late check away. There's another one. Morahan has a hat-trick. It's just wonderful hands, wonderful depth. The timing's perfect. What's really telling as well is they're not breaking strides to receive passes. They're hitting it. They're injecting pace onto every ball, and it's just, you know, that pace then compounds and Morahan goes through.
All it takes is that nanosecond to look up and see a scattered Scottish defence, and they know they're in. It's just spotting these opportunities, and that does come with experience. These guys have played with each other a hell of a lot, so they will know how each other play, and they can just do that without even having to think.
Absolutely. This is a textbook performance. I thought we had one of the most comprehensive performances in our game just prior. However, Ireland Mixed 20s are making a really good case that title should go to them. Very little mistakes. I think there was only 2 that I could possibly think of, really, and that is nitpicky to say the least. This performance has been world class as Scotland look to go through, and they do. Scotland get their second on the board, and it's celebrated in the sub box. The Scottish fans are happy. Lovely slick hands over on that short side.
Yeah, that was brilliant from Scotland. They were trying to beat Ireland at their own game, just with those basics, getting those quick passes off, and a fantastic execution. Really nicely done.
Yeah, really nicely done indeed. And now Ireland come back. Devitt O'Byrne operating in the middles with O'Neill and Tanner. There's Devitt O'Byrne. Tanner orchestrating. 32 scoop here for Tanner. Screen pod to Somerville. Oh my word, that's the best one in the bunch. What a finish, what a score. Neve Somerville, passive line out the back. Absolute money from Ireland.
A really good covering touch there from Robbie Reid. It just came a little bit too late, and there was absolutely no stopping these girls on this side.
Yeah, that's my favourite one. I don't think that score's going to get topped. That is definitely my favourite one. At least of day 2 for certain. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from this Irish team. They've just gone strength to strength. They've no errors. That's a roll ball error from Scotland, unfortunately. And with 5 minutes left to go, I mean, Ireland are just cruising, aren't they?
Yeah, you can tell they're having fun with this now. They're really enjoying themselves and getting a bit creative with what they can present, which is fantastic for us.
There's the Finnan brothers, stitched together by Ben Harris. There is Harris, John Finnan caught. John Finnan, open side quickie here for John Finnan. Harris feeding, Finnan ripping into the corner. And it's a very rare mistake from John Finnan, because I don't think that one needed to be fired at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think the excitement got the better of him there, and we have to fetch the ball from the trenches of the side of the pitch here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a collector's item, really, from John Finnan. He's been brilliant every time I've watched him. I've had the pleasure of commentating this team, I think, 3 times now. And I've been talking to a few people about just how good this Irish mixed 20s team is, and everyone looks at it and says, look, he's got all the core components to be really one of the very best teams in this division, and we're being proven right.
I mean, any division, to be entirely honest. I think these guys could have such a fantastic run in the Opens and really be able to show some of them how it's done.
Absolutely, I could not agree more, and you know, there's a really fair bit of chat talking about where the progression of this team lies. Is it mixed open? Is it men's open? Is it women's open for each player respectively? I imagine probably there's a shout for going straight into the mixed category, although the Summer Bells will have an eye on that women's open. All of these players have bright futures, very bright futures indeed. Ireland, open side quickie, is taking a settler. There's Lever. Open side quickie here for Rory Lever. Lever driving, Morahan on his right. Not quite taken. Really good defensive unit there from Scotland.
Scotland again sticking with their pocket defence, which seems to be working quite well for them on the line. They've just got that sitting mid shooting up and able to make that next touch. Really nice stuff as they come into this next subset.
Yeah, and
great hands from Matheson there, by the way.
Absolutely nasty stuff. And there's so much to like about the Scottish performance. On another day, the scoreline was completely different, but Ireland, they're just, you know, they've rolled the dice 10 times out of 10, and it's always come up 6s. They have just got it all their own way. And it's really demonstrated as well, just looking at the way that this pool is lining up. England have played 5, won 5. 2 of those games were against Ireland. So Ireland have already played England twice. So Ireland have played 5, won 3, lost 2, but those 2 losses have come against England. Those scorelines got progressively smaller as well. Scotland 3rd in the pool, the English Lions 4th in that pool as well. So the grand final is looking like it probably will be Ireland versus England, and I'll tell you what, I'm absolutely buzzing for that one. I think it's myself and Wolf Kemsley tomorrow taking you through that, and yeah, I am English. I'm sure my rough northern voice sort of gives that away, but I'll be slyly rooting for this Irish team.
I mean, we can see why. They are absolute dynamite on this pitch, and looking for that really quick roll ball that they've got to get some momentum as they're subbing off.
I think and just the standards they set as well. There's not been an intensity drop. They're in the driver's seat. They're looking really comfortable. There's no need to run at this pace, and yet it's pride and standards that are, you know, allowing them to continue moving forward as Philip Finnan drives down the short side, dummying, feeding. How good. How good.
I genuinely have no words for what we're witnessing here. It is truly a stellar performance from Ireland. It looks like perhaps that ball wasn't given as a try.
Yeah, I think it was given touch and pass in the end as a late pass, so there must have been a flick touch made on Finnan. Back to the action. A minute left to go. Remains 14-2.
I'm very impressed by how fired up this Scottish side is remaining, because this is quite a devastating loss for them, but they are not dropping the intensity themselves, and they're really having a crack at the line every time. They could easily really slow this down, but they want to stay fired up until the very end, and that is truly commendable. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think this pod, that's on the field at the moment, have set some really great standards. I really like the look of Finlay Robertson in this game. Murdoch as well, as Somerville just takes a small tumble. And there's Ben Harris. A lovely cannonball dump there from Harris. There's Finnan. And it's Scotland trying to just disrupt this roll ball and potentially force some turnovers, but Ireland are pretty wise to it. Murdoch with the extra flick pass into the wing. There's an inside option on. And Murdoch was running a trail line, and I think it is going to get a given crossing, and it's just a moment there of frustration creeping through from the Scottish players, and I think it's a very wise thing from that forward, just to temper these frustrations a little bit. Only seconds remain in this game.
Yeah, I know Murdoch personally, and he carries the weight of the world on his shoulders, so he'll feel a personal loss to his team here. So it is good for Kira Lessels just to slow him down a little bit and tell him that it's okay, we were all in this together.
Yeah, it's a marker of a good team, isn't it? Everyone's got each other's back. What a lovely wraparound that was. And Ireland, well, they have just marched through the Scottish wave completely unscathed, making a very good argument for one of the best performances on live stream we've had so far. There's so much to like about Ireland, but from a Scottish perspective, there's a lot of learning to be done. There's a lot of development ahead of this team. They've just come up against an Irish Mixed 20s team that have stayed together for so long now, and those little connections between people really shone through, and that was really a difference maker.
Yeah, 100%. It was a very convincing performance from Ireland, there's no doubt, but it is nice to see lots of smiles on these Scottish faces still. They will, as you say, have learnt so much from this match, and they can take that forward into the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. We've got our penultimate game of the day for you next. We shift focus from our oldest category to our youngest category. It's the mixed 15s. It's France leading the pools. They'll be taking on China. And then our last game of the day is our first look at knockout footy. Mixed 18s action to round us out. Scotland versus Lebanon. 2 games not to be missed.
If you haven't already, items available on the invite tent. Team manager, items available.
So, welcome back to our penultimate game of the day. France versus China in the mixed 15s. It's the leaders, France, firmly in the driver's seat in the pool stages. England hot on their tails, although England falling foul to this extremely dynamic French side. Come up against China, who got their first win in this category against Lebanon, an absolute nail-biter by all accounts. And played in a beautiful spirit, although for China to do anything, they've got to shut down this man, Isaac Gibbs, wearing 22. Dangerous player. Gibbs. And Klenet. Good defensive set early there from China.
That was all really well read by the Chinese defence. They just didn't let France squeak through.
And really good listening as well. China second touch going through their subset. We had the pleasure of calling one of the early games, China Mixed Open versus Scotland Mixed Open, on the pitch 2 yesterday morning. China put a really good account of themselves out there. There's Caden Anderson wearing 16 trying to get involved.
The thing I really love about this Chinese side is how controlled they are. They know their structures and they will run them really hard, and you see very few handling errors from this Chinese side.
And also, I've got to say as well, I mean, shout out Ireland, hooking me up with a little bit of Irish stash. I've got to thank the Emerald Isle boys for doing that for me. But what about the China kit? This kit is absolutely gorgeous. They've certainly shown up in style, haven't they?
They absolutely have. Just the ribbons of gold, showing what they're going for here. It's really lovely to see.
Open side quickie here for France. Long ball option taken so well in the corner. And there's your opening score for France. Lovely long ball put on a plate from Tanyo Mutri Wenglaw. And executed in the corner superbly. I want to say it was number 20, Kali Maratis, with another score. The Maratis sisters doing ever so well in this competition, both in the mixed 15s and the girls 18s respectively. And France with the opening score 2.5 minutes in.
Fantastic finishing dive there, really nice execution. And I just love when a dive isn't necessary, but they go for it anyway, have that Superman moment.
It's muscle memory
really
at this stage. It's just pure muscle memory. And there you are, just practicing for more tighter finishes. Lovely sweeper setup here from China, driving hard, lovely step back option, potential 3-on-2 for a moment. Great footwork on offer. It's number 15, Bao Senjeng.
This is the kind of pressure that China are going to want to be putting on France early here. It's really nice to show that they're not a side to be messed with and they will put up some kind of a fight here.
Oh, great line speed from China, but great foot speed through the roll ball from France. That was Frantzakakis. Lovely latching play as well this time. Nael Boutaleb. And now fifth touch coming in an extremely dangerous area. Lovely hammer play. Isaac Gibbs driving, diving, scoring. Phenomenal player is Isaac Gibbs, and they're happy with their results.
Yeah, really lovely. Just spotting that player wasn't quite going to get back on side, going for that dive and beating them to it. Really nice.
Sometimes it's all you need to do. Good heads-up recognition and brilliant execution as well. Gibbs with France's second score. And sometimes it's just simple stuff sometimes. I mean, we were singing the praises of the Finnan brothers in the game prior. Simple setups, run expertly well. Gibbs, I feel, is sort of cut from the same cloth as we see China look to just accelerate all the way around the outside. It was walking the touchline like a tightrope, but unfortunately, Manon Becker was marshalling the space well. Boya Huang will look to go again. Unfortunately, though, that one just dropping to floor. And Wang and Wei couldn't quite connect to keep that one in hand, and it'll be France turnover.
That's really unfortunate for China there. They have some fantastic foot speed, and I think they will be meeting France like for like on that element, as we have a potential break down the wing, but nicely shut down by China there.
It was. The midfield defence is looking relatively strong right now for China, but it's the line defence that is going to be crucial, such as the attacking prowess of France. Archevêque with a wonderful fifth touch platform, lovely bit of footwork as well. That one will be given touch and pass though. Great line defence from China.
Yeah, really nice realignment there. His hips were turned one way and he managed to take it back the other way to get that touch in. It's really clever play.
And yeah, just a quick touch on this French team. The combination of middles of Guillaume Archevêque And Alexander Frantzakakis is just... I mean, I always love it when you've got a, quite a touch-coded player in terms of physique. So Frantzakakis is quite long, he's rangy, he's got really good reach and a great dive. And then Archevek is just this brilliant platforming half player who just allows Frantzakakis to do exactly what he wants to do in line attack. And it's a great combination, and they work so well together, especially when you put them with Vidal Maja lingering in this near link channel. There's Frantzakakis feeding Archevek. Archevek dropping a lovely pass off into the corner. And there's another score for Kali Maratis over there. This time it was Archevek putting it on a plate for her.
Mirroring their previous score there. They've seen it's clearly working, and there's that gap over on that far side. Why not if it ain't broke?
It's certainly the recipe for success, although one of the Chinese players, unfortunately Bao Shenzheng, has come off the field and has got quite a nasty graze on the shin and a nasty bruise on the back of the leg as well. It doesn't seem to be moving all too comfortably. I'm sure that was a symptom of getting their first victory over Lebanon in the game on live stream earlier on today. Good hands from Caden Anderson. There is Anderson, splitting hard to the right hand side, looking for a middle step up, lovely right foot step and then a left foot step. And Caden Anderson platforming well. It's Huang. Speculative effort from Wei. There's Caden Anderson just positioning, and that'll be 6 in change.
Getting a little bit physical there. I think France have seen that China could potentially be threatening what they want to do here, so they're just adding a little bit of physicality to try and shut them down.
Yeah, I agree. I think sometimes it's just setting expectations of what you're willing to let the opposition do, and France just turned the screw a little bit in terms of physicality. Here's Gibbs. Now working alongside Clinet. Clinet driving, lovely left-handed pill, really well taken. Manon Becker just did not have the space to get over the try line on this occasion. There's Isaac Gibbs. Gibbs looking to platform on 5th, but Fan Kai Wei gets over, makes a really good touch. However, China just get that defensive spacing a little bit too wide, and France take the opportunity. We're up to 4 now in 7.5 minutes.
That's really unlucky from China there. He just didn't get himself in the right position, was hoping to realign and left a little bit too much space, which France capitalised on.
Yeah, France are in the driver's seat in this pool for a reason. Played 5, won 5. The try difference is something to be marvelled at as well. France have just 17-2 over Ireland in this category. Then 9-6 over England, which is probably their closest game. And outside of that, 10-6 against Wales, 16-1 against Lebanon, 15-2 against Belgium. I mean, their try difference is absolutely insane. And then following up in this pack, you've got England, Scotland and Wales accordingly. England played 6, won 4, lost 1, drawn 1. Scotland played 5, won 4, lost 1. And England's draw coming up against Ireland. So Ireland's 15s. They're really putting a show out there. So far, the top 4 looks like France, England, Scotland and Wales. So they might be going through to those semi-finals. But Ireland very hot behind each other.
And we have a great break there. Really well shut down by that Chinese defence.
I think as well, just stepping out of the field of play, was it?
Yeah, I believe so. That's the risk you take by attacking that side closest to your box. You've really run out of space, and when you have someone gunning you down, it's hard not to step out.
China will be looking to get at least a score on the board, just get their tally ticking over nicely. Certainly deserve it. There's Zhuan Linyin. There's Zimei Zhang. Anderson. Oh, lovely left-handed spear right into a dangerous area. There's a 2-on-1. I wonder if Fan Kai Wei could have just done the show and go and gone himself. It was selfless work.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. That's a bit of a shame there, but it's nice to see that he was including his winger.
It was. And then I imagine they might watch this back and he might think, yeah.
I was in there.
Yeah, I was in there. I was waiting. Speaking of being in there, look at that for a transition play. There's Mortuary Weng Law once more, just You know, it's a tricky thing to stand out in this French mixed 15 side because everyone is so good, but what Wang Law is doing his absolute hardest to do so. Another player doing his hardest to do so is Gibbs. It was a nice pass, just ever so slightly too high from Manon Becker to take in stride. And Zhang. Anderson.
France putting a lot of pressure on them as they're trying to sub off here. They're not making many yards.
No, they're not. And China are just struggling with their transition momentum. There's a nice shape of the pass out there. 5th touch now. A lot of work to do for Bao Zheng. But they feed the ball over onto the far side, and it was taken for a moment. The winger looks, was in a really good area. Zhao Yehi. Well, unfortunately not able to escape through a little gap.
Yeah, she did really well there. I think it was the right idea from this Chinese team to get some width in as they weren't getting much depth. So really try and spread that French team out, which worked well for them.
Yeah, and what an amazing thing to have a China team representing here in different categories. Mixed 15s is a category that's new here. And China showing that they've got the personnel to do it. A great defensive touch as well, celebrated by the Chinese middles and links. Still more scoring opportunities here, though. There's Frantzakakis, they're going to go long, couldn't quite connect. That was a rather unsympathetic pass to Kalimaratis, but I'll tell you what, with the quality she's displayed on the far wing, you wouldn't put it out of sight for her to catch that and ground it.
No, absolutely not. This is echoing what we saw in the previous game, isn't it? Just getting a little bit excited on that scoop through and putting too much poke on that pass.
Archevek getting up, making good touches, trying to stunt the momentum of the Chinese transition. There's a nice latching play as well. Caden Anderson comes flying onto the field to inject a little bit of pace and potentially create an outside edge opportunity, but Frantzakakis able to track across and make a good defensive touch. Caden Anderson just rearranging the hat and then receiving the ball back again. There's Zhang. Zine Zhang just caught behind the gain line. Turnover here for France. It's a good job though from China, using all of the touches that are available to them. As we know, it's harder to defend than it is to attack. So if you're constantly asking your opposition to defend a full set of 6, your aggregate is looking pretty good.
Yeah, they did well there, and it's actually nice to see them adapting to what's working and realising that perhaps they're not getting that depth, so go for the width on the sub-on, and it's kind of drawing France a little thin there, so it's good they've acknowledged that.
Absolutely, as France with Wang Law with a lovely ball into a dangerous area, but a great touch made by Zhao Yehi. He chasing over into the wing, but this time Aratis makes no mistake. Another score for the far French winger.
I think she's on for a hat-trick now, don't you? That's a pretty commanding performance she's put down. I mean, France will love this.
They will. Moratis, just what's really nice as well. We've spoken a lot about wingers over the past day or two. Well, it's always a really nice marker of a really talented winger. They just, they've got chalk on their boots. They're so far out wide. It's easier to cut back inside than it is to drift out. And Moratis has got her positioning down perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. She's definitely a class act.
There's an offside penalty. I think it's Frantzakakis. I heard 2 more 19. Very clear comms there from Crystal Ravenscroft.
Bit of clear communication from the referees here, making sure everybody's in the know as to what's going on.
Yeah, it's a great thing as well. We had it earlier where the referees have got such a big job just getting their communication across as effectively as possible. Nice sweeper set up, step back option, it's dangerous, it's going into the corner, but he can't quite take that one in stride. It's a wonderful decision, wonderful ball, just needed an extra yard or two.
Yeah, it was really great to see from China there. They read exactly what France were displaying in front of them, and they really took advantage of it, and the option was absolutely there, and it shows us just what this side is capable of.
My word, what a roll ball that was from Archevek. That was stunning, flying through at pace, dropping the ball on a dime, dead still. Gibbs positioning in to scoop on 5th. Isaac Gibbs with a right-handed scoop. Lovely rip open side. It's well crowded out though. Yunji Chen with a defensive touch to stop the French attack. 5 minutes left to go in this half. France 5 to the good over China, but I mean, China putting a really good account of themselves out here.
Particularly defensively, I'd say. I mean, this France side has the capability to put so many past some other squads, and China are more than happy just to fend them off and limit them to 5 at the moment. It's really impressive.
Absolutely. I think as well, what an amazing opportunity for these young people out here, just being able to hone their skills against their peers, players that they never would have met before, probably even know of, styles that they've never seen before, different plays, different ways of playing the sport that we know and love. It's a great thing. It's a great tournament, and probably memories that will last a lifetime for these players. China doing a really admirable job at representing their country and showing what touch is like down in China. Here's Gibbs. And straightening, working with Clenet. Clenet now finding himself in the left middle. County step back for Isaac Gibbs. Clenet was in a nice hole, but matched defensively by Bo Yu Huang. Gibbs checks to Brugier. Again, county step back for Isaac Gibbs. Link hole is on. It finds the link. It finds the try line. Lovely decision. Lovely execution. Number 35 for France goes ghosting over. Nael Boutaleb. Although I think there was a nasty player-on-player collision from China, and it seems to be quite a sore one. It puts a bit of a sour note on a very, very nice score from France. But again, we want to make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound with no long-lasting injuries, which is easier said than done. I know we've already seen quite a few injuries knocking around here, but goes off to plenty of applause from the French supporters at the bottom. It's a class touch, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. I mean, that's tough to see when both your wing and your link are running towards the same hole, but it just shows how much they wanted it. You know, they had such pace to collide in that way, and it's fabulous to see he's okay.
Absolutely is. Completely agree. And now, China. We're going to get a score on the board, the score that they're fully deserving of. There's Zhang Linyin. Near middle, avoiding the first touch. This is danger. Zhang Linyin gets the ball back, stepping. I'd love to see just, you know, one of those sort of textbook touch low dives. A really good opportunity for them to get in there. Not quite happening. Nice shape on the pass out to the wing. Good recycling. And Liu. 6 and change. 2 minutes left to go. France look relatively comfortable, but China doing a good job at restricting them to really good scores.
Yeah, they really are, and we have a bit of a break here, but a good covering touch. And I just want to commend China's far winger. I can't quite catch her number. It is Zhao Yehi, number 4. Yeah, she has been absolutely fantastic in this entire match, and she's done really well. When the Chinese attack was a little bit bunched on this left side, she kept her width and was ready to go straight into defence. And
looks to be probably one of the younger players out there. So we've not got the information regarding ages, but quite a diminutive figure over on the far side, and it seems like she will not sub throughout the entire game. And it's commendable work, because you couldn't catch me doing that.
Especially in this heat.
God no, certainly not. Not for good amounts of money. There's Anderson, lovely check, but it's picked off. And does he have the pace to go all the way? Caden Anderson is doing his hardest to go make the defensive touch. Anderson unfortunately won't quite get there. He runs him all the way. But Fabien Ribaud has enough pace to get over. There's a poacher score for Ribaud. A ball hawk lingering in the passing lanes. Great score for France.
You could just tell they were itching for a moment like that, weren't they? Just to get the ball rolling a little bit and to gain some momentum back, as China were definitely stunting them in defence. So they really, really wanted that. And it was amazing to see a 3-man chase, not quite catching him. Really good to see.
I really think it's representative of what I've seen from every Chinese team so far this tournament. It's never say die. It's never take a backward step. It's you know, still run at 100 miles an hour, give 100% no matter what's in front of you or the circumstances you find yourselves in. And it's the right mentality, isn't it, to then grow the sport and create lifelong athletes if you're able to instill such pride and passion in young players.
They've just got such tenacity as a squad, and you can tell it's not every man for themselves. They're all such a unit, and they're all in this together, and it's really, really good to see how much they're enjoying it.
And the other thing to note as well is they are maybe one accurate pass away from getting over the try line consistently. He over on that far side in the wing channel, she's in loads of space. She's got a great width. We've seen the hands on display as well. There's scoring opportunities out there for her. As of right now, China haven't been able to find that cutting pass through the French defence. Half time here in our penultimate game. France 7, China 0. 20 minutes left to go in this mixed 15s game. France firmly in the driver's seat, but as you've just seen on your screen, China with passion in abundance will not stop running, and I imagine if a China score goes over, I'm going to have to take my headset off to really soak in the atmosphere, because it will be an almighty roar coming from the coaches, although there's a nasty tumble. I thought for a moment, my heart was in my mouth, I thought for a moment he's holding his knee, and we just no more knee injuries, please. But it seems to be just a bruising fall.
Not sure, he's got some strapping on his knee already. Not the start that China are going to want, unfortunately.
No, definitely not. Although, as you can hear over the Atmos mics, good bit of freeze spray. Has never done anyone any harm, and he's up, moving freely once more. The last thing anyone wants is knee injuries. We've already seen a fair few. I mean, we were worried for John Finnan at the last game of yesterday's schedule over on the far side, just running through the in-goal area after his try assist, and went down holding his knee under no contact, which was worrying. But obviously, as you've just seen, John Finnan is back fit and firing. As he unfortunately can't quite take that ball, it's loss of control, a couple different turnovers back to back, and then Archevêque goes on a marauding run down that far side, and France are back off to the races.
Hard not to feel a little bit shaken when there's an injury at the start of the second half, so I think that's what fostered that mistake there for China. But they are strong in their defence, as we have seen.
And they'll have to be, because Mutri Weng-Law is he's a dynamite player. Tanya Mutri Weng-Law working with Bazan. Bazan and Weng-Law delivers a lovely pill. He is chasing, making good touches. That's 6 and change. There's good defensive work from China again. Second touch here. Really clear comms. I'm sure you could hear that wherever you're watching, whether you're here. What about the footwork? That is nasty stuff from Bao Shenzhen, who certainly has a lot to like about his performance so far. It's certainly the physical side of things, the footwork, the hands. Really nice stuff there from Bao Shenzhen. 5th touch. No more touches remaining here for China. And it was almost picked off, and I think Zhang had one eye on the potential intercept, so then couldn't take the pass in stride.
Yeah, it's hard not to, and he couldn't help but go for the forbidden fruit of that intercept, but it paid off in the end anyway, as France look to attack and get a fresh set on.
Yeah, Fabien Rabault is sort of a textbook. Yeah, if you could build a male link, it looks like Fabien Rabault, doesn't it? You know, wingspan of an albatross, massive figure. Good work rate. Yeah, Fabien Rabault is one of those players. This is 5th. No more touches remaining. Isaac Gibbs, that's 6 and change. Just losing track of the touch count for a moment. Thought just for a second, there was going to be some magic jouet rugby coming from this French mixed 15 side, which we've seen them deliver already.
Yeah, I wouldn't count it out just yet. There's plenty of time left in this half, and we know they're more than capable of doing that. And a really nice laps run there.
Yeah, and great heads-up play. And like, one of the jobs that I think really needs highlighting here in this current Pitch 1 live stream game is the role of the referees. The clear communication, as you see Bao Shenzhen escape through a hole, avoid the touch, go over, but a brilliant last gasp diving touch from that far female link. The role of the referees here have been crucial, because you want to give as clear a communication as humanly possible, especially to both the French and Chinese side, two nations where English is obviously not their first language. And so far, I think the referees have done a really good job. Clear hand signals, clear body language. I think everything's been textbook. A real clear demonstration of just what we can do on a touch pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these touch games are not just about the players. It's everybody that goes into this, the coaches in the box, the supporters, the referees. Everything makes this what it is, and it's lovely to see that they're doing such a good job here.
Yeah, Archevêque getting back from Frantzakakis. Archevêque diving. Bao Shenzhen with a really good defensive touch to bring that one to a close. I've been really impressed with China's defensive work so far. I think what's really nice about it is they're obviously just happy for scores to go in outside the wing. Everything else is really tight. Defensive spacing and links and mids have been really disciplined. They've worked for each other. They've worked really well, and it's a really great foundation to launch from, because the hardest thing to do in touch is defend, and they've done it very well so far.
They really have. That is what has impressed me the most with these guys. And I mean, the foundations, you learn this as you start touch. You know that you're really trying to shut off those middle channel options, and if there's a score on the wing, then so be it. You know, you force the hardest option to take place.
Exactly, as Archer Vec goes sliding over, and it's a rare score through the middle of the Chinese defence. But Archer Vec with a low dive, it's a grass-cutting dive.
Yeah, you see the dust just floating away in the wind.
I was going to say, if I'm describing it as a grass-cutting dive, that would imply that there is grass here to cut. It's a dust-breathing dive is probably the more better way to describe it.
Yeah.
It's wonderful stuff regardless from France. Took them 6 minutes in this half to get on the scoreboard, but it's a lovely bit of interplay between Frantzakakis and Archer Vec. It's great to see these two middle pairings just growing together, learning, you know, creating some really nice partnerships, and especially at such a young age, a partnership that will maybe go into the 18s category as well, then the 20s, and then potentially opens as these boys and girls age through the years.
Yeah, you're so right. That's one of the joys of watching this 15s category. You know that there's so much incredible talent in these young players, and they've got plenty more years to come.
And it also allows me to pump up my ego a little bit, because then in a few years' time, someone will say, "Oh, this Guillermo Archer Vec, he's amazing for the French Mixed Open," and I'll go, "Yep, commentated him when he was playing at 15s and called it there and then." It makes me feel good, quite selfishly. Enough about me though. Gabriel Bazan. There's Moitri Weng-Law driving hard, then subbing off. Here comes Isaac Gibbs. Gibbs and Clinet.
Another really nice platform set up by Moratis there.
Oh, Gibbs with a lovely long ball out, and then the extra hands go. The covering touch almost got there. In fact, yes, it did. 6 and change, diving touch stops France from going over for another one.
I mean, this Chinese defence is absolutely breathtaking at the moment. We were talking about their midfield defence in the first half, and they've shown that they can extend that to the line and not let France get through.
It's all heart, isn't it? It's these small things like running for lost causes, not deeming anything a lost cause, actually. Just, you know, putting you know, your foot to the floor and seeing what you can create. And so far what they've done is they've created some brilliant defensive stoppages, and fingers crossed for this Chinese tide that they'll be able to get over for a score before this game comes to its end. Is Clinet, Gibbs. Feeding the outside edge, there's Brugier. Gibbs, Brugier and Clinet looking to go direct. There's Clinet. Gibbs. Clinet picking against the grain, ripping long, lovely long ball, just falling short of this near side winger. Boutaleb felt like she would have been in for another one, but again, the ball was a little bit too short and the Chinese defence was there, set, ready.
France were looking clinical there. They were threatening the short side all along, but just trying to manipulate that Chinese defence because they know they're going to have to do some techie stuff to break through here.
Absolutely, and what I really like as well about the Chinese performance is how positive this sub-box is, how positive everything looks, and you know, the fact that they're not willing to compromise their structure. They're not worried about, you know, doing something off the cuff or something that's not really in their DNA. Everything is really well drilled. They've got very nice structure. They're working together expertly, and so far, you know, there'll be good value for their score when they get it. And for me, it's probably a case of when and not if. Gibbs. Late check away, great drive. Isaac Gibbs waiting. There's ball back. There's a bubbly roll ball that gives a midfield opportunity for China. 10 minutes to go. China just need a little bit of go forward. Looks like they might come for a subset.
There is so much control in these roll balls on this subset.
That's a good touch and great roll ball. Subset looks good. Unfortunately, though, there's in a Zhang.
We can blame the wind for that one. The wind's just picked up here.
It has, and it's causing havoc with all my team sheets. There's France, Gibbs. I think eventually Gibbs is going to sub off. It's a nice roll ball there, great subset, great platform for the oncoming danger pod of Weng Law and then Bazan. There's Weng Law up inside quickie. Oh, lovely step, lovely dive. Moichu Weng Law gets another one.
That was really cheeky, just hinting at that check back, but deciding, actually, no, I think I can take a stab at this myself and going over. Fantastic to see.
It is, and it's a young lad playing with bags of confidence. And we've seen him be part of this French mixed 15 side already. He's unpicked plenty of defence. They're a really talented young player, and I think France probably know that they've got a bit of a gem. Nice flick touch. China just have to come back to the mark. With Wang. And Zhang. Coming over. As Zhang Yin-hee. Can't quite make something happen though. And China doing a good job at moving the ball from left to right, trying to kill it in a good area of the pitch, but that last pass just a little bit inaccurate, allowing a somewhat uncontested turnover, and France can just get off the pitch.
Feeling just a little bit like the Scotland mixed 20s side we've just seen. It's almost like they're going for that strike dump a little bit early and then losing out on the momentum that they could use to score.
Absolutely. And Gibbs. Clenet. And Brugier come onto the field. Clenet platforming. Gibbs feeding Brugier. Brugier accelerates, dishes, but again, look at the Chinese defence. 3 defenders all crabbing across. Gibbs shows the big dummy. A great defensive touch. Almost was made, in fact. Instead, Gibbs gets over. France are firmly in double digits now. Great score from Isaac Gibbs.
That was beautiful heads-up play from them there. Every hand was on that, just looking for the opportunity. Timing was really good. But the fact that they had to pull out all the stops just is credit to this defence that we're seeing here.
Absolutely. Those 3 Chinese defenders came flying across to make some good defensive touches. And then it's just France with a great bit of recycling, keeping the play alive. They just found that hole that had appeared between the 2 middles. And Gibbs skated his way over. A really nice footwork. Great platform there as well from China. There's a 4-on-2 there, not quite taken though. Re-establishing, reassessing. There's Caden Anderson. Anderson wants the quickie, not quite taken. Coming over towards the short side. Lovely ball. Well marshalled by the French defence. His 5th, one more opportunity. The ball will eventually find its way into Caden Anderson's hands. And Anderson straightening, dishing, overlap opportunity. Unfortunately, Zhao Yehi couldn't quite take that one in, although seems like there's going to be a penalty. Yeah, offside.
That looping play was something we saw a lot from China in their game against Lebanon earlier. I was wondering when we were going to see some of these wraps on the line, so it's nice to see they're starting to implement them here. Add a bit of deception to their line attack.
Caden Anderson, open side quickie, gets the ball back. Almost over.
How on earth did he hold on to that? That was beautiful.
Yeah, especially when you've got Fabien Rabault almost standing on your fingers as you're trying to take it in. Caden Anderson, open side quickie again, this time moving towards the left-hand side. Good footwork from Caden Anderson. There's really good work as well from Fan Kai Wei. Anderson's half, there is Wei, now checking over into the link channel. Looking for a link step back. Anderson, I thought, was in a really nice area. That was a bit of a, there's frustrations coming from not only the comms box, but also the sub box below us. They know that this Chinese side is a couple accurate passes away from unpicking the French lock, especially considering that they're able to put in such a gutsy defensive display. They're chasing down breaking French players. And the touch was made. That is absolutely phenomenal stuff. Moichu Weng Law is no slouch.
You know you're seeing magic when even the referee applauds that saving touch.
You cannot quite believe it, although on the first time of asking back into the middles, the French team do get over. Maxence Clenet with one.
That was always going to be a tall order, coming back straight into line defence after you've just gunned your way across the field.
And the other thing as well, it's not just that chase, it's 18 touches that pod was on the field for, and yet still chased back to make a try-saving touch. And you talk about gutsy, punchy performances. Fan favourite of China.
Absolutely, yeah, big fan of China here.
And it's they're just a few really lovely moments and movements away from getting over this French try line. And I think I speak for everyone watching here on Pitch One when we're saying we would quite like to see a China score.
I mean, they are more than deserving and more than capable.
Oh, Huang on a run, looking to connect with the link and then the wing. Does he have the pace to get over? Really good diving touch.
The excitement in the China box there, but a little bit of a buzzkill, not quite over.
Yeah, Alessia Hansen says, look, I'm not letting you get over without working for it. Brilliant diving touch from the far female link. There's a nice roll ball as well, although it just bobbled. We had a really nice view of that one. And referee's Johnny on the spot to see it. 4 minutes left to go.
Getting a bit difficult. They're in a part of the field now where there's a little bit of shade creeping in, so that slightly might have thrown them off.
Tell you what, I'd quite like to be over there in the shade at the moment. It is absolutely baking. The sun is beating down. And it's hard enough commentating. I cannot imagine how it feels to be out here playing under this heat for 3 days straight. Although I also can't imagine how it feels to represent your country. I suppose the pride is getting them through. Caden Anderson off on a run. Anderson going all the way around the outside. Has Caden Anderson got the score for China? He has indeed. My co-commentators punched the scaffold in celebration. Caden Anderson gets on the board for China. There's celebrations all round. There's applause coming from the French sub-box. This is what Touch is about. Caden Anderson can take so much home from that.
Oh, I feel like that was just a fan victory too, wasn't it? We just so were winning them over that line, and boy did they work for it. That was a really, really great score.
And such brilliant celebrations in the sub box as well. There was I can actually repeat the same. When Caden Anderson ran straight over to the sub box, just went, oh my days. It was absolutely stunning work from the young lad. Brilliant work from China and representative of the heart that they put into this performance. Isaac Gibbs, however, for the French team, will be looking to get another one on the board for his familiar middle partnership. Then it's Gibbs and Clenay, this dynamic pair that has caused every single team a world of problems. And they make it 12 to France.
They're not letting the Chinese celebrate for too long, are they? Putting their mark straight back on this and showing us exactly who is boss here.
Yeah, although to be perfectly honest, I don't think China will mind too much as long as they've got their score on the board. I love this about touch. I think it's one of the only sports that really gives you this opportunity where, you know, scoreline is heavily against you and yet you get a score, and literally everyone here, the French supporters down the other end of the pitch were applauding them, the Scottish team over in the far side were all applauding. This is a sport that's still growing compared to the more established sports that you'd be more familiar to seeing. However, how can it not grow as quick as it is with passion like this? And Caden Anderson is off on another run over the far side wing. That was Moraitis again, sort of said, look, you've done me once, but no more. No more. I'm wise to your threat now.
I mean, we've been talking a lot, particularly yesterday, about these little wins that certain teams can take when they feel like they're being steamrolled. There's certain things they're going to look for their own performances to consider it a winning performance. And I think for China, as you say, they've got theirs here. They just wanted to prove that they can break through that France defence.
And not only that, but, you know, being able to hold France out to, you know, it's 12 at the moment, but, you know, France have you know, for lack of a better word, demolished teams. You know, they've absolutely dominated in this division, and the heart and the punchiness about this Chinese performance. There's so much to like about it. I mean, you can coach skill, you can't coach attitude, and the Chinese attitude is just perfect, demonstrated once more by a diving touch to see out an almost certain score.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see, and there is so much support in this Chinese sub-box just below us. No matter what they're doing, they're encouraging their teammates.
And they get a touch and pass turnover as well. I just think it's wonderful. And I think as well, like, Chinese touch has gone from strength to strength in recent years. We saw them at the Touch World Cup. It was a very dominant team, a very passionate bunch as well. We've seen, you know, Chinese players come through, be able to go and hone their skills in other areas of Asia, including Australia and New Zealand. It's really important for the future development of Chinese touch that you get people coming in at such a young age and staying in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if this team is any indicator as to how this is going to go, we are on for an absolute winner here.
And the full-time whistle goes, and there's applause all round. And what a lovely moment as Mortuary Wenglaw goes walking up to the Chinese players, sort of saying, come on, come shake my hands. That was a great game. Thank you so much for that one. A game that was played in the right spirit of things, although France were always going to come out on top. On paper, it looked to be quite a tall order for China, because France has put literally everyone in this division to the French sword. It's a dominant team. However, we shift focus to our final game of the day, and a game that should get your adrenaline running just a little bit. It's our first taste, a sampler, a morsel of knockout rugby. It's the mixed 18s, and it's Scotland. They'll be taking on Lebanon, and that'll be with you in 5 minutes' time.
的时候，我做那引体向上下来的时候是这样。教过哪3件事情做编组织的？对。第2个什么？对。然后第3个什么？
So here we go, our final game of day 2, our first look at knockout rugby. Lebanon mixed 18s versus Scotland mixed 18s. The pleasure of commentating this Lebanon team earlier. You've got to keep an eye out for number 6, Karim Abu Jamra. Here is Abu Jamra. It always feels good when I'm proven right. Karim Abu Jamra opens the scoring inside 20 seconds.
Almost as if you willed him over the line there. That was just beautiful. He had his Moses moment. The seas parted for him, and he went straight on through. This is set to be an absolute firecracker.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams know as well. There's so much on the line here for either side. They need to, there's no second chances now. You put yourself in a good position to make semi-finals, but you've got opposition in front of you that will not say die. It's Birdie accelerating. There's nice optics about this attack here from Scotland. Lovely recycling into Rory Gordon. Gordon, Birdie, back to Gordon, not quite happening. That was a really nice setup though. They caused a lot of stress onto the Lebanese defence, but they just lost control of that ball at the final moments.
They had such fire in that attacking set. They're really going to shake off what Lebanon have just done to them and try and come out fighting themselves, and that was definitely the way they want to do it.
Absolutely, the Lebanese subset just becoming a little bit stuck in the mud for a very brief moment before it explodes back into life again. Here comes Carl Burberry. And Burberry, one of these dynamic ball players that this Lebanese team has. Saw them play that earlier on in the day, narrowly lost against Ireland. There's a lot to like about the performance though. As Lebanon find themselves now penned in defence. Dynamic Scottish transition. Renwick. With Connor. Now Renwick. Now Connor, 33 scoop, right foot step, tries to find the link hole, and they fly through. What a wonderful line carved off the ball. A ball placed on a dime for him. Scotland bring us back all square.
Oh, what a perfect execution of play from Scotland there off the transition. There was just no hesitation on that chop line. Absolutely stunning, and we are one apiece.
Yeah, Benjamin Aston it was, scything through the Lebanese defence. 2.5 minutes in, we're all square. This is starting to look like it could shape up to a very interesting game. And I'm not going to whisper the words that we all want to see, but you know what it is. There's Abu Jamra. Jamra scooping, accelerating. Coming down a little bit of a blind alley, but shows the dummy, gets into the goal area, connects with the winger. Did she stay in play? She did, and Abu Jamra has one score, and ooh, hold your horses. Yeah, wave through. He has a score and an assist in 3 minutes. Karim Abu Jamra, phenomenal player, lovely core skills. This time has the composure to connect with the wing. Great score in the far corner.
Yeah, that was not an easy pass to execute there, and she did well to stay in the space. That is a really nice response from Lebanon. And
these are the qualifying rounds for the semi-finals. 2 teams already through to the semi-finals. Will be with you on Field 1 and Field 2. Tomorrow, that's England and Ireland. 8:55 in the morning on Field 2. We'll have England versus the winner of this game between Lebanon and Scotland. The other qualifier, Belgium and Cayman Islands. Very tight affairs as Scotland get over and equalise. And this could be shaping up into something special at the end of day 2.
This is turning into quite a chess match. We are really not far in here. It was great to see Scotland adapt there. They were trying their tried and tested splitter play, but it was not phasing Lebanon. So then they went for that quickie snap back, and that was the one to do it. Yeah, really nice to see.
It was Gordon and Birdie again combining. They coughed the ball up on their first opportunity. Well, they only needed one warm-up round, and then they connect and score. 2 tries apiece. Carl Burberry, platforming, El Bala driving. And Sami Ayoun is taking the touch, bringing up 5th. Ayoun looking for switches, but the flick touch comes in. And Edward Renwick brings that one to a grinding halt, and a rare defensive shutout early on in this game.
Yeah, they're doing well to read what Lebanon are trying to do here. You can see they're threatening those small gaps and then running further out, and they're doing well to shut that down.
And the penalty. Offside. And one of the things I really liked about Lebanon, and just while we've got a very quick break in play, I'll quickly bring it up. Probably the most honest team I've ever seen from an mixed 18s perspective. They were, nominating when they were half. There was a couple of moments where the referee just losing track of the touch count. They were saying, no, sir, that's actually 6, and giving it back. This team is, there's so much to like about it. And speaking of, there's also so much to like about this Scottish performance so far. Diving attempt coming in from Tom Travis-Smith, seen off by Carl Burberry.
Quite the segue for you there.
Oh, I love it. Oh, lovely dummy. Getting into the in-goal area. It was a great shot, though, by Lilia Cherry.
Fantastic read there. That ball could have gone any which way. She did really well to predict what was happening.
Yeah, Burberry platforming. And there's Ayoun. Burberry again has to do a fair bit of work in transition, but he goes through it expertly without error. Unfortunately, though, the pass from half left a little bit to be desired. I think that was an attempt to kick the ball back to the mark, but we're used to an oval shape, not a round shape, so the footballing skills not quite up to scratch from Raphael Rard, although that has no bearing on his touch playing ability. And Rard working hard to come over and make touch on a electric Eliana Svensson. Svensson going through some quite tough work. Has to do a lot in this link channel. Dynamic ball playing from Sebastian Pace. Seems like he's got lots of that in his locker.
Bet he's never heard that before.
I know. Well, you can't be that fast and not ask me to do it. There's Gordon.
It's looking really dangerous for Lebanon here.
Yeah, Gordon, Birdie, back to Birdie potentially. Gordon diving over the touch, almost. But Lebanon stay tall in defence. I believe that was the danger man, Karim Abu Jamra, getting up and making defensive touches for his team, and indeed it was, showing he's got some good chops on both sides of the ball. He's not just an attacking weapon, he's a stubborn defensive player.
This is turning out to be quite a dynamic matchup here, and I've got a feeling this pace is going to carry throughout the entire match, because neither side wants to relent.
Oh, Abu Jamra just pulling strings. Although if there's one player you're probably not going to run around Raphael Rard, it is Sebastian Pace. Well, I won't make it a second time, but you know what I mean. The subsets, they're forthcoming now. There's 4, 5th coming in a moment, although they might not need it. Accelerating through, needs to find some support. Late switch pass goes. Although the touch was made beforehand, it'll be a touch and pass penalty. It's a wonderful defensive intervention by Rory Gordon.
That was absolutely crucial from Gordon there. They do not want Lebanon to sneak ahead in this half. If they can keep it level or even get ahead themselves, they'll be happy.
Yeah, well, there's Pace. Unfortunately, just stepping out of the field of play, and it was kind of clear, although the pitch markings have suffered ever so slightly. But Sebastian Pace knows. He put the ball down, looked down, and went, oh, there's a white line there. Here we go, line attack opportunities here. Chebley, Burberry, and Ray Burberry on this occasion. Driving, Ray Burberry. Almost getting over a good defensive touch, although the referee's just having a conversation. I think Scotland had sort of resigned to conceding that score.
I thought he was over. That was really nice from him there. Lovely little 32 short setup, and then the step back out to confuse that Scottish defence.
Yeah, Ray Burberry with a lovely score. Let's see it here on the replay. Ryan Ackle platforming, Burberry on that little hammer play, and then, yeah, lovely left foot step. Shows the ball, puts the left boot to floor. 3-2 in favour of Lebanon.
Scotland are going to want to respond here, so they're driving hard. They've made it up to their 7 in no time at all.
I'm really impressed with this Scottish mixed 18s team. Really impressed so far. Lovely right foot step. I wonder if Tom Travis-Smith could have just dove himself. There was opportunities there. As it stands, the ball hits the floor and it's Lebanese ball.
Yeah, I definitely think he could have. He's got an ankle breaker on him, Travis-Smith, so he really could have taken that himself. He'll be kicking himself for that.
There's Carl Burberry. Oh, lovely shape on the pass, and there's Abu Jamra. Abu Jamra driving through, trying to play through offside defenders. Abu Jamra getting on the open side quickie. And that's another score for Lebanon, and Abu Jamra stamps his authority, although it's just a brief conversation.
Looking to be Lebanon's ball again. Not particularly sure what the call was there. Perhaps they have a fresh set of 6. So by the looks of it, touch was given for that one, perhaps slightly earlier than when he went over the line.
Yeah, it's a weird 30 seconds. Moving swiftly on. Scottish transition. Direct as always, injecting plenty of pace into this subset. Physical touch, rode well by Emmy Gribben. Nice scooping platform here, trying to drive through offside defenders.
A really tough position to be in. He was sure he was offside, but exactly in the channel he wanted to run. So a little bit of physicality coming in here.
Tricky one. Fresh set of 6 here for Scotland. Open side quickie. It's danger time. Lovely footwork. Well matched by good defensive work. Rory Gordon and Tom Birdie. I mean, you know what they're trying to do, aren't you? You're trying to condition tight defences and then probably rip fire-up option into Sebastian Pace's hands. In fact, they're coming over for the link punish here for Pace. Pace driving. Lovely late inside check. Oh, the hands were perfect, but that left-handed long ball needed to go, and Tom Birdie he recognises there's still touches left in the chamber. Plenty more opportunities. Open side quick here for Gordon. Gordon splitting hard, diving. Great 5th touch.
Great to see so much variation in this line attack here. This is very much a danger pod. They're giving everything they've got.
Gordon getting on the out, 2-on-1 opportunities. There was a brief moment where it looked like a Lebanese and a Scottish player had just collided off the ball, but there's nothing really doing. 6 touch and turnover.
Hoping to get a bit more flow back into this game. Both teams are wanting the momentum in their favour here, and it's just a little bit stagnant for now.
I think that's a relatively straightforward looking optic. Just past 5 minutes or so, game just becoming a little bit stop-start, and Lebanon are probably not, happy with that, giving away the early turnover in their transition. 12.5 minutes gone, 1 try to the good. Scotland will be looking to bring parity back to the scoreboard. Open side quickly between Gordon and Birdie. Birdie back to Gordon. There's a late pass. That's really nice defensive work, although it's an unfortunate one for Tom Birdie because he had no idea that the Lebanese player was right behind him, tried to shovel it away, but inevitably given touch and pass turnover ball.
Yeah, that's really tough. It was a beautiful sniping defence there.
It's probably a wise decision there from Raphael Rard, seeing Sebastian Pace in front of him, recognising he's probably not going to beat him in a foot race. Unfortunately, though, for Lebanon, just stepping out of the field of play, so it'll be a wing turnover. This game just boiling down. There's been a fair few turnovers consecutively. We had lots of scoring early doors, and their pace is just broken up ever so slightly. Do you think both teams know that this is knockout football now?
I think so, and both teams are going to get a little bit more frustrated with the fact that there isn't much rhythm in this, because it's just stunting what they want to do, and it's making tension slightly higher. So the minute they can inject some pace into this, they'll be really happy.
I agree. I think we're looking for a little bit more free-flowing action, aren't we, from both sides of the ball, because the first 8 minutes were exactly that, and those 8 minutes were electric.
Yeah, we know they're more than capable. They've already proved that, but I think when you're in such an equal matchup, it's tough.
And Renwick working with Frankie Connor. Renwick checking open side, connecting with Aston. Renwick scooping, Connor fading. Lovely right footstep from Frankie Connor, and that is ball down, and that is parity once more. Frankie Connor with a wild right foot whack gets over and brings us back all square.
What a stunner that was. This is exactly what this game needed, just to get it back on its feet again. There was so much control in that Scotland attacking pod. You just knew that if it wasn't going to work the first time, they were going to find a way to make it work, and that brings it back level.
And you know it's a good step if our Atmos mic picks up the sound of your boots hitting the floor. There is so much power going through that right foot of Connor. And now Lebanon find themselves back all square. Sami Ayoun. Ayoun platforming. Burberry, late release. That is absolutely gorgeous. There's something so lovely about a late release 32 rooster, and Anael El Bala goes through a gaping hole in the Scottish defence.
What a way to respond from Lebanon. I mean, that's going to knock Scotland down just a peg, and they're going to hope to return the favour. But that has definitely injected some momentum into this game that it was much needed.
Absolutely. And we're back to a one-try game, 4-3 in favour of Lebanon. 4.5 minutes left to go in this half. A half that is absolutely flown by. It's ebbed and flowed wonderfully. Split a platform here for Pace. Pace injecting some of that and then driving over Sebastian Pace with a Superman stand as well. I mean, speed kills and Pace has got bags of it.
Hasn't he just? It's so lovely to see that splitter play work for Scotland there. They've had a couple of unsuccessful attempts, but at the end of the day, if you get Pace running that line, more often than not, he's going to be able to break through. Also, I'm going to revise what I said in the previous game. I'm going to start building the perfect link. and I think Pace is that right now. And he's got a little bit of everything. Absolutely. From a physical perspective. And he's also rapid. What a boon to have in your side, someone like Sebastian Pace, who's able to just create moments from nothing. Speaking of people who are able to do that, here's the Lebanon line attack, just steadying the ship for a moment. Dangerous opportunities here for Burberry. Burberry looking to rip long, intercept on the far side. That's touch 0. Fantastic intercept from the Scottish winger there. She nearly didn't get her hands on it, but did a fantastic job at keeping hold.
Now Scotland want to go through their subset effectively, no mistakes, get the fresh legs onto the field, put Lebanon back in an uncomfortable area. It's a brilliant roll ball, stunning work from this Scottish transition, selfless stuff. Going hard was Benjamin Aston, giving really good platform here for the supporting cast coming on. Jaden Boyle platforming, good scoop from Travis Smith. Tom Travis Smith driving, Boyle extra hands go in the corner and it's finished. My word, what a transition that was, and this pod have got to come over and thank the work of Ben Aston. A miraculous first touch drive matched by a stunning fifth touch strike platform.
That might just have to be the best transition I have seen all day. That was absolute magic from Scotland there. They kept their depth the whole time and could really get some pace on it, and just handling skills to the extreme. What a score. And
Travis Smith has done exactly what I asked him to do, by the way. He's one straight over and he's thanking everyone who just got him off the field.
Yeah, I think he heard you.
So he should have. Lebanon find themselves for the first time down in this game. Unfamiliar territory for Lebanon in this knockout game. Open side quickie, fire up option. Oh, Abu Jamra driving at the line. Abu Jamra just asking questions. Big fan of Abu Jamra. He's cut from the touch player cloth that is has a special place in my heart. A gritty, gutsy player who plays in the right way but plays hard.
Yeah, absolutely what I want to see. And can I just say that was a fantastic covering touch from Pace on the line there. That technically wasn't his hole to hit, but he saw that his mid wasn't going to get there, and he made it himself. Really commendable work.
Yeah, and it was a really good roll ball as well from Pace. Unfortunately, just caught a little bit bobbly. And Lebanon with another opportunity. 90 seconds left to go in this half. Nice interplay between the two. Abu Jamra having a go. Now working with Chris El-Khoury. El-Khoury. Abu Jamra. El-Khoury just bouncing around. Late feed away. Abu Jamra looking to make something happen. Link hole potentially. Not quite taken cleanly on that occasion by Raphael Rad. And just hear the communication from the Scottish sub-box asking, where's the latch, where's the latch? Well, there it is. Liana Svensson with industrious work getting up the short side. There's Tom Travis Smith driving through the offside Abu Jamra. Long ball over the top.
Hoping to repeat what was so magical last time. Not quite there here. I think Lebanon were kind of expecting it this time, but some fantastic depth once again from that Scottish sub.
Absolutely. Roll ball restart. Scotland, retreating far beyond the 7 metre line. It's more like 17 metres, that one, Scotland, but they do eventually put on some line speed and rectify a bit of a logistical error. Abu Janra making space out of absolutely nothing, rolling the ball on a dime. The half is there a little bit slowly. Lebanon just turning the tempo down for a moment. No doubt they'll be looking to increase that on this fifth touch platform. There's a really dynamic fifth touch. Great pick-up as well. 3-on-2 over on the short side. They come over for the 4-on-3 on the near side. And Travis Smith with a diving touch to bring that one to a grinding halt. Sami Ayoun has to unfortunately pass that one back.
What a strike dump we just saw as well. We've been talking about that all day. If you get that right, you're on for a winner. But the Scottish defence was just too good for them there.
Absolutely it was. Our first look at knockout rugby is absolutely electric. Half-time here in our final game of the day. Scotland 5, Lebanon 4. Scotland have 1 foot in that semi-final game tomorrow morning against England. 20 minutes remain. The second half will be coming up for you in just a minute's time.
Exactly. Is it 2 up now?
No, 1 up. 5-4. No, not you. You're pretty good.
Hey, all one team, all one team.
Yeah, to Scotland.
Go Scotland!
Go Lebanon!
Good game so far.
Ladies and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Ladies and officials, 1 minute.
So the second half about to get underway in a game that is teetering on a knife edge. Scotland ahead by 1. Lebanon with the early lead. Lebanon find themselves behind. Scotland with the tap, an early score here. Really does put the emphasis on Lebanon to come back and then create some really magical scoring moments. Although, silently, well, not so silently, obviously what I want to see is a draw at full time and then a drop-off at the end, because a drop-off between these two teams would be absolutely magical.
I think you're possibly the only one to want that. No, neither of these teams are going to want this to go to a drop-off. So they're going to do everything they can to stay ahead, Scotland.
I was thinking every neutral watching at home is begging for a drop-off here. But yeah, if you're representing Scotland or Lebanon, you're hoping this one gets done in normal time and there's no extra time needed. What a lovely sinking pass that is into the wing channel. And they do get their early score. And it really does put the game on Lebanon's toes. Lexi McIntosh with the finish, but a sinking pill into the corner.
What a way to kick off this second half. That is exactly what Scotland need. They just needed that little boost to prove they can go ahead and they can keep Lebanon at bay.
Tom Bridie with a brilliant score, or a brilliant pill, ripping into the corner. Lexi McIntosh with the finish. And now Lebanon with ball in hand. It's the dangerous Abu Jamra. And just losing control of the ball. Referee's happy to just let them take the touch. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in. Krim Abu Jamra just needs to inject a little bit of pace. There's a nice show and go getting in behind the initial press. Working with Chris El-Khoury. Combination that was so potent in their game earlier on live stream. El-Khoury taking a tumble. Abu Jamra driving, avoiding the touch initially. Feeding away. Although flick touch was claimed. And just a break in play, which I'm almost certainly Scotland won't be happy with, because the Lebanese defence wasn't set. The break in play allowing Lebanon to get set, and now the Scottish transition is just that little bit more difficult. Third touch getting up over halfway. Scotland doing a very good job of it right now. There's Ben Martin. Martin platforming for Tom Trevis Smith. Trevis Smith positioning here in an acting half. Scooping, right foot step, accelerating. Trevis Smith dummying, getting into the in-goal area. Connecting, but a brilliant defensive touch from Tracy Ibrahim. Brings that one to a close, but you can see that the weaponry that Trevis Smith possesses. And in Lebanon, probably in that half-time, we're going, right, we need to shut this kid down.
I mean, that was an absolutely outstanding transition from Scotland there. That's something they've been so strong at throughout this entire match so far. So it's a really, really good touch there just to shut them down, because we know they're capable of scoring off that sub.
Yeah, third touch here. Abu Jamra canning up the box side. A couple of hitch kick steps, trying to buy some extra metres. Fourth touch coming now. It's Burberry. On fourth, Trevis Smith with a really disrupting touch. Late switch away towards Burberry. Burberry platforming now. Sixth touch opportunity here for Sami Ayoun. Ayoun spinning, dancing. Lebanon putting on their dancing feet. Lovely hook pass to Burberry, who just couldn't quite reel it in. There was Lebanese magic littered throughout those 6 touches. Unfortunately, that pass just asked a little bit too much of Carl Burberry.
That definitely had potential for try of the game if that had gone through. That was just stunning from Lebanon. They were dancing their way across the line.
And just a foot in the ruck penalty here. A little stumble. Unfortunate for Anael El-Bala. Tap penalty. Taken as a roll. The first touch here, bang on. Approaching halfway. Just need a little bit more momentum. Do Bridie and Gordon. Here is Bridie. Rory Gordon coming acting half. Ooh, look to be a splitter play. Instead, Pace decides I'm taking the outside edge away. And Pace dishes off a lovely ball, but a brilliant last gasp touch. Again, Tracy Ibrahim single-handedly responsible for keeping Lebanon in this game. And then Ibrahim with another touch. There's 3 try savers for the Lebanese winger, who keeps it at a 2-try game.
Emmy Gribben is doing absolutely valiant work as the Scottish link here. She is catching every ball these boys are throwing at them.
Well, unfortunately, just escaping the grasp, but I think it's a symptom of chasing a game. I think from Lebanon's perspective, they know that they're 2 tries down. They're going to need to go forward a little bit more, but you can't keep giving fresh sets of 6 to this 2. They are so dangerous. I think everyone's prepared for... Yeah, that one has been given forward. It unfortunately just bounced forward, and I think that's a somewhat fair decision. Also think it could have just been given turnover. Lebanese transition regardless. Nice foot speed from El Bala.
Come on, Scotland!
The nice cannonball ruck as well from Sami Ayoun. Lebanon just caught behind the gain line with a good bit of footwork, buy some extra metres, looking for the extra pass, opts not to throw it. It's good work from Ray Burberry. Here is Burberry escaping the touch that was on the floor. No touch was claimed. The referee's got a hand up, but the... Okay, fair. There was a worrying moment there. Tap penalty, yes, no. Call. I think Lebanon probably still wanted to play the advantage. There was two Scottish defenders who were cut out of the game for a moment. Rooster release, and Burberry can't quite take that one with him, and maybe on another day they were allowed to play advantage and go through. On this occasion not, and they couldn't use that fresh set of 6 that was afforded to them. Good defence though from Scotland. They're scrambling well, and they're numbering up quite adequately in defence.
Yeah, they are. They're doing really well at reading what Lebanon are throwing at them here, and they seem to be matching up their defensive patterns accordingly, and as a unit, which is so important here.
Unfortunately, that one just goes down from Tamsin Gaver. And now Lebanon need to sort out this subset. That's a lovely left foot step, just cutting out the initial press. Third touch taken now. Forthcoming, still not the whole set of fresh legs. Ray Burberry working hard to get over. This is 5th touch coming now. And that's 5, no touches remaining. Need some familiar Lebanese magic. There was a nice opportunity for a 5th touch platform if it hadn't have been 6 and change. Scotland doing a really good job at punishing the first couple touches on the Lebanese transition.
Yeah, that they are, but Lebanon did a fantastic job with that transition. They made so many yards, so Scotland had their work cut out for them here.
Lebanon trying to put the squeeze on as well, although they know that they can't overcommit because Tom Trevis-Smith will look to make things happen. Scooping platform here for Trevis-Smith. Right foot step, link hole is open. I think the next one for Trevis-Smith's got to go straight to the wing because Ibrahim is just slamming in so hard. In fact, on that occasion, it was the number 14, Lilia Chieri, who is just slamming in and cutting out that link space at source.
She's just too good at reading what they're trying to throw at her, and she's not going to let them through.
And a direct set here from Lebanon. There's a lot of emphasis about this, but Abu Jamra is caught by Trevis-Smith. And Abu Jamra is no slouch, but we've already seen the speed of Trevis-Smith. He's able to reel in half-court and turnover.
A crucial touch there. If Lebanon had gone over for that, there would only be 1 score in it, and we know how dangerous that can be for this Lebanese side. So they really did well to hold them off.
Yeah, pace. Lovely drag open side. There's Gordon, there's Bridie. Bridie again coming straight into the link hole. That pass was not as sympathetic as it needed to be. Didn't quite need to be fizzed as firmly.
I think he was reeling in the high of that pickup, Bridie there. That was a really nice scoop.
There's a bit of a nudge. I think that one will be given hard. There's some things you look for when you're trying to give a hard touch penalty, and one of the things is the full extension through the arms when you're making the touch, and I think pace, it was just a little bit too obvious, wasn't it? Although very typically, as soon as you give away a hard touch, the next one is really soft.
Yeah.
A turnover ball here, danger signs. Bridie back inside to Gordon. Gordon open side quickie. Bridie back to Gordon. Gordon with a left foot step, accelerating, ripping long, and the sinker into the corner just could not quite find the winger.
Frustrations in this Scotland box. You can see they had so much time to set up there and just got a little bit carried away and went for that long ball option, but Lebanon will absolutely capitalise on that.
It's the old adage, isn't it? If the space is there on first, it's going to be there on 5th. So, you know, you sort of bank your touches, rely on the fact that you've got more to use, and then potentially look to rip that option open as soon as you hit the 5th touch platform. This is 5th coming now, although actually it is 5th touch. Nice play back on the inside. Burberry hitting a dangerous hole, almost a magical blind pass over the left shoulder from Carl Burberry.
Second time we've seen Lebanon really threaten at running those hard lines and crashing into those holes, and one of these days they are definitely going to execute because they are getting closer and closer to that being perfection.
They really are. They are edging towards some magical moments. Lebanon. It's a really good roll ball, probably in at the side. Referee's happy to let this one go. There was a hand of an apology and a wry giggle from Rory Gordon. Sort of said, well, that one did hurt, but fair enough, sir. Fifth touch platform here, almost bang on the 7-metre line. Long rip. Almost connecting with Lexi McIntosh. There's no better sight in touch than seeing 2 feet in the air, double pump, rip long. Not quite connecting on that occasion, but the optics were very nice.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great watch there. He really revved up for that pass. Not quite finding its target, but you've got to appreciate the effort there.
There's something very Dom Trip about both feet in the air, ripping
100%.
long. Yeah, although if you want to go even further back, Ryan Mimchek, if you know, you know.
Bit before my time, I think, that one.
Oh, well, go back and watch some of the 2008 touch stuff, because Ryan Mimchek was just an unplayable little touch player. Fifth touch platform in a better area, accelerating through. Surely there was an offside defender involved. However, the onside defender with a really good touch. Edward Renwick coming up clutch for his team.
It's such a tightly contested match. I mean, both squads are throwing absolutely everything at the other, and they're defending it so well. It's really looking quite unpredictable at the minute.
It certainly is. I think one of the things that Lebanon are struggling to do at the moment is sustain any pressure. That's much better, although being called offside. But in the first half, we saw Lebanon sort of pitch camp in the Scottish 7-metre line on a couple of occasions, and they got scores off the back of it. Whereas Lebanon haven't actually got into that 7-metre zone for Scotland. Scotland's midfield defence is just seeing out the threat, and they're able to scoop as and when they need to and pick off opportunities. Is Travis Smith goading the defence, telling him to come forward. Over inside quickie for Travis Smith, matched very well by some staunch Lebanese defence. Boyle. Travis Smith looking to go long. Travis Smith with a big wind up, just finding the floor. And again, I love this Lebanese side because of the sportsmanship about it. Travis Smith ended up on the floor and Lebanon helping them up and shaking hands. I'm a big fan of all of that.
Very much the spirit of the game, and we've seen it in spades in this tournament so far. And I think that's just showing you how wonderful the youth touch tournaments are. This is just beautiful to see.
And the fact that everyone's out here just because they want to play touch. You know, there's not bite or any nastiness about it, even though I use the adjective nasty to describe some absolutely silky skills all the time. It's not actually nasty. Maybe diabolical is the better word to use. 32.5 minutes gone, the scoring slowed, we're back in the grind. But Scotland are firmly in the driver's seat and are certainly enjoying their time out here more than Lebanon right now. Lebanon not able to force any midfield turnovers, which will certainly help them turn the tide in their favour. Also not really able to create any sustained pressure on the Scottish line, whereas Scotland have basically pitched camp on the Lebanese line. Bridie and Gordon. There's Gordon picking up. Bridie's in front of him. That's a forward pass almost certainly. Well spotted from the referees.
Yeah, that was fantastic pressure from the Lebanese middle there. They knew exactly what was happening based on the spacing of those 2 Scottish mids, and they really used it to their advantage.
Yeah, Abu Jamra looking to go early. That'll be half court and turnover. Again, Abu Jamra surrendering the ball. Honest player.
Yeah, fantastic echoed move there. They saw that the pressure is clearly working to cause that turnaround, so they did the exact same thing to Lebanon.
Scotland, you can't help but feel if they go 3 scores to the good, that might be too tall of a task for Lebanon to come back from. And Renwick steadying the ship, looking at a platform for an open side quickie. Renwick does get it. Instead, it's a long ball rip. However, this one will be chalked off for a forward pass. Lebanon want to go quickly.
That's a tough one. It was an incredibly brave pass there because there weren't that many touches into the set, and great ball skills from the ref there.
Yeah, hands ref.
Might have missed that one on the replay, but that was lovely to see.
And brilliant hands from the referee. And much better touches 1 and 2 from Lebanon. And the third touch is much better. Finally getting into some danger zones of Scotland. They just need this latch to be good and their 5th touch scoop to be dynamic as well. There's 4, 5th touch is coming. They're looking at position here to a 32 scoop. There is the 5th touch. What can Lebanon conjure? They escape away from the pressure initially, dish it out long. However, Edward Renwick with a diving touch to bring that one to a close.
That was looking much more like the Lebanon side we know they can produce. That was really, really great stuff. It was so dynamic. just shut down by this Scottish side, which seem pretty unbreakable at the moment.
Yeah, they are certainly up for it. It's a really physical roll ball, but rode well by Benjamin Aston. Here comes Martin. Travis Smith. Boyle. Travis Smith scooping, accelerating. It's always danger when Travis Smith is about, but couldn't quite connect with the pass.
Again, I'd just quite like to see Scotland ride these sets all the way to the end and just hold on to that ball until the 6th, because the only way they can do this is to wear Lebanon down, because they're still going to come out absolutely firing.
Absolutely. A second touch there. Third coming, just needs to start to throw around these single shooters. At the moment, it is just the single shooters of Scotland that's causing Lebanon all sorts of problems. That's much better. Watch, they've just got to come back for the mark. That's 4th, 5th coming now. Looking for a good scooping platform again, coming back into this 32 channel. Abu Jamra with the early release. Oh, lovely. And there's scoring opportunities. Ball goes to the wing. It's taken expertly, but the covering defence was enough. Sami Ayoun with a much better scooping platform, engaging defenders, and Burberry looking to put the nudge on.
It was a very risky move from Scotland there, going really hard on those shooting touches and just left a massive overlap on that far side that Lebanon were looking to exploit. Fortunately, not quite executed here. But Scotland looking for a quick turnaround, but they're not really being given.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes left to go. Scotland still 2 to the good. This game has become quite low scoring. However, Lebanon, for the first time in a little while, forcing a red zone turnover in the Scottish transition. Ayoun looking to make things happen, working with Burberry and El Bala. Here is Burberry, left foot step, finding El Bala. But a wonderful defensive touch from Rory Gordon, touch and pass penalty.
That was some really brilliant stuff there. Lebanon were really threatening with that 32 long snap back. It was a risky move, and Scotland did so well to hold them off.
And then no mistake from Gordon in the roll ball in the transition, coming up the box side. Here is... Pod's actually been trapped in defence for a fair old while. There is Renwick, Connor. Very clear comment from the referee, deemed to have been in at the side from the Lebanese middle. And Renwick and Connor working alongside Aston. Coming down for a 32. Calls of mind the touches. I don't mind the touches. Look pretty good for me, disrupting red zone touches as they need to be, because Scotland have really turned the screw in this game, and they'll look to capitalise, and they will go 3 to the good. And that feels like a mountain too far for Lebanon.
Yeah, fantastic finish there from Scotland, but very unlucky from Lebanon. I think that was a tough call with the touches there. Scotland were quite high up going into those strikes, so just gave them the opportunity to get up underneath them. So yeah, they will be feeling a little bit dejected after that.
Absolutely. Well, from a Scottish perspective, jubilant.
Absolutely, and you can hear it in the Scottish box.
They are buzzing, and they fully deserve this 3-score lead now, 7-4 for Scotland. And it feels a little bit too much for Lebanon to come back from.
Last couple of minutes.
You hear the rooster option, it's dangerous, inside play was almost there.
Scotland again reading that really well. It's the exact same setup that we've just seen from this Lebanon side, but shut down once again.
60 seconds remaining. El Khoury looking to create a moment of magic. Unfortunately, that one is away, and then 6 touches and turnover. A minute left to go. It'll be Scotland facing England at 8:55 tomorrow morning in the semi-final in the mixed 18s division. They're fully deserving of their place. Their first half performance coming through the Lebanese attack. Lebanon obviously taking the lead early doors. Scotland turning the screw and turning the tide in their favour. I cannot wait to see that game against England. It'll be a tough one from a Scottish perspective, but if they play like they have today, and if they frustrate England like they've frustrated Lebanon, anything can happen, especially early doors. Those early tap-offs always throw a spanner in the works. There's the old saying about football, you never trust the early kickoff. Well, it feels like it. There's an opportunity for Scotland to show that that's true in a touch perspective as well.
Yeah, definitely have to agree. The Scottish side is looking quite powerful. They've got some really dynamic pods that keep they're just so strong in both attack and defence. It's not like they need to switch out for any reason. So I think they will be giving England a really good run tomorrow.
Absolutely, and the likes of Tom Trevis Smith, Sebastian Pace will all be looking to create more scoring opportunities. They've been brilliant, and this pod for me has been the pick of the bunch. Pace, Bridie and Rory Gordon complementing each other's skill set perfectly. There's seconds remaining. The boys in the middle killing the clock. That is the final hooter. That'll be all she wrote, and Scotland secure a date in the diary tomorrow with England, a game that'll be brought to you live over on Pitch 2. We cannot wait for it. Scotland come through a very tough and talented opposition in Lebanon. It's had a little bit too much for them in the end.
What a moment for this Scottish squad. They've worked so hard to get here, and it's really great to see them put down such a convincing victory. But Lebanon should really be pleased from this and take a lot. They had such a fire from start to finish, and it was just a wonderful matchup all in all.
And that is all we have for you here today. Phenomenal day 2 of the Youth European Touch Championships here at the University of Warwick. We will see Scotland again tomorrow morning. We are starting a little bit earlier than usual. It's the final day tomorrow, and then you will be treated to back all the way through to the final game of the day. They're all finals, they all matter, there's all value, and we are firmly into knockout rugby now. From all of us here at Next Gen Live, England Touch, the Federation of International Touch, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.